Chapter 1401 Unexpected Even. It turns out that I'm still afraid. Ling Lan remained silent for a few seconds before mocking herself. The Battle of Twilight caused her to almost lose her father and her brother, Ziyi. This event had truly scarred Ling Lan's heart, and with that scar, there was now a weak point in her heart. But the situation and the circumstances around her didn't allow her to be weak. She had no choice but to force herself to be calmer and stronger than everyone around her. After entering the lawless lands, Ling Lan knew that a series of bloodbaths were waiting for her. She knew that the number of deaths on her side would only increase, and she was truthfully prepared for it. However, when reality hit, Ling Lan realized that she was still afraid of losing any more than what she already had lost. It was especially apparent when she heard Zhao Jun decided to launch a frontal attack. Her heart scrunched up tightly. Fortunately, the more she cared about something, the more indifferent she would appear on the surface, which meant that no one knew what she was afraid of when they were looking at her. I really am not a qualified king. Ling Lan's gaze darkened slightly. Her entire body became dull and gloomy. However, the next second, she opened her eyes wide and a powerful force of presence was released. Although it only lasted for an instant, everyone in the Rainbow Palace was instantaneously plastered to the floor. Luckily, the force of presence was gone almost instantly, so it didn't hurt anyone in the Rainbow Palace. But the people here still felt frightened. They didn't know if their Lord Zhen suddenly lost control of his anger, or was it because another Imperial Realm formidable warrior passed by and decided to perform another show. If I can't do it, I won't. I'll just do what I want. The Dao that Ling Lan chose, although she named it the Dominance Dao, it wasn't what it meant literally. It didn't mean that she would be vicious and selfish. What she meant was a Dao of a free heart. The former meaning was being selfish and the latter was proving her heart. They seemed similar, but there was actually a huge difference in them. Based on what number one said, Ling Lan's Freedom Dao was a few tiers higher than the normal Dominance Dao and Killing Dao, and with that, the difficulty of cultivating such Dao skyrocketed. Other Daos were considered the minor way, while Ling Lan's Dao was a Dao to the main origin. The minor way might be weaker, but because it was small, it was hard to go wrong. As such, the rate of success of cultivating such Dao was higher too. However, Ling Lan's Dao on the other hand crossovered with too many other paths, which made it difficult to make every step right on this path. Plus, since this was a unique path she chose herself, she didn't have any prior experiences she could take as reference. Ling Lan had to rely on herself. This made the difficulty of this path even harder to measure. At this moment, her profound insight, which had been limiting her enlightenment all these while, suddenly crossed its bottleneck and a new series of enlightenments appeared in Ling Lan's mind. Ling Lan was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly closed her eyes and carefully felt this new series of enlightenments. It was a few hours later that she opened her eyes again. She let out a deep sigh. So that is the case. I almost made a grave mistake. The Dominance Dao was never truly her. When she forced herself to change to fit her Dao, she was twisting her true nature. Fortunately, she realized this early enough. If she really walked on the Dominance Dao, she believed that she would definitely regret it at the end. Ling Lan smiled. Her heavy heart lightened up instantly and she felt more relaxed. In the learning space, a few of the instructors stopped what they were doing in unplanned unison and looked up at the virtual sky. A rare smile appeared on number 9's cold and stern face. It was a very faint smile, but it was beautiful. Number 5 was stunned. He gave a sly smile and said, "This is exciting. Is this luck or is it something else? This is worth analyzing." Number 4 gave a relieved smile. Suddenly, she realized something. Ah! Does this mean that I have to wait longer? This is infuriating. She was only able to appear if Ling Lan met some obstacles or had a hole in her soul. Number 4 felt frustrated. The relieved feeling she had when Ling Lan walked back on the right path disappeared in an instant. She wished that time would move backward to the moment when Ling Lan achieved the enlightenment. If she had the power to, she would definitely mess up Ling Lan's enlightened state. Number 3 proudly raised his head towards the sky and laughed loudly as he sat in his own space. Ha ha ha, as expected of my beloved disciple. Number 2 slowly came out of the darkness and looked at the dark skies. He said softly, "This is good." Then, he went back into the darkness. Number 1 opened his eyes slightly and looked into the empty space. After a while, he closed his eyes again. In that slight time window when he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be a faint, almost unnoticeable smile on his face. Before Ling Lan was able to finish feeling happy for the fact that she managed to correct her mistake in time, a sudden realization almost made her expressionless face turn hideous. In the past, she never took note of this matter because Little Four had always reminded her about it. Her mother, Lan Luofeng, would also contact her to remind her when the time came. Thus, no such problem happened in the past 20 years. However, now, Little Four was in a coma and she was far away in the lawless lands, causing her mother, Lan Luofeng, to not be able to contact her. This small matter that she had disregarded for 1 year now came to find her for trouble. Was this extreme joy turning into sadness? Ling Lan stared at the patch of watermark on her seat. She didn't need to see it to know that it would be red in color. This had never came for 20 years, so Ling Lan almost forgot that her body still had this ability. But now, her old friend came to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. She felt like cursing biology. Ask Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya if they know whether there are any hormone suppressors among the goods. Ling Lan could only seek help from Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya now. When Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya knew this, they were dumbfounded. They went into a daze. Fine. They knew that Boss was a lady, but Ling Lan's powerful and dominant image was ingrained too deeply in their minds. Sometimes, they would forget that Ling Lan was a lady unconsciously and treat her as a man. They took a while to clean up for Ling Lan. After doing so, they quickly went to check on the cargo. However, there was no good news as Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya was told that they didn't have the hormone suppressor that Boss needed. They were still in shock when they heard the reason why. The people in the cargo they asked told them that Li Shi felt that forcefully changing a person's natural body hormones might seem harmless on the surface, but deep down, it might not be the case. He hadn't researched the implications, but it was better to not mess with anything that they weren't sure about. Plus, there were more men than women in the Lingshan Independent Army, especially among their comrades. They only had 2 younger sisters, Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya. They just wanted to dote on them, so how could they bear to let them fight on the front line? Thus, their younger sisters wouldn't need to use this kind of thing. This was the reason why Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya didn't need to undergo any hormone suppressor treatment like most of the female soldiers did before entering the battlefield. They had the luxury to bring along the monthly necessity that they needed to use. Chapter 1402 Probe. I wonder if Li Shi brought any hormone suppressors with him. Ling Lan didn't think that the possibility was high, but to make things easier, it was better to ask Li Shi about it. Xuaya and I can go and ask him. Luo Zhao knew that Ling Lan didn't want to expose her real gender, so she volunteered to probe Li Shi about it to see if they could get anything out of him. After some time, the 2 of them came back with a helpless expression. It looked like they didn't get anything. What happened? Asked Ling Lan. When Brother Shi heard that we wanted hormone suppressors, he scolded us before we can finish our sentence. Hong Xuaya wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. This was the first time she realized how scary a good-tempered person could be when they got angry. Brother Shi thought that we wanted it for ourselves. He's worried that we want to use it. Luo Zhao spoke up for Li Shi in a soft voice. Boss, if you don't have to use that thing, don't use it. Luo Zhao was worried about Ling Lan's body. She had been using hormone suppressors to control her natural bodily function for more than 20 years. She was scared that it could maybe permanently harm Ling Lan's body. She seemed alright now, but what Li Shi said made sense too. There had to be a price to pay when you defied nature. Luo Zhao was frightened that the price Ling Lan had to pay in the future would be too big for her to handle. Ling Lan had been Luo Zhao's male idol ever since she was young. Even though she was a lady now, she was still her male idol. She really hoped that Ling Lan would have a good life. a life filled with no regrets. We will be going through a lot of tough battles soon. Once this thing comes, my ability will drop, so we need to think of a way to solve this. Ling Lan could already feel her body was showing her signs of getting weaker. If this happened during a battle, it wouldn't be good. Luo Zhao knew that Ling Lan was right. They weren't at a safe place. This was the lawless lands where danger was found everywhere. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. Boss had the ambition of unifying the lawless lands. If every month there would be a time window when she would be weak, it would be quite frustrating. But where can we get hormone suppressors if Brother Shi doesn't want to help us? Han Xuya scratched her head. She couldn't think of another way out. The three people in the room all wore a helpless expression on their faces as they stared at each other. They didn't know what to do. Luo Zhao and Han Xuya laughed when they saw their cold and indifferent boss showing the same helpless expression as them. They felt that their relationship with Ling Lan seemed to have gotten closer than before. I'll look for Li Shi personally. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She prepared to use her status as boss to suppress him if need be. Of course, that was if Li Shi did have hormone suppressors. Li Shi was in his laboratory, analyzing and researching on all the plants he had gathered from the lawless lands. He wanted to use these plants to make useful agents. When he knew that they had to stay at the Rainbow Palace for a long time, the first thing Li Shi did was to move his research equipment and devices to the Rainbow Palace. Then, he put in 100% of his enthusiasm to start his agent factory. Li Shi knew that just based on transporting goods, even if the Jialan ship went back and forth non-stop, it would be unable to satisfy the huge amount of agents boss required. The only way to get a large amount of agents in reserves was to use the local resources to create agents. To hasten the speed of production, Li Shi started with the agents that had already existed on the lawless lands and was proven to be effective. Within a short time, he was able to analyze the various ingredients needed to make these agents. However, the agent-making procedures on the lawless lands were very outdated. The original recipe had many flaws too, so the agent it created wasn't the best. It couldn't meet Li Shi's expectations. Now, he was combing through all the permutations and combinations of ingredients and concentration that could make the best treatment agent. Once he succeeded, they would be able to be self-sufficient in creating these treatment agents, which had the highest demand. That way, the Jialan ship would be able to take back more raw ingredients for the Nuwa agent, and he would be able to make more of this life-saving agent to prepare for their future battles. Just as he was focused on his research, he suddenly felt an intense glare shooting daggers at his back. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Ling Lan standing at one side and looking at him silently. "Boss, why do you have the time to come here?" Li Shi was surprised. Ling Lan was the boss, but he respected all his comrades like peers. Once they started working, he would rarely disturb them. For instance, once Li Shi entered the laboratory, Ling Lan wouldn't disturb him even if something huge happened. Did something bad happen? This was Li Shi's first reaction. His expression changed as he quickly asked Ling Lan this question before she could reply to his last. Ling Lan answered in a hesitant tone. "The problem is not big. Are you free?" Li Shi knew that Ling Lan was asking if he had the time to chat. If he wasn't free, Ling Lan would leave and wait for him to be free. "I can do my research later." "Boss, what is the matter?" Li Shi decisively put down his research. Although boss said that it wasn't an important affair, it still must be something big for him to come here personally. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan didn't reply instantly. Instead, she remained silent for a moment as if she was having difficulty saying it. She placed her fist in front of her mouth and coughed lightly. Just now, Luo Zhao and Xuya came to find you." Ling Lan felt that this thing was a little hard to talk about. Li Shi was surprised. She didn't know why boss mentioned Luo Zhao and Han Xuya. After all, they came for hormone suppressors. When Luo Zhao asked him about it, she was extremely shy too. Did she go and look for Ling Lan out of unhappiness because she didn't get it from him? Li Shi shook his head. He felt that based on how embarrassed Luo Zhao was when she came, she wouldn't dare to talk about such private matters in front of boss. If he thought carefully about it, Han Xuya had more hope of doing this. "Boss, Did Hong Xuya tell you everything? Li Shi probed Ling Lan carefully. He realized that it was really awkward when two men were talking about the private matters of a woman. Not only that, he had to probe boss to make sure that he got the correct intention. They told me some things. That thing is very important to them. If you can, help them with it. Ling Lan didn't explain further. Did this mean that they said or they didn't say it? Li Shi started pondering in his heart. Did Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya find an alternative to the hormone suppressor, or did they really tell boss that they needed the hormone suppressor? Li Shi decided that he should just wait and see first. If they didn't tell boss about the hormone suppressor directly, he would make boss feel awkward if he mentioned it first. At the same time, Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya would feel awkward in front of boss too. That thing will do nothing good for their body. I think it's better for them to not use it. Since boss didn't say what it was, he wouldn't either. This was the safest way. But, after some time, when I start my plan, there will be countless battles. Without that thing, it will be dangerous for them to enter the battlefield. Ling Lan didn't say what she needed explicitly. Chapter 1403 I am not stupid. If we needed the two of them to enter the battlefield to fight, we're really lousy. Li Shi didn't agree with this point. When he saw Ling Lan furrowing her brows furiously, he knew that boss was still worried. Thus, he added, "Don't worry, if there's really a need for it, I'll prepare it for them. However, I won't give it to them now." Ling Lan's eyes lit up. "You have it? That's good news." However, Li Shi's reply crashed all of Ling Lan's hope. "Not now. Didn't you say that you'll prepare it for them if they need it?" Ling Lan asked him back. "I need time to analyze how it's made, or maybe the Jialan ship can bring some of it along when it comes back with the next batch of goods." Ling Lan was very disappointed by Li Shi's words. No matter how fast the Jialan ship was, it would take at least 2 months to make a trip back, including the time needed to load and unload the goods. It would take at least 3 months. That meant that she had to endure 3 months of her menses. "No matter what, we should prepare all kinds of agents just to be careful," Ling Lan said helplessly. "I was in a rush when I came, so I only had the time to bring the agents that we needed the most. I ignored those that aren't necessary." Li Shi spoke righteously. Ling Lan was crying in her heart. Was she able to tell him that hormone suppressors were what she needed the most? Also, boss, the thing that Luo Zhao and Xuya want might do harm to their bodies. You should persuade them against using it. Li Shi's expression was filled with worry. He sincerely hoped that his 2 younger sisters wouldn't use hormone suppressors. If they don't need to use it, I also hope that they won't use it either. However, no one knows what will happen in the future, so it's better to prepare while we can. It might be harmful, but it's better than dying, Ling Lan said calmly. Li Shi trembled a little when he heard Ling Lan's words. He started self-reflecting. Was he too extreme when he rejected his younger sisters? After all, life was the most important thing. If you were dead, everything else would be useless. Also, if there were really any harmful implications from using the hormone suppressor, they still had him, right? Li Shi managed to convince himself. He nodded his head heavily and said, "I understand, boss. After I finish making the healing agents, I will start researching on the medication Luo Zhao and Xuya need." Since they needed to use it, he would rather make it himself. He had more confidence in his own medication. He didn't like hormone suppressors, but as a top-class military doctor standing at the peak of the medical world, he knew all the formula of all the medication in the Federation, including hormone suppressors. Now, he just needed to take out the portion that he felt would cause harm to the body or use other medications to suppress the harmful effects. That way, he might be able to create a hormone suppressor that he felt was safe. "I'll rely on you then," Ling Lan replied in a composed tone. The result wasn't as satisfying as what she expected, but at least Li Shi didn't despise the thought of making hormone suppressors. This was extremely good news for her. She would be able to get the agent she needed from Li Shi, and she didn't have to resort to think of other ways of finding it. After that, Ling Lan disappeared from the laboratory. Li Shi shook his head with a bitter smile when he saw that he was alone again. Boss personally came for such a small matter. It looked like boss really placed much importance in his 2 fiancées. By right, Li Shi should feel relieved. However, for some reason, he had a bitter feeling in his heart. It felt as if the younger sisters he doted so lovingly was being snatched away. Although it was by his well-respected boss, he wasn't able to chase away the sense of grief at the bottom of his heart. This was probably the feeling of being an older brother. This was the first time he experienced this feeling. Li Shi was inexperienced in this area, so naturally, he used this to explain his emotions. As the battle royale at Komoda got more chaotic, the mecha clans from both sides started engaging in violent fights. At the start, the result was evenly split, but as time went by, Lord Zine and Lord Gen's side started winning. How did this happen? That was because after every huge fight, Lord Demon and Lord Li's mecha armies would be ambushed by a mysterious mecha clan. There weren't many people in this mecha clan, but that was the exact reason why they were able to move around quickly and mysteriously. However, they would only appear after a mecha army had won a tough fight, taking them out instantly when they were fatigued from the earlier fight. On the other hand, if there were still a huge number of mecha operators left, this mysterious mecha clan would swiftly retreat after creating the first round of casualties. They really came and went like the wind. People were caught off their guards. Lord Demon and Lord Li's army suffered heavy losses. Thus, they started collecting information on this mysterious mecha clan. But there was too little information on them. They were unable to conclude within a short time if this mecha clan actually belonged to Lord Zen and Lord Gen. No one knew who they belonged to, but the remaining mecha clans and mecha army of Lord Demon and Lord Li started keeping their guards up. However, it was not very useful. After they fought a tiring battle with Lord Zen and Lord Gen's army, when they were already tired and drained of energy, they would always meet the ambush of this mysterious mecha clan. Haha, Lan, your strategy is really amazing. After Zhao Jun once again easily annihilated a mecha clan that belonged to Lord Demon, he patted Li Lang's shoulder and laughed excitedly. Don't be happy so early. Li Lang glanced at him. He didn't hide the look of pity in his eyes. Zhao Jun's laughter was stuck in his throat. He remembered the first sentence Li Lang said to him when they met. You're dead. What's wrong? Zhao Jun asked in confusion. They just won a huge fight. Haha, fighting 10,000 people with 2,000 men. You're really awesome. Li Lang mocked. I didn't have a choice then. Zhao Jun touched his nose cheekily. After he calmed down, he realized that his decision at that time was indeed a little impulsive. Fortunately, they had military Dr. Li's Nuwa agent to help them. That was why they took the victory with only 3 casualties. If not, they might have to sacrifice close to 1,000 mecha operators in order to win over their opponent. However, to Boss, this wasn't a victory at all. Only idiots would do something like this. This was a huge failure in his book. You need to explain to Boss after you go back. Li Lang scoffed. However, I don't think you will have a chance. Lang. Zhao Jun grabbed Li Lang's shoulder and looked at him lovingly. We are best friends, right? No. Li Lang replied decisively. Lang, you can't be so heartless, Zhao Jun said with a pitiful expression. I'm not stupid. Li Lang wanted to break free from Zhao Jun's large hand. He didn't want to interfere in this affair. Li Lang was always someone who never allowed himself to get into a passive or disadvantageous position. Based on the mistake that Zhao Jun made at the start, Ling Lan would definitely punish him. It would definitely be a torturous punishment too. He wouldn't be stupid to help Zhao Jun. No, you must help me. Zhao Jun held Li Lang's shoulder tightly. He wasn't willing to let him go. Li Lang didn't say much, but he understood that Boss was unhappy. If Boss was unhappy, he was dead, and the only person who could solve his problem was Li Lang. Everyone in Lingshan knew that Boss never changed his decision easily. If there was anyone that could make Boss change his mind, it was this sly fox Li Lang. Chapter 1404 Enchanted. Must? Li Lang turned to him as he flashed an eerie smile. Why must I help you? Li Lang didn't understand why Zhao Jun was so confident. History had shown, any problem that was concerned with Ling Lan, he would always side with her. You won't help me? Zhao Jun returned the gesture with a similar eerie smile. Then, Don't blame me if I tell boss that you don't like Hong Xuya and Luo Zhao after I go back. Li Lan squinted his eyes as a dangerous gleam flashed by them. What part of me doesn't like them? In that instant, the thought of destroying Zhao Jun went through Li Lan's mind. If you like them, why are you trying so hard to push them away? Hee. Zhao Jun sniggered as he said. He wasn't the least afraid of the dangerous aura Li Lan was exuding. Zhao Jun, did I ever tell you that you must always act with caution if you want to live longer? The smile on Li Lan's face got progressively more devilish. Zhao Jun immediately wiped away the smug smile on his face. Fine, don't smile like that. It is creepy. Just take it that I didn't say anything. It couldn't be helped. He was just too familiar with that smile. That was the smile when Li Lan was scheming someone's death. He had seen and experienced the after effects of the smile, so the smile now would just give him the chills. In fact, he wouldn't mind it too much if the smile was not directed at him, but when Li Lan smiled like that at him, Zhao Jun could feel his blood turning into ice. Li Lan retracted his devilish smile slowly. He remained silent for a few seconds before opening his mouth and asking in a composed tone, "Was I too obvious?" "Not really." Zhao Jun touched his nose and continued awkwardly, "It's just that I understand you too well to fall into your trap. You are quite impatient towards people you don't like." "Really? I thought I was quite patient." Li Lan muttered to himself softly. "Huh?" Zhao Jun acted as if he didn't hear what Li Lan said. No one knew if it was because Li Lan's voice was too soft or was Zhao Jun pretending to not hear it. Either way, Li Lan wasn't interested in continuing with this topic. From Zhao Jun's words, he knew that the effect of his outer facade was fading away. Yes, when he saw Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya staying beside Ling Lan every day, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by 1,000 knife cuts. He had really tried his best to endure until now. If he hadn't controlled himself, the exploding amounts of jealousy within him could have manipulated him to lay his hands on Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya. But, luckily, in the end, his rational side still suppressed his emotional side. "Actually, you don't have to worry. From what I see, boss will not lose his edge nor ambition because of his romantic relationships." Without asking Li Lan directly, Zhao Jun could only guess why Li Lan didn't like Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya. In his mind, Li Lan was an ambitious person. So, as an ambitious person, he would do everything in his power to propel himself forward. But unexpectedly, Li Lan seemed to have tied his ambition with boss. In that case, it was natural for him to discriminate against any unfavorable elements that would affect boss's grand ambition. "Yes, I'm not worried about that. If I was worried about that, I wouldn't have allowed them to stay beside boss," Li Lan said. "On another note, about your problem, do you think boss will lighten your punishment just because I say so? If you really do want a lighter punishment, you should perform better so your achievements would offset your initial failure, and to do that, you will have to complete the task boss gave you with minimal casualties. This is the only way I think you will have a chance to survive." "Okay, help me to think of a plan please." Zhao Jun would pester Li Lan until the very end, thinking about the hours of work he would have to do to get this pest away from him. Li Lan could already feel the back of his head itching. "Remember that you owe me a life." Li Lan hopelessly agreed. A part of the reason was because he wanted to get rid of the pesky bug, but the main reason why he wanted to get away was because he wanted to go back to Ling Lan's side. Without him looking after Ling Lan, he was afraid that Ling Lan would cheat on him. Wait, number. He meant he was afraid someone would snatch Ling Lan away. He used one night to summarize all the information on the enemy he had on his hands. Then, Li Lan came up with a few protocols for Zhao Jun to follow in different situations. There were protocols if they wanted to ambush, spy, or even infiltrate. All in all, Zhao Jun would have to rely on himself during the battle to decide what he decided to go. Li Lan couldn't help him with this. After all, Zhao Jun was the regiment commander of his own mecha clan. This was the difference between a strategist and a commander. Strategists would only come up with a framework of the plan, while the commander would execute the plans. But, Plans were plans in the end. There would always be an unstable element when applied to reality. Thus, it was up to the commander to make the necessary adjustments. Li Lan came hurriedly and left hurriedly. 3 days later, he returned to the Rainbow Palace. Huh? Why are you back so early? Even Ling Lan was surprised by Li Lan's speed. Why did you say it like that? Do you not want to see me? Since they were alone, Li Lan took off his silver mask. His face, which could mesmerize people in a second, had a tinge of mock anger and resentment on it, adding flavor to his already cute puffed-up cheeks. Ling Lan almost couldn't handle it. Can you speak properly? Ling Lan held onto her forehead as she sighed. Didn't this man know that his face could bend a straight man? Why was he still giving this expression? If she was really a man, Ling Lan didn't know if she could remain straight. I am hurt by your words. Li Lan gave a beautiful morning expression as he leaned on Ling Lan's chest. His entire face showed that he was looking for consolation. Suddenly, his doughy expression turned grave. He straightened his body and grabbed Ling Lan's chest forcefully. His entire aura turned cold. You're hurt, huh? A moment ago, he was still looking for comfort like a petite young lady. Why did he change the topic so abruptly? Ling Lan was stunned. Why hadn't Lisha treated you? Why is the smell of blood on you so strong? Li Lan was extremely nervous. Where did you get hurt? Are you still bleeding? Is it because his agent doesn't work? What happened? How did you get hurt when I just left for 3 days? Why was he so helpless every time Ling Lan was hurt? Every time Ling Lan was hurt, she wasn't the only one in pain. He was hurting too. The difference was, Ling Lan's body hurt while his heart hurt. Upon hearing Li Lan's rapid series of questions, no matter how calm Ling Lan was, she still couldn't control the flow of her blood. It shot right up to her head. She was embarrassed. Why is your face so red? Is it because Lan's face was pale? There was a stark contrast with Ling Lan's red face and her normal cold face. Just when he was about to turn his head and call for Lisha's help, suddenly, his world started spinning. Boom! He got pressed down by Ling Lan. At the same time, Ling Lan used her right hand to press his mouth firmly to stop him from shouting. Shut up, Ling Lan said with frustration and anger. Just based on the swift and precise action Ling Lan did just now, suppressing him with a single move, it was enough to prove that there was nothing wrong with Ling Lan's body. Li Lan was a smart person. He got agitated just now because he was too concerned about Ling Lan. So, when he noticed that Ling Lan was alright, his rationale took over and he nodded his head obediently to show that he wouldn't say anything. After Ling Lan noticed him nodding, she put down a hand that was covering his mouth, revealing the extremely beautiful face. The corners of his eyes and the corner of his lips were both filled with smiles. The bright smile told Ling Lan that Li Lan was very happy that nothing happened to her. He was really worried about her. Although Li Lan's series of questions made Ling Lan very awkward and even embarrassed, when she saw the smile, her heart started getting warm and restless. She was grateful for the concern Li Lan had for her. Yes, she would never admit that she got enchanted by his smile. 1405 Teach me then. I had a breakthrough recently. I lost control a little during the process, so some problems arised. I'll be fine after some time, Ling Lan carefully explained. She was a little surprised by her fluency to come up with an excuse, but what she said was the truth. She just took away an important point because she didn't want the people who cared about her to worry, and of course know her true gender. As long as you're fine. Li Lan smiled gently as he said, but still, your nose is really sensitive. You can actually smell it. Ling Lan was a little speechless. Li Lan smiled and remained silent. He wouldn't tell Ling Lan that his entire mind was on him. He would notice it even if there was just a slight change about him. Ling Lan felt that she had explained everything she should, passing this crisis smoothly. Hence, she pushed her right hand on the ground and jumped up. She looked down to see Li Lan still lying on the ground with a faint smile. She stretched her hand out naturally and prepared to pull him up. Li Lan's smile got brighter when he saw the outstretched hand. He reached his hand out and felt force coming from the hand to pull him out. With the help of that firm hand, He stood up from the ground. Li Lan didn't control the sudden force, he just allowed it to pull him into the other person's arms. Ling Lan was flabbergasted as she hugged the beauty that voluntarily fell into her arms. What was going on? She didn't use that much force, right? I was too worried just now. When you suddenly attacked me, I instinctively wanted to resist, but I stopped my domain forcefully when I realized that it was you. I got injured by the backlash. Ling Lan felt the warm breaths by her ear. It was a little itchy. Li Lan was explaining why he was so weak. Was he saying that it was her fault? Forget it. They were just hugging each other for a while, right? It wasn't the first time they hugged. They had done it many times in the past, so once more wouldn't mean anything. Moreover, Li Lan was a beauty. She wouldn't lose anything by hugging him. Li Lan gave an evil smile when he noticed that Ling Lan had stopped resisting. His plan succeeded. He leaned closer to Ling Lan and furiously breathed in the cold aura on Ling Lan's body. He hoped to get more of it so that he could be able to satiate his desire for a longer period of time. Love that penetrated through the bone. This was definitely an emotion that could turn someone crazy. Sometimes Li Lan felt that he had already gone berserk. Are you feeling better? Ling Lan asked in concern. If he still wasn't feeling well, maybe he needed to be fed with agents. Li Lan could feel that Ling Lan was about to release him. He wasn't willing to let Ling Lan go, so he turned his body and grabbed Ling Lan's waist tightly. He leaned his head on Ling Lan's shoulder and said with a hint of desperation, as if he was using all his might to bear with the pain, Ling Lan, in the past, I told you that I like someone, right? I really like that person. Ling Lan wanted to push Li Lan away, but when she heard the sorrow in Li Lan's heart, she continued hugging him. What's the matter? Tell me about it. She had never been in a relationship, but she had read multiple romance novels before. Thus, she might still be able to help her friends with some advice. But, that person doesn't like me. That person doesn't like me at all. Li Lan choked as he said that. Even if Ling Lan couldn't see Li Lan's expression, she could feel his despair. Ling Lan knew that Li Lan was chasing the person he liked, but she always thought that it was not an issue to him. He was a sly person and had many tricks up his sleeves. After scheming against the person a few times, no woman would be able to resist him. But, surprisingly, the strategist that she thought was omnipotent would meet such a huge rejection. How did you chase after her? Ling Lan decided to find the problem from his methods. I hint my love to that person many times, but that person didn't seem to get it. So, it must be because that person doesn't like me but didn't want our relationship to become awkward, so that person pretended to be oblivious. Li Lan replied. Not everyone is so quick on the uptake. If you don't outright say it, how will the other party know? Ling Lan felt helpless. In the novels, many people missed their love of their lives because they didn't confess. She once thought that the people in this world were more straightforward, but from the looks of it now, they were no different from the people in the world of her past life. They still had romantic problems like one-sided love. Really? Li Lan seemed uncertain. Of course, Ling Lan said firmly. But, what if that person rejects me if I confess? Ling Lan, I'll really become crazy if that person rejects me. I really love that person. I love that person so much, Li Lan said as he clutched his chest. He was afraid of the answer. If Ling Lan rejected him, he wouldn't know what he would do. He really didn't know if he would resort to hurting Ling Lan at that time. This was the reason why he didn't dare to take the crucial step. Ling Lan didn't know what to say. She didn't expect Li Lan to be so crazy in love. This fact angered Ling Lan quite a bit. Who on earth was that person who mesmerized her strategist to this point? If she really rejects Li Lan, her strategist would be destroyed. To prevent one of her important men from getting destroyed, Ling Lan had no choice but to rack her brains to come up with a solution to help Li Lan get the lady he liked. If she doesn't agree, we can knock her unconscious so you can sleep with her first. Ling Lan knew that this idea wasn't morally right, especially to the lady, but for the sake of Li Lan and herself, she had to resort to more devious means. Of course, based on how much Li Lan loved this lady, he wouldn't do anything bad to her. He would definitely be a good husband and father. After thinking about this, The guilt in Ling Lan's heart lessened a little. Knock her unconscious? Li Lan raised his head and looked at Ling Lan oddly. I can't do it. Why not? Ling Lan was surprised. Li Lan was a titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior while she was an Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior. How could they not be able to do this? That person holds a high position. There are many powerful people around that person, including Imperial Realm Formidable Warriors. Li Lan chose a few points to reply to Ling Lan. He spoke cleverly. It was up to the listener how she wanted to interpret his answer. In actual fact, Li Lan was crying in his heart. If he could do it, he would have done it a long time ago. Of course, in order to make the other party be responsible for him, he had already prepared himself mentally to be the one at the bottom. You fell in love with such a powerful person. She even has Imperial Realm Formidable Warriors protecting her. There's only 4 families in the Federation that have this ability. Which one is she from? Ling Lan knew that the Li and Yi families were pushed out by the government of the Federation to suppress the 4 elite families. Solely based on their foundation, the Li and Yi families weren't strong enough. However, with the help of the government and the fact that the Li and the Yi families each owned half the business world, the reputation of these 2 families was higher than the 4 elite families. It was understandable that they became the top 2 elite families. As expected, this dance man never understood his obvious hints. Li Lan sighed in his heart deeply again. He didn't have the interest to reply to Ling Lan anymore. But, when Ling Lan heard Li Lan sighing, she thought that she made the right guess. She thought that Li Lan felt too hopeless, so he didn't want to say who that person was. Ling Lan contemplated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you seduce that person?" Since they couldn't use brute force, they could only use the soft approach. Ling Lan didn't believe that any women would be able to reject Li Lan if he seduced the lady with this mesmerizing face of his. Seduce? Li Lan's eyes lit up. Would this work? That's right, seduction. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. But I don't know how. Li Lan's gaze turned dull. You don't know? Learn then. Ling Lan was agitated. Why were her men all so troublesome? Not only did she have to guide them to become stronger, she even needed to help them think of ways to get their wives now. Why was it so difficult to be a boss? Teach me then. Li Lan smiled and said. He was waiting to say this sentence all along. 1406 At night when no one is around, teach you? Ling Lan was stunned. They went through all that and in the end, she was supposed to teach Li Lan how to seduce a woman. The most important thing was, she didn't know how to seduce a man. Not to say a woman. Ling Lan, don't forget that you have 2 wives. You should be very experienced in this aspect. Li Lan smiled as he reminded Ling Lan beside her ears. The impression he gave Ling Lan was of a fox demon. Huh? You think I would need to resort to seducing them to get them to be my wives? Ling Lan turned her head in disdain. She would never allow Li Lan to realize that she was inexperienced in this aspect. Of course you won't need it. But, didn't your wives use such methods before? It seemed that Li Lan had fixed his mind on pestering Ling Lan. He must make her teach him something. Do you think Guo Zhao and Xuya are those kinds of ladies? Do you think that I will be seduced by them? What kind of nonsense is that? Ling Lan flicked her sleeves in mock anger. If she really knew how to do it, she didn't mind giving him some tips. But, she didn't know anything. She couldn't be polite to Li Lan anymore. If you can't even teach me, who can I learn it from? Li Lan said dejectedly. He looked like a puppy that was abandoned. Ling Lan really couldn't bear to see him like this. Sob. She couldn't resist cute little animals at all. Every time Li Lan gave her this kind of look, she would want to help him to solve any of his difficulties. How good would it be if Little Four was around? Once again, Ling Lan felt how inconvenient it was without Little Four. If Little Four was here, he would be able to find some information related to seduction in his database. Then, she would be able to give this information to Li Lan directly and ask him to look through it himself. How about this? You can go into the virtual world and look for videos to learn from. Ling Lan walked to her desk and held the armrest of her chair. She sat down. It's useless. They're all videos of ladies seducing men. Li Lan shook his head and sighed. So he had this thought before. Ling Lan realized that Li Lan knew what to do, he just didn't dare to act because he hadn't perfected the technique. Since you know it, why are you still looking for me? Ling Lan was speechless. Was she an omnipotent treasure chest to her comrades? Why did they always look for her when they needed solutions for their problems? You're the only one that knows this. If I don't find you, I'll go crazy. Li Lan laid on the table weakly. His dejected and pitiful expression caused Ling Lan to reach her hand out unconsciously and touched his pitch black and silky hair in an effort to console him. His hair was nice to touch. It was even more comfortable than touching Little White's fur. Ling Lan touched his hair again. Li Lan smiled happily when he felt the warmth on his head. He even cooperated with Ling Lan and rubbed his head against Ling Lan's palm. He felt as if he was really being caressed by this man. How could he bear to let someone else get this person? Li Lan's desire to hold on to Ling Lan got larger. Li Lan's cooperation caused Ling Lan to touch his hair a few more times. She seemed to have touched him for too long. Ling Lan didn't know how to end this. Would Li Lan think that she had some weird fetish? Although Li Lan was beautiful, she really didn't have any evil intentions towards him. You can still grasp the essence of the videos. Whether it's a woman seducing a man or a man seducing a woman, the essence of seduction is still the same. Ling Lan retracted her hand naturally. She forced herself to say something to shift their attention away from the awkwardness of touching his head for too long. Li Lan looked up and raised his eyebrows. Are you saying that I should duplicate what they did? I think you can try. Ling Lan felt that the essence of seduction was the same. There should still be some results if he used the seduction methods of a woman. Don't you find it disgusting or too feminine? Li Lan seemed anxious. Li Lan's words caused the image of a rough man doing such actions to appear in Ling Lan's mind. Her body shuddered violently. She felt that it was quite frightening. Then, her gaze landed on Li Lan's beautiful and angelic face. Her thoughts suddenly changed. She felt that it wasn't so strange after all. Why don't you try it? Ling Lan suggested weakly. She really didn't have any confidence regarding such matters. She could only hope that the lady Li Lan liked took a fancy to his face. If not, the results were unpredictable. To you? Li Lan frowned slightly. He seemed to have misunderstood what Ling Lan said. He thought that Ling Lan was asking him to perform in front of her. Huh? Did she say that just now? Thinking back, Ling Lan felt that her words might really cause misunderstandings. Just as Ling Lan was about to explain that she didn't have this intention, Li Lan seemed to have made a decision. He bit his lips and said, "Okay, I'll try. If it's really unsightly, don't laugh at me." From Ling Lan's point of view, Li Lan's gaze was hesitant but firm. He had decided that he would do anything to gain the heart of the lady he loved. Ling Lan didn't know what to say suddenly. Was she supposed to explain that he misunderstood her words, or was she supposed to give him encouragement? "I'll come and find you at night when no one is around." Li Lan threw this sentence at her and disappeared from his spot before Ling Lan could decide what to say. At night when no one is around? Ling Lan's mind went blank for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly understood what was happening. She exclaimed with her hands against her cheeks while panicking inwardly. At night when no one is around. Oh my God, did Li Lan mean that he was coming to seduce her at night when no one is around? Blood almost came out of Ling Lan's nose when she understood what was happening. What the hell was going on? Why did she become his target of seduction? Although this was just a practice, the entire business had nothing to do with her. Nothing at all. Who on earth did she offend for this to happen to her? But, this matter didn't bother Ling Lan too much, as she was soon engrossed by her work. The Komoda district battle and the reorganization of power in the Rainbow Palace didn't give Ling Lan much time to waste. After a busy day, Ling Lan felt a little tired. She finished washing up and laid on her bed. While she was half asleep, she suddenly reached her hand out and grabbed a fair and smooth hand. "It's good that you're not asleep." Familiar voice whispered beside her ear. Ling Lan felt the veins on her temples throbbing. She slowly opened her eyes and said through her gritted teeth, "Li Lan, Feng." You're really doing this?" Her gaze landed on an exceptional beauty standing at the side of her bed. He was only wearing a thin shawl gown. His fair chest could be seen faintly. There was a faint smile on his face as he looked at her with love in his eyes. Is he starting already? Ling Lan didn't know what to do. She didn't expect Li Lan to start instantly the moment he arrived. She was caught off guard. 1407 Fun. Wasn't you the one who asked me to try it out? Li Lan smiled ambiguously. Since you suggested it, I came to test it out on you. I can't just look for that person directly without testing it first, right? If the person is disgusted by me, I will die. I will not fight a war that I'm not confident in. This is what you taught me. Li Lan sat down on the bed and bent down slightly. But I'm a man. Ling Lan looked at the beautiful face inching closer to her. Although it was enchanting and captivating, her expression still remained calm and composed. HMPH, although I'm a lady, I've seen many beautiful men in my past life as well as this lifetime, even if most of them were photographs and videos. I'm very experienced in beauties. How can I lose? However, she was a man now. If Li Lan seduced her, he was seducing a man. Wasn't there something wrong with this? Ling Lan raised her hand and rubbed the center of her forehead. She sounded a little helpless as she said, Lan, did you get your target wrong? Shouldn't you find a lady? Who do I look for? Owo Zhao, Hangzuaya. I bet that before I could start, they would raise their fist at me and scold me for being a pervert. Li Lan slowly laid down on his side as he spoke. He was facing Ling Lan on her bed. There was a hint of resignation on his face. He seemed to be telling Ling Lan that he came to look for her because he had no other choices. There's many maids in the Rainbow Palace too, Ling Lan suggested decisively. They didn't need to be seduced. With my current status, there will be many people who are willing to sleep with me. Li Lan shook his head dejectedly. It was obvious that besides Ling Lan, there was no one else he could find. Zhao Jun. Ling Lan tried to struggle. He's still in Komoda. Plus, he doesn't know that I like someone. I don't want him to laugh at me. Li Lan rejected Ling Lan's suggestion without a second thought. Then you don't mind me laughing at you? Ling Lan wanted to roll her eyes. You have already laughed at me. I don't mind if you laugh at me again, Li Lan said with a smile. By hook or by crook, he had already decided that he would ask Ling Lan for help. Are you not even willing to help me with this? When Li Lan saw Ling Lan's cold face, his smiling face collapsed. He looked at Ling Lan pitifully like a puppy that had been abandoned by its owner. Ling Lan felt her heart turning soft. She actually relented to his pestering and told him to do what he wanted. When Li Lan heard this, his eyes lit up, even his beautiful face turned radiant. Ling Lan, who was scolding herself secretly, couldn't reject him when she saw his face. Li Lan quickly sat up and stretched his hands out. His hands, which were normally very stable, were trembling slightly. There seemed to be excitement in his eyes as well as a hint of nervousness. His hands slowly got close to Ling Lan's sleeping gown. Finally, he touched a button on the gown. With shaking hands, Li Lan managed to unbutton one button. Just as he was about to move down to the second button, Ling Lan grabbed his hands and asked coldly, "What are you trying to do?" Li Lan raised his head with a confused expression. He didn't seem to understand why Ling Lan had stopped him. Ling Lan felt the veins on her forehead throbbing again. She forced herself to squeeze her words out of her mouth. "Shouldn't you seduce the other party so that they will take off their clothes themselves?" Did Li Lan get the wrong script? She wasn't the one who was supposed to seduce him. Why was he taking off her clothes? Me? Li Lan was enlightened. His face turned red immediately, all the way to his ears. "You don't dare to take off your clothes? How are you supposed to seduce the person you like then?" Ling Lan looked at him with disdain. Where was his dedication? Why was he so hesitant? Li Lan raised his head. His face was still red but his gaze was filled with endless love. He seemed to have immersed himself in his character. Ling Lan felt that he was looking at her as though she was his lover. Li Lan tied his thin shawl gown casually at the waist. Ling Lan saw him reaching his hand out and pulling the book knot apart. The thin shawl gown spread opened and slid down slowly from his shoulders. Li Lan looked scrawny, but he was someone who looked skinny when he wore clothes but muscular when he took them off. He had well-defined muscles. With the help of his glowing white skin and the mesmerizing face, Ling Lan actually felt her throat turning dry. Li Lan slowly leaned towards Ling Lan. At the same time, he raised Ling Lan's hand and placed it on his face. "I really like you." Li Lan looked at Ling Lan intently. His gaze was a little sorrowful. He wanted to love but couldn't. He wanted to get that person but he couldn't. His grief started spreading uncontrollably. Ling Lan frowned. How good must that person be for Li Lan to like her so much? He liked her until he felt inferior. Ling Lan took pity on Li Lan. Li Lan was always someone who knew what he was doing. Every time he did something, he would make the necessary arrangements beforehand so that he could control the overall situation. He wouldn't stop until he reached his goal. Besides her, everyone in Lingshan had been schemed by him before. Actually, if her safety wasn't compromised, Li Lan would scheme against her too. However, Ling Lan didn't think that it was a bad thing, so she just let him be. For instance, this time, Ling Lan knew that Li Lan was using her words against her, but she was willing to get schemed by him. Li Lan understood this point too. This was their way of communication, to him and to her. It was fun for them. Ling Lan couldn't help but sigh. She raised her hand and rubbed Li Lan's head. She wanted to give some consolation to the man who was breaking down because of love. Li Lan leaned against Ling Lan's chest. The two of them hugged each other. The atmosphere gradually turned calm. A few seconds later, Ling Lan suddenly pressed her chest and shouted coldly, "Li Lan, what are you doing?" Li Lan smiled lightly. "I'm seducing you. If not, why am I here?" "I think that your seducing skills are already good enough." Ling Lan pulled away Li Lan's hands that were trying to take off her clothes. She almost lost her innocence. "That's not enough. You didn't have any reaction." Li Lan didn't seem to want to stop. "What reaction should I have? The person you should seduce isn't me." Ling Lan was speechless. If she really had a reaction, things would go out of hand. "But you had no reaction to my seduction attempt at all. Doesn't that mean that my seducing skill isn't good enough?" Li Lan said unwillingly. "What do you want me to do then?" Ling Lan was frustrated. "You should at least give some reaction so that I know whether I'm doing the right thing." Li Lan felt that Ling Lan wasn't cooperative enough. "Reaction? What reaction do you want?" Ling Lan was getting impatient. "What would happen if my temptation worked? Maybe your heart will be moved?" Li Lan thought for a moment before replying with some uncertainty. "You will go as long as I'm moved?" Ling Lan smiled coldly. "Let me give it to you then." Ling Lan turned her body and pressed Li Lan below her. Li Lan looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. He didn't expect Ling Lan to react this way. Ling Lan raised her hand and slid her finger down Li Lan's eyes, along the side of his face, and to his lips. She slowly caressed his lips with her fingers. When Li Lan felt Ling Lan's cold finger touching his lips, his body started trembling. He closed his eyes slightly and his mouth opened uncontrollably. His tongue slid out and licked Ling Lan's finger. Li Lan's expression, as well as the numbness on the tip of her finger, caused Ling Lan to lose her cool in an instant. She lowered her head and roughly blocked Li Lan's naughty lips. 1408 Responsible? Li Lan was shocked. But that didn't last for long as the feeling of exhilaration took over his body. He immediately reciprocated the bold act and started kissing Ling Lan back passionately. After some time, Ling Lan regained her senses only to realize a panting Li Lan was underneath her looking at her with glazed out-of-focus eyes. She panted heavily before finally opening her mouth and said, "Congratulations. You succeeded." Her words fell into deaf ears as Li Lan's lustful eyes showed no response. Li Lan ignored everything in the world as he slowly inched his fingers towards Ling Lan's clothes. He really looked like a vixen that would destroy a country. However, as his fingers got closer to Ling Lan, a chilling gaze befell him. The chilling gaze was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. He said instinctively, "Huh?" Ling Lan replied to him by flicking him off her bed with a wave of her sleeve. Based on your performance just now, you can go and seduce that person you like. Ling Lan had already laid down on the bed with her back towards him. She expressed that since the practice had ended, Li Lan could now leave. Li Lan stretched his hand out and touched his lips with a reminiscing expression. During the kiss a moment ago, both of them were equally as passionate. His lips were a little numb and painful, but this feeling was what he yearned for so long. He really wanted to do it again. Ling Lan, you kissed me. Li Lan started whining shamelessly. Ling Lan almost blew a fuse when she heard this. The kiss was a humiliation to her. She actually lost to beauty. Didn't you want the answer to a successful seduction? However, on the surface, Ling Lan still appeared calm. She gave a general answer. You have succeeded. This is the result you should receive. But I didn't ask you to really kiss me. Li Lan was shameless. He climbed onto the bed again and leaned against Ling Lan. Ling Lan turned around and raised her hand. She pressed Li Lan down beside her, preventing him from touching her body. Li Lan struggled, but he couldn't break free from her grip. Thus, he laid helplessly beside Ling Lan. He tilted his head slightly and smiled as he looked at her. Ling Lan, how does it feel to kiss me? Was it disgusting? I'm a man after all. Disgusting? Of course not. He was a beauty and he did not taste bad. Ling Lan thought about it carefully. If she went back to being a lady and needed to choose her future partner, she probably wouldn't reject a man like Li Lan. As expected, she liked anything that was beautiful. Ling Lan touched her face as she contemplated. She suddenly realized that all her comrades she groomed tirelessly were handsome fellows with unique styles. This was enough to prove her love for beauty. Among all of them, Li Lan was the most beautiful. Hence, she had more patience and tolerance for him. If she was an emperor, she would definitely be a bad emperor that indulged in beauties. I'm taking it as though I was completing a mission. On the battlefield, among comrades, that is nothing to worry about, Ling Lan replied indifferently. So, you don't hate it, right? Li Lan squinted. He looked like a little fox. Yes, you're my comrade, Ling Lan replied firmly. That's good. Li Lan was satisfied. He laid down obediently and closed his eyes to sleep. Ling Lan was stunned by Li Lan's shamelessness again. Aren't you going back? This was her bed. Li Lan opened his eyes and smiled as he replied, I'm very tired, so I'll rest here. No. Ling Lan replied instantly. If her parents knew that she slept on the same bed with a man, either her father would chop Li Lan up or her mother would happily arrange their wedding for them, and she didn't want either of those outcomes. That's right. Although Ling Lan appreciated Li Lan's beauty, she didn't have any evil intention towards Li Lan. It wasn't Li Lan's problem. She just couldn't see herself be entangled in a relationship for the rest of her life. After pretending to be a man for more than 20 years, Ling Lan was used to it. She liked it even. Adding on, her new goal was to become the king of the lawless lands, fighting her way back to the Federation with the title of king to return justice to her father. Before she completed her goal, Ling Lan wouldn't think of anything else, including her future. You kissed me, Li Lan whined pitifully. He gave the look of a puppy that got abandoned again. I said that was just practice, a mission. Even Ling Lan felt a little guilty when she refuted. But you still kissed me. My first kiss is gone. Li Lan had already left any sense of shame behind him. He decided that he would stay on Ling Lan's bed and not leave no matter what. You sound as if you're the only one who has their first kiss stolen, Ling Lan complained in her heart. But she had to admit that she was the one who took the initiative. It looked like she needed to take responsibility. What do you want then? Ling Lan asked weakly. You need to be responsible. Li Lan pushed his limits. Responsible? Ling Lan was flabbergasted. She didn't know what Li Lan meant. Yes, it's so cold outside and you are still asking me to leave? You're so heartless. Li Lan shifted his body towards Ling Lan to show that he was really cold. He needed Ling Lan to give him some warmth. As someone in the titled domain stage, he was afraid of the cold? Li Lan, can you be even more shameless? Ling Lan was totally speechless. However, she knew she couldn't force Li Lan to leave tonight. Are you testing my patience? Ling Lan said coldly. Everyone in Lingshan knew that boss never slept with anyone on the same bed. Even her fiancés, Luo Zhao and Han Xuya, had never slept with her. There were some people that tried to challenge this rule. Qi Long, Luo Lang, and their comrades once betted with one another to see who would succeed. But they got immediately frightened by Ling Lan's cold gaze and backed off. Since then, no one dared to suggest this overboard idea, not even Li Lan. Yet, now, Li Lan was bold enough to face the possibility of death right in the face. "You kissed me," Li Lan said pitifully. "FK, he's using this again." Ling Lan touched her forehead while internally bashing herself for giving into the temptations. "So, to be responsible for you, I have to let you sleep here?" "That's right. You understand me the most." Li Lan smiled as he replied. "Do what you want," Ling Lan answered helplessly. "However, don't let anyone misunderstand our relationship. Leave secretly tomorrow morning." "Okay." Li Lan nodded his head happily. Finally, he got a little closer to Ling Lan. Li Lan closed his eyes in satisfaction. He didn't let Ling Lan notice his tear of happiness that was about to fall out of his eye. Hearing Li Lan's serene and calm breathing, Ling Lan sighed. Fortunately, Li Lan still thought that she was a man, so he wouldn't do anything weird to her. Well, actually, Ling Lan felt that this situation had already gone in a strange direction. To hell with her instinct. Ling Lan didn't know what the strange direction meant, but the hint that her profound insight gave her made her anxious and frustrated. "Forget it. Everything will work out in the end. I will just take care of the matter when it comes." Ling Lan couldn't find an answer, so she threw her wandering thoughts to the back of her head. At first, Ling Lan thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep with someone beside her. But, as time went by, she slowly got used to Li Lan's presence and naturally fell asleep. 1409 Misunderstanding. Luo Zhao came bright and early in the morning with a piece of good news from the front line. She casually entered Ling Lan's room without wondering whether she was there or not. "Boss." Luo Zhao had always entered Ling Lan's room freely, so she just went in without knocking. There was a thin layer of shawl covering the huge bed, and she saw a figure of someone lying on the bed. Luo Zhao didn't notice anything strange, so she casually lifted the shawl with a bright smile on her face, but her smile cracked when she saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face under the thin blanket boss always used. She stood there stunned for a couple of seconds, because the person on the bed was someone that should have zero chance being here. "Li Yanfei!" Luo Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Her voice startled the sleeping beauty on the bed. The eyelids of the said beauty trembled. The brows of the beauty furrowed, clearing, attempting to not wake up from the beautiful dream he was having. However, that was not possible as he slowly opened his eyes to see Luo Zhao looking at him with astonishment. He smiled cheekily. However, no matter how beautiful or enchanting the face was, it couldn't dissipate the suspicion and astonishment Luo Zhao was feeling. Luo Zhao shouted furiously, "Who are you? Why are you on boss's bed?" If boss was a real man, she might suspect that boss decided to snatch Li Yanfei over to be his wife due to her beauty. But, her boss was clearly a lady. How could she fall in love with another lady? Well, unless boss was confused about her gender because she pretended to be a man for too long. But, as someone who had always been with Ling Lan, Luo Zhao felt that there wasn't any possibility of this happening. Hence, this person shouldn't be Li Yanfei. She shouldn't be sleeping so blatantly on boss's bed too. "Ah, it's you, Luo Zhao." The beauty's voice was surprisingly low. It sounded very familiar to her too. The cogs in Luo Zhao's mind turned as she remembered who this voice belonged to. "Regiment Commander Li?" "Ah." The beauty seemed to have remembered something. He touched his face lightly, realizing that his mask wasn't on his face. He immediately gave an apologetic smile. "I forgot to wear my mask. I'm sorry, Luo Zhao. I didn't mean to lie to all of you." "Ah, what on earth happened?" Luo Zhao couldn't care less whether Li Lan lied to them or not. She could usually stay calm regardless of the situation, but the impact of the scene in front of her was too great. "Regiment Commander Li, why are you on boss's bed? Did you sleep with him yesterday?" Boss slept with a man, and this man was still an ethereal beauty. Most importantly, Boss was a woman. Luo Zhao's mind was filled with these thoughts. She felt that her world was collapsing. She almost turned crazy. Boss allowed me to stay yesterday night. Li Lan couldn't help but smile when he heard the question. His smile was full of emotions. There seemed to be many meanings hidden in it. There were hints of happiness and even embarrassment. Luo Zhao almost got blinded by the smile. You. Li Lan's smile impacted Luo Zhao greatly. She didn't know what to do for some time. Li Lan smiled and asked calmly, "Oh right, Luo Zhao, what are you doing here?" Li Lan proclaimed his position as the owner of this place when he said this. He really liked to stimulate his love rival at any time. Luo Zhao's face turned red to green. She moved her lips but she didn't know what to say or ask. In the end, she felt tired and just said, "Where is boss? I have something important to report to him." Li Lan slowly sat up when he heard the question. The blanket slid down his body slowly, revealing his fair and glowing chest. He wasn't wearing clothes. Li Lan lifted his hand to his chest to prevent him from getting exposed. He said with regret, "I'm sorry, I was really tired yesterday so I don't know when boss left." Tired? What could make him so tired? Li Lan wasn't wearing any clothes. What happened yesterday night? Was boss unable to resist the beauty so she laid her hands on Regiment Commander Li? Li Lan told herself that she mustn't overreact before confirming with boss, but the scene Li Lan showed her and his words steered her to think in that direction. I will look for him myself." When Luo Zhao left, she stumbled a little. Her expression revealed how shocked she was. After seeing Luo Zhao running away in a flurry, the corners of Li Lan's lips lifted up. There was a hint of coldness in it. Since he acted, he never thought of giving Luo Zhao and Hong Xuai a chance to stay beside Ling Lan. Luo Zhao rushed out of the bedroom. The cold wind outside allowed her to regain her senses a little. She finally had the ability to think of where Ling Lan could be. Ling Lan had the habit of practicing in the morning. Most of the time, she would be at the highest point of the Rainbow Palace, the Purple Cloud platform. Thinking about this, Luo Zhao hurriedly went to look for Ling Lan. Indeed, she saw Ling Lan there. Ling Lan in a red gown, looking at the clouds floating in front of her with her hands behind her back. She was getting inspiration from these movements, seeking for her next opportunity for a breakthrough. She felt movements behind her so she turned and saw Luo Zhao. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, "Luo Zhao, why are you looking for me?" Luo Zhao wanted to ask Ling Lan directly about Li Lan but when she saw Ling Lan's indifferent expression, she couldn't say it. She held her breath. In the end, she just talked about business matters. Just now, the front line sent back a report. They had a minor victory against an Ace Mecha clan. They won against their domain realm masters too. As for the Komoda battlefield, they suffered 2 losses and obtained 4 wins. Regarding the 2 battles that they lost, it was reported that the 2 enemy teams that won made no contact with their base thereafter. Luo Zhao smiled when she said this. "I think that Regiment Commander Zhao must have found a chance to attack them." "That's right. It looks like Zhao Jun understood what his tactic should be. This is very good." Ling Lan turned and continued observing the changes in the sky. Just now, I saw Regiment Commander Li in your bedroom." Luo Zhao hesitated for a while before finally asking about Li Lan. "He's not up yet?" Ling Lan frowned. Li Lan was getting lazier. Boom. Luo Zhao felt as if a hammer was knocked on her head heavily. So, Regiment Commander Li was saying the truth. Boss really slept with him. "Boss, you and Regiment Commander Li. Is it all right for you to do this?" Luo Zhao tried her best to squeeze this sentence out. She never expected that boss would be tainted by someone. Luo Zhao's mind was in a mess. This came too suddenly for her to process. She couldn't maintain her composure. What's wrong with it? Ling Lan was confused. All she did was lend half of her bed to Li Lan for him to sleep on. What was wrong with that? At this moment, Ling Lan hadn't remembered that she was a lady and that she wasn't on the battlefield. There was no life or death situation forcing her to do this, so she couldn't understand why Luo Zhao was dumbstruck. Did she confirm it? Did boss admit it? Luo Zhao was in a daze. She couldn't even remember how she bid farewell to Ling Lan and left the Purple Cloud platform. Ling Lan stayed on the Purple Cloud platform and stared at the clouds for a long time. Suddenly, she exclaimed loudly, "Did Luo Zhao misunderstand just now?" Ling Lan just remembered that Luo Zhao knew she was a woman. 1410 slept together. Luo Zhao's mind was blank. She unconsciously came to Li Shi's territory, the medical department. Maybe in her heart, besides Ling Lan, she trusted Li Shi the most. Hence, she came to find Li Shi instinctively. Li Shi was practicing the physical skills of the Li family to strengthen his body. When he saw Luo Zhao walking in as if her soul left her body, he stopped what he was doing and checked up on her. "Luo Zhao, what happened?" Li Shi asked in concern. It was uncommon to see Luo Zhao like this. As a military doctor, he needed to care for her. "Brother Shu, I need to calm down first," Luo Zhao said blankly. "Sure, come here and have a seat first." Li Shi brought Luo Zhao into the living room and let her rest on the sofa. Then, he went to the back and poured a cup of calming tea for her. This tea was able to soothe a person's emotions. It was used to treat people like the current Luo Zhao. He passed the teacup to Luo Zhao, but Luo Zhao didn't even look at it. She just raised her head directly and gulped everything down. Soon, the tea took effect. Luo Zhao's mind became clearer and her eyes weren't as dull as before. They started becoming brighter and clearer. "Tell me, what happened?" Li Shi sat opposite Luo Zhao and asked sternly. It was obvious that Luo Zhao received too large of a stimulus just now. She might have even lost her soul. This was very dangerous. Luckily, Luo Zhao subconsciously knew that she had to find him. If she had gone anywhere else and missed the best time for treatment, the consequences were unimaginable. "Brother Shu, you're thinking too much. Sister Luo Zhao is just dumbstruck. Even if you don't treat her, she will calm down after some time naturally. The situation you worry about will not happen. You must have made the wrong diagnosis because you were too worried." Luo Zhao clasped her hands together as she squirmed in her seat. Then, she raised her head and looked at Li Shi carefully. She was struggling to decide if she should tell him what she saw. "Is it about the hormone suppressors?" Li Shi noticed the hesitation and dilemma on her face. He couldn't help but think whether it was because he had refused to give her the hormone suppressor, so she met some problems that she was too embarrassed to speak about. After all, in Li Shi's mind, that was the only thing that Luo Zhao would have a hard time speaking about. It is and it isn't." Luo Zhao thought of something when she heard Li Shi's reply. She didn't deny it. Luo Zhao knew how important the hormone suppressor was to boss, so if Li Shi was willing to do something about it, she would definitely grab this opportunity. Besides this, what's the other problem? Li Shi detected that Luo Zhao had something else to say. "Yesterday night, Regiment Commander Li stayed at boss's place." Luo Zhao thought for a moment and still decided to tell Li Shi about this. If this was true, she wouldn't be able to hide it from anyone. Luo Zhao's relationship with Li Shi was always very good, so she wanted to give him a reminder in case he lost his composure like her because of his astonishment. "Oh," Li Shi answered calmly. He didn't find it shocking. "Oh?" Luo Zhao got agitated when Li Shi appeared so calm. She wanted to shake Li Shi awake. "Brother Shu, why are you so calm?" "Boss is sleeping with Regiment Commander Li on the same bed." "On the same bed? So what?" Li Shi replied calmly. He even saw his elder brother lying in boss's arms. What was so surprising about them sleeping together? Also, there was nothing wrong with two men sleeping together, right? Although boss rarely slept with other people, it was just rare. His elder brother was an exception. "Boss is." Luo Zhao almost revealed the truth. Fortunately, she realized her mistake in time and changed her sentence. "Boss never slept with anyone." "Isn't it weird that Regiment Commander Li is sleeping with boss now?" "Not really, I saw them sleeping together before." Lisha decided to explain himself when he saw how agitated Luo Zhao was. What? Luo Zhao was flabbergasted. When was that? Lisha recalled. Should be 3 years ago. It had already been so long. Luo Zhao didn't expect that Li Lan and Ling Lan's secret relationship had started 3 years ago. She only knew about it now. Did boss hide her relationship too well, or were they too careless? Lisha frowned when he saw Luo Zhao's look of disbelief. He asked, "Why are you so shocked? They're just sleeping together, right? Isn't that very normal?" Luo Zhao forcefully suppressed her astonishment. Lisha's words made her remember that everyone thought boss was a man, hence, they felt that it was alright for two men to sleep together. However, she knew that boss was a woman. If a woman slept with a man on the same bed, and she did it more than once, it was definitely abnormal. Have you realized that Regiment Commander Li has a different feeling towards boss? Luo Zhao thought that this must have happened because Li Lan shamelessly decided to act. If not, based on boss's calm and indifferent personality, she would never do something like this. Different feeling? Lisha was confused at the start, but the next second, she understood what Luo Zhao was saying. He exclaimed, "How is that possible? How could his immortal-like cousin brother have evil intentions towards boss?" Lisha couldn't accept what Luo Zhao was saying. "Why not? They're sleeping together," Luo Zhao said firmly. She understood boss's character. If they didn't have such a relationship, she would never allow Li Lan to climb on her bed. "Wait, I need to calm down." Lisha signaled Luo Zhao to stop talking to let him calm his emotions first. "Okay." Lisha's haggard performance was just like how she reacted when she found out about the truth. Luo Zhao knew what he was going through, so she sat at the side and waited for Lisha to recover. Lisha turned around and went to the shelf behind him to make himself a cup of calming tea. He gulped it furiously. He felt that he wasn't able to calm down with his own ability due to the severity of what Luo Zhao was saying. He needed the help of external medication. Still, it took him some effort to calm down. Lisha went back to the living room and sat opposite of Luo Zhao. He said seriously, "Okay, now, you can tell me everything you know." Luo Zhao didn't hide anything. "You think that Regiment Commander Li has that kind of feeling towards boss?" Lisha still couldn't accept this. Luo Zhao nodded resolutely. "I'm very sure." "Also, boss admitted it." "Boss admitted it?" Lisha felt as though he was struck by lightning again. This sentence was even more impactful than everything Luo Zhao had said so far. It was enough to kill someone in a split second. "Yes, but Regiment Commander Li was the one who took the initiative." Luo Zhao directly pushed the blame to Li Lan. "My brother. Initiative." Lisha's voice was so soft Luo Zhao almost couldn't hear him. He didn't expect the cousin he respected so much to become someone that might be denounced by others. 1411 Stupid little girl. Lisha felt his world was being overturned. His emotions were in a mess. He looked up at Luo Zhao to see a tinge of worry on her face. However, there were no signs of anger. He felt weird, so he asked, "You don't hate Regiment Commander Li?" His brother was the third party between the relationship of Luo Zhao and boss. Shouldn't Luo Zhao be angry and furious at his intrusion? Huh? Luo Zhao was puzzled by Lisha's question. "Your boss's fiancé. Why aren't you angry at all?" Lisha couldn't understand what Luo Zhao was thinking. Luo Zhao finally understood why he was confused by her mild reaction. Right. She was the rightful fiancée of boss. Why was she getting stepped on by Regiment Commander Li? She pondered for some time. She had never thought about this, so when Regiment Commander Li's affair came out, she was stunned. But she couldn't tell Lisha the truth, so she replied, "Actually, if boss likes him, I can accept it. It's just that the news came so abruptly that I can't control my emotions." "You're really a stupid little girl." Lisha felt deeply saddened when he saw Luo Zhao taking a backseat in her relationship. In the past, he thought boss was someone who would take care of his younger sister's future, but now, it didn't seem to be the case. "Why don't you ask Regiment Commander Li about it? If they're really together, I'll learn to accept it." Luo Zhao bit her lips as she asked. She felt a little unwilling, but if her goddess chose Regiment Commander Li, she had to force herself to change her attitude towards the matter. She felt that she could do it. "Really? Li Shi touched Luo Zhao's hair lovingly. She was too kind. If his elder brother was really in a relationship with Boss, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Luo Zhao was definitely not his elder brother's match. She might not even know how she died. After all these years, Li Shi had gained some understanding of his elder brother's real personality. His elder brother was someone who wouldn't allow any obstacles in his path. If what Luo Zhao said was true, Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya would become the obstacles that his elder brother wouldn't allow to exist. 2 days passed by quickly. The battle at the front line became even more heated. Reports came flying in every few hours. These reports might be about their own team or their opponent's team. There were reports about the other armies too. The entire Rainbow Palace was running on full gear because of the battle. Logistics was very important during a prolonged battle. Fortunately, the previous Lord Zhen had an abundance of supplies, and with Ling Lan getting a continuous supply of resources from Lingshan and the Chaotic Lands, her army had a smooth journey during the battle. Victory reports kept coming from the front line, so everyone in the Rainbow Palace were all in a good mood. They seemed exceptionally lighthearted when they did their work, but someone wasn't happy. As time went by, his emotions got heavier. He would occasionally be in a trance and sigh. Soon, Ling Lan heard about his abnormal state. "Oh, are you saying that Li Shi's emotions have been weird lately?" Ling Lan closed the file in her hand when she heard this. She was a little confused. She looked at Hong Xuya intently. Yes. Hong Xuya was in charge of organizing the medical supplies, so she met Li Shi very often. She was quite a perceptive person, so after a few interactions, she noticed something wrong with him. Luo Zhao seemed strange too, but no matter how much I pestered her, she just brushed it off by saying she is fine. Hong Xuya changed the topic and talked about Luo Zhao. She seemed confused. The people around her had been acting weirdly in these past few days. Li Lan, who was arranging piles of documents at the side, let out a slight smirk when he heard this. He seemed to think that what Hong Xuya said was interesting. Yes. Regiment Commander Li too. Hong Xuya saw Li Lan from the corner of her eyes. She felt that Regiment Commander Li's gaze was chilling when he looked at her. Luo Zhao, did she really have a misunderstanding? Should she look for Luo Zhao to have a chat and tell her that there was nothing going on between Li Lan and her? Ling Lan felt her head hurting. This was the trouble created by Li Lan. Thinking about this, she turned and glanced coldly at Li Lan, who was snickering secretly at the side. Li Lan felt Ling Lan's gaze. He shrugged innocently and expressed that he didn't know anything. Ling Lan was thinking if she should punish Li Lan with a month of training. However, this fellow was in charge of her 3 meals. If he really collapsed from the punishment, she wouldn't have any food to eat. The result of punishing him was that she would go hungry. Ling Lan felt speechless. She realized she had no choice but to forgive him. Still, she felt that she needed to meet Luo Zhao to explain to her. As for Li Shu, Li Lan was his brother, right? Let Li Lan solve his younger brother's problem. Lan, go find Shu and show him some concern. Tell me what's the matter with him. Ling Lan decisively threw this responsibility to Li Lan. Yes, my Lord Zhen. Li Lan smiled as he replied. There was happiness in his voice. He seemed to be teasing Ling Lan too. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. He went to look for Li Shu. Only Ling Lan and Hong Xuya were left in the meeting room. Hong Xuya didn't have to worry anymore, so she crossed her arms and said with contempt, "Boss, don't you think that Regiment Commander Li's tone is unbearable?" Ling Lan replied calmly, "Isn't it very normal? That's because you haven't seen how shameless he was when he laid on her bed. Once you see that, everything else is normal." Normal? Hong Xuya started wondering if she was thinking too much. She always believed that Boss was right. Yes, it's very normal. Maybe I got affected by Brother Shu and Luo Zhao. Because of them, everything felt weird lately. Hong Xuya gave herself the perfect excuse. Ling Lan didn't know what to say when she looked at Hong Xuya. "Sister, I was just saying nonsense." In the medical department, Li Shu, who was keeping records on the stock of medical agents, couldn't help but let out a sigh as he looked at his agents. How was he supposed to look for his elder brother to talk about this? Luo Zhao asked him to question his elder brother, but he didn't know where to start. If everything was just Luo Zhao's misunderstanding, would he hurt his brother if he asked him directly? In these past 2 days, after calming down and recalling what Luo Zhao said, he felt that her evidence wasn't solid enough, so there was a high likelihood of it being a misunderstanding. Of course, this was because Li Shi couldn't believe that his immortal-like elder brother would degrade into such a character unless he really loved Boss. But, in all these years, he never noticed his elder brother showing that kind of feeling towards Boss. Did his elder brother hide his emotions too well, or did Luo Zhao overanalyze? Thinking about this, Li Shi couldn't help but sigh again. I stood here for 5 minutes and you have sighed 3 times. Shu, what is on your mind? A gentle voice entered his ears. Li Shi raised his head abruptly to see his elder brother standing in front of his desk looking at him with a frown, with a gaze filled with worry. 1412 Truth? Li Shi was pleasantly surprised. Brother, why are you here? Can't I come to see you when I'm free? Li Lang raised his eyebrows. You're usually busy. If there's no business, you won't come and look for me. Li Shi directly exposed his elder brother's lies. Li Lang rubbed his forehead awkwardly. It looked like having a younger brother who knew him too well wasn't a good thing. He couldn't put on the nice guy facade he was so used to. Xuya said that you have been acting weird lately. She's a little worried, so she told Boss, and Boss asked me to talk to you. Since he was exposed, Li Lang didn't pretend anymore. He immediately told Li Shi his intention for coming. Li Shi looked at Li Lang with an aggrieved expression. Wasn't his gloomy mood caused by the person in front of him? Now, the guilty person came to question him with an innocent face. Li Shi could feel a mouthful of blood getting stuck at the back of his throat. Li Lang was a perceptive person, so he immediately understood what Li Shi meant just by looking at him. He pointed at himself and asked, because of me? Li Shi replied to Li Lang with an "it's good that you know look. My body condition has been very good recently. I didn't cause any trouble recently too." Li Lang immediately denied any responsibility for Li Shi's down mood by showing the facts to prove that he didn't do anything to make his younger brother unhappy. You didn't cause any trouble? Li Shi squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Li Lang's expression was very innocent. He really made it seem as if Li Shi was in the wrong instead. With the help of his beautiful and ethereal face, Li Shi, for a moment, really thought that he was in the wrong. Did he misunderstand his elder brother? When did his brother take off his mask? Li Shi immediately saw the mask in Li Lang's right hand. FK. Can his brother be more shameless than this? Is he trying to use his beauty to escape the questioning? Li Shi had seen this face many times, so he was slightly immune to it. He got enchanted for a moment, but he soon managed to barely regain his composure. Brother, don't try to be evasive. Li Lang saw that he couldn't escape this time, so he asked helplessly, fine, what do you want to say? Since you think that I'm guilty, you should at least give me the reason why. Li Shi contemplated for a while before asking carefully, Luo Zhao said that she saw you sleeping over at Boss's bedroom 2 days ago. What happened? Li Lang snickered a little when he heard this. He said calmly, what else can happen? I discussed some matters with Boss until late at night, so I ended up sleeping there. There are many bedrooms at Boss's place. Sleeping on the same bed. Boss never allowed that before. Li Shi was too shy to speak directly. That doesn't mean that it will never happen. Li Lang smiled ambiguously. Why are you saying all that? Do you think it's not right? Boss knows your appearance. Brother, if you do this, won't people misunderstand? Li Shi's face turned red, but he still expressed his worry. What kind of misunderstanding can they have? Li Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. His faint smile disappeared and his gaze turned cold. The change in his expression caused Li Shi to feel that his elder brother had suddenly become very distant. It gave him the illusion that he would lose his elder brother at any moment. Li Shi was frightened. He shook his head hurriedly and said, Nothing. I'm just worried that you'll be harmed by rumors. Rumors? Why didn't I hear about it? What kind of rumors? Li Lang asked nonchalantly. Actually, it's nothing. Maybe I had a misunderstanding too. Lisha didn't dare to look at Li Lang's eyes. At that moment, he felt that he must have misunderstood his elder brother and that Luo Zhao probably misunderstood what boss said. What kind of misunderstanding are you talking about? Li Lang continued pressing for an answer. If you don't say it, how can I relieve you from your doubts? With our relationship, there's no need to hide anything between us. It's better to be frank. Misunderstandings only happen because people aren't frank enough. If it is not resolved, the misunderstanding will fester and in the end, become a huge and destructive problem. We are both mature people. It's better if we solve it now. Li Lang's words lessened Lisha's guilt a little. He felt that his brother was extremely right. Although he believed his elder brother, he also needed to convince Luo Zhao with facts. He didn't want Luo Zhao to continue on with the misunderstanding and get constantly hurt by it. Luo Zhao thought that you and boss are in that kind of relationship. Lisha finally said it. Li Lang's fingers, which were holding his mask, tightened a little. His expression was dark. But, he asked in a slow tone, do you believe it? Lisha shook his head hurriedly. I don't believe it. Why? Li Lang sighed. Because, brother, you're not that kind of person. Even if he's boss, you won't. Lisha was a little anxious. He got convinced in the past, so now, he wanted to make up for it by showing Li Lang how much he trusted him. Slap. Lisha felt a slight pain on his forehead. Li Lang flicked his forehead and laughed softly. You're really my stupid younger brother. Lisha held his forehead in shock. He didn't know why Li Lang said that. You will always push aside anything that you deem unpleasant, and indulge yourself with a pleasant illusion of reality. But, reality is cruel, Li Lang said indifferently. How fortunate is the calculative and sordid Li family to have such a naive person like you. Lisha's confused eyes slowly dilated as Li Lang started speaking. In the end, his eyes were filled with alarm and shock. Luo Zhao was speaking the truth. Are you shocked? Li Lang smiled coldly. Shocked that your pure, clean, and strong image of your brother is this kind of character? Brother, what are you saying? Are you in your right mind? Lisha shouted agitatedly. He had already regained his senses. Why are you so agitated? Li Lang gave a mocking smile. He took a long step and came right in front of Lisha. Actually, you only cared about your little sister Luo Zhao. You're just hurt that a third party like me appeared before she married boss. Oh, actually, I'm the fourth party. There's Han Xuya after all. What are you saying? Li Lang's words caused Lisha to stammer instantly. He looked completely nonplussed. Isn't that true? Whenever Luo Zhao is around, your gaze will unconsciously move to where she is. When she needs your help, you always help her wholeheartedly. Li Lang laughed softly when he said this. You even feel resentful towards boss because of Luo Zhao. Although you tried to hide it, my dumb younger brother, I understand you too well. One look and I know what you're thinking. No, I don't. Lisha denied it agitatedly. He would never have any evil thoughts towards his little sister Luo Zhao. You love her but you don't know it. How sad. Li Lang sneered and shook his head. No, little sister Luo Zhao is my family. I treat her like my little sister. Lisha repeated the words over and over again. He seemed to be convincing Li Lang and convincing himself too. Really? In that case, I will not need to worry when dealing with Luo Zhao, Li Lang said calmly. 1413 Forced? Brother, what do you mean? Lisha was extremely sensitive when it came to Luo Zhao. Hence, when he heard what his brother said, he could feel a sinking feeling in his stomach. The Li family never shares. Li Lang gave Lisha a knowing smile as he glanced at Lisha. Lisha's expression changed entirely. You plan to get rid of Luo Zhao? If you admit your real feelings, I might show some mercy. Li Lang smiled. Of course, if you don't care, I won't bother. Brother, you can't do this. Luo Zhao and Han Xuya are our sisters. They're boss's fiancés. If you do this, you will anger boss. Lisha grabbed Li Lang's hands and begged him earnestly. Li Lang struggled his hands out of Lisha's tight grip and patted Lisha's head. There was a faint smile on the corner of his lips, and the smile got bigger slowly. In the end, The smile bloomed on his elegant and beautiful face. The entire room turned bright because of his smile, the smile that could overthrow a country, the smile that could enchant the entire world. Li Shi had some resistance against the smile, but even he couldn't help but enter into a trance. However, he regained his senses very quickly. It wasn't because he was strong-willed. Instead, it was because there was no warmth in Li Lang's eyes at all. There was only coldness. The coldness froze Li Shi awake. Li Shi couldn't help but shiver furiously in place. He didn't know if he was trembling due to Li Lang or was he worried about the clueless Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya. Shu, based on my relationship with boss, do you think he'll get angry? Li Lang smiled and said, but on the surface, Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya are boss's fiancés. Li Shi could only grab onto this life-saving straw. He kept emphasizing Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya's identity. Look, you also know that it's just on the surface. Li Lang patted Li Shi's face lightly. He spoke in a mocking tone, but my relationship with boss is a fact. Li Shi's face turned pale. He opened his mouth but couldn't refute. You are worried about your little sister Luo Zhao, right? Li Lang scoffed. He slowly leaned towards Li Shi's ears and whispered, you will have time to worry about her in the future. Then, Li Lang wanted to turn around and leave. However, he realized that Li Shi was holding onto his sleeve firmly. Li Shi's face was filled with humiliation and fear, but when he grabbed Li Lang's sleeve, he held onto them firmly and tightly. Li Lang turned around to look at Li Shi. Why? Do you have anything else to say, brother? Li Shi shouted in anguish. Please let Luo Zhao and Xuya go. Who do you want me to show mercy to? Li Lang raised his eyebrows and gave a faint smile. Is it Luo Zhao or Xuya? They're both my younger sisters. Li Shi pleaded. However, his voice sounded so weak. To me, they're not. They're my rivals. They're my enemies. Li Lang was an extremely selfish person. The only person he cared about was Ling Lan. Maybe he had some brotherly feelings towards Li Shi too, and that was only because Li Shi treated him wholeheartedly and was loyal to him. That was why he was a little more lenient towards him. But that was the most he could do. Li Lang was fully aware that Ling Lan was the most important person to him. He would never give him up, even if he had to sacrifice himself. To Li Lang, Ling Lan meant the world to him, and if it meant he would have to give up on his lovely younger brother, as well as his best buddy Zhao Jun who went through thick and thin with him, he would do it in a heartbeat. With him being so cold-blooded, why does he need to concede to Hong Xuya and Luo Zhao who were a lot more distant to him? In his eyes, they were obstacles he would get rid of eventually. Moreover, since he had already tasted success, how could he let the two eyesores hurt him any longer? Li Lang had turned crazy because of his possessiveness. He would think of all kinds of ways to clear the obstacles in his path. As for whether Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya would get hurt, why would he care? Brother! Li Shi shouted in agony. You can let go of me. Li Lang raised his free left hand to signal Li Shi to release him. Brother, let them go, I beg you. Li Shi was too aware of his elder brother's cruel methods. In the entire Lingshan, no one dared to offend his brother. The most frightening thing was, those people that got schemed by his brother didn't even know who calculated against them. They blindly came to find his brother like an idiot to ask him to help them, only to be fooled again. Li Shi suddenly remembered that when his elder brother showed him his calculative side, he never hid from him. He seemed to be purposely reminding him what kind of person he was. Hence, the image of a powerful and scary elder brother was ingrained in the depth of Li Shi's heart. That image breeded terror in his heart when he knew his brother was going after Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya. You never actually thought of me as your younger brother, Li Shi said miserably. The elder brother he was willing to sacrifice his dream of being a mecha operator for. The elder brother that was his whole motivation for becoming a military doctor, the elder brother that he treated wholeheartedly, the elder brother who he visited every day with care and concern, had never treated him sincerely before. The sacrifices he made ever since he was young had become a joke. You're still so stupid now, I don't know what to say to you, my younger brother. Li Lang smiled mysteriously. If I didn't realize that you have feelings towards Luo Zhao, I won't have done this. Li Lang reached his left hand and tapped Lisha's forehead. I'm trying my best to tolerate your stupidity because I treat you as my younger brother. If not, do you think you can live so comfortably? Look at that stupid Li Yingji. So, you are saying I should thank you, after all I have done for you? Lisha's expression was agitated. If you don't want to view me as your brother anymore, I don't mind. There are no family affections in the Li family anyway, especially for me. I was groomed to be the first inheritor of the Li family, so familial relationships are just a joke to me. Li Lang's expression was indifferent. However, Lisha still detected the hint of self-contempt and disdain that flashed past his eyes. Lisha's heart trembled. He was a smart person. If not, he wouldn't be able to become one of the best military doctors after he changed his career path. He thought of the person whom the Li family pushed out to flirt with men, the social butterfly Li Yinfei. Mind you, Li Yinfei's face belonged to his elder brother. How disgusting must the Li family be to make this decision of turning his elder brother's face into one of a performer without his consent. When they allowed people to make fun of and to look down on Li Yinfei, they were looking down on his elder brother too. Did his elder brother choose this path because he was forced by the Li family? How stupid was he to think that the Li family would let go of his elder brother so kindly? Especially when his elder brother had this beautiful face which could destroy a country. 1414 He*s very good. Lisha started wondering about the inner workings of his family. His entire body started trembling violently. His elder brother's words echoed beside his ears. I'm trying my best to tolerate your stupidity because I treat you as my younger brother. If not, do you think you can live so comfortably? Look at that stupid Li Yingji. Was he able to live so comfortably and choose the career he wanted because his elder brother had formed a pact with the Li family? For instance, when the time arrived, he would become the beauty that climbed onto powerful figures' beds. Lisha clutched his brother's sleeve even tighter. He said with anguish, "Brother, am I able to leave the Li family because you made some promises with grandfather?" Li Lang was stunned. He turned his head and replied quickly, "I didn't." "Brother, you're lying," Lisha said with sorrow and anger. "Why can't you tell me the truth? Is it because I'm not strong enough?" Li Lang turned and looked at Lisha. His gaze was flickering and he revealed a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Why do I have to mention what happened in the past? I'm fine as long as you're doing well." So it is true. Lisha was enlightened. His freedom was built on his elder brother's sacrifice. If it wasn't for the Li family, why would his elder brother be willing to play such a character? He was already boss's most trusted aide and one of the best strategists in the Federation. Once he returned to the Federation, he would be able to rise to a high position that had actual power with his own capabilities. If the Li family just helped him a little, being an adjunct in an independent army was an easy task. Even if he entered the 4th Division, he would be able to command an army. However, from the looks of it now, the Li family wasn't satisfied with what they had. They wanted more. They wanted to control the entire 4th Division as quickly as possible. The only way they could achieve this target was to work tightly with Boss. Based on what Boss was doing now, if he was given enough time, he would be able to rule over the lawless lands, and with the power of the lawless lands, when he returned to the Federation, he would definitely be able to rule over the nation. At that time, the Li family, which had an intimate relationship with Boss, would be able to rise high in power within the Federation. Lisha didn't forget that besides the lawless lands, Boss controlled 2 huge divisions in the Federation. One was the 23rd Division of the Federation and the other was the only powerful Mecha Independent Army, the Lingshan Independent Army. Both of these armies were powerful enough to affect the decision of the military world in the Federation. In addition to his status as the king of the lawless lands, if Boss was willing to help, the Li family would be able to get the 4th Division they deeply yearned for. But, how could the Li family be sure that Boss would definitely help them? With the help of his elder brother, of course. In order to please his beloved, Boss would help them. Indeed, the Li family was playing a good game. But, How could they disregard his elder brother's dignity and ask him to do something so shameless? Even if they were able to get the 4th division, he wouldn't be able to clear this stain in his life. Li Shi felt his heart hurting for his elder brother. He understood why Li Lan always said that the Li family was a selfish and calculative family. That was because his elder brother had grown up amidst all these schemes. His elder brother was even hurt by them, while he got protected very well because of the sacrifices his elder brother made. He was able to do what he liked without knowing all the plans happening behind his back. The most frightening thing was, he almost hated his elder brother because of a misunderstanding. If he didn't realize this, he would be another person who hurt his elder brother. He was really a stupid younger brother. How could he not notice the things his elder brother did for his sake behind his back? Li Shi felt his heart throbbing in pain. He was so oblivious. He always thought that his grandfather really loved him and his elder brother. "Brother, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Li Shi lowered his head and apologized to his elder brother repeatedly. This was the only way he could feel better. "What are you sorry about? We just did what we both wanted. I don't owe you anything and you don't owe me either," Li Lan said calmly. But Li Shi still wanted to say something. However, Li Lan reacted faster than him and interrupted his speech. "I don't have any path of retreat anymore." "But, you do, huh?" Li Shi was confused. He didn't know what Li Lan meant. "Don't be deceived by your arrogance. I don't have much time left. Luo Zhao and Hong Xuaya's ending depends on you." Li Lan's expression was grave. He looked as if he couldn't bear to do it. "Li family." Li Shi immediately understood. As Boss's journey in the lawless lands became smoother, the Li family would get more anxious. This explained why his elder brother was in such a hurry to act. "Think about it carefully. I can only drag for 3 more days." Li Lan gave Li Shi a deadline. He knew that it was hard for Li Shi to make up his mind within such a short period of time, especially when Li Shi still thought that his feelings for Luo Zhao were still brotherly love. "Okay." Li Shi nodded seriously. He slowly released his hands that were holding onto Li Lan's sleeve tightly. He had to think about this matter now, for the sake of his elder brother, Luo Zhao, and Hong Xuaya. He must understand what his true feelings were. He didn't want any of these 3 people to get hurt. Li Lan patted his shoulder and wanted to leave. Li Shi suddenly thought of something. He grabbed onto Li Lan's sleeve once again. "What do you want to say this time?" Li Lan turned around with a helpless expression. However, there was a faint doubting emotion on his face. Li Shi lowered his head and struggled for a moment. Then, he raised his head and asked seriously, "Brother, are your feelings towards Boss real?" He couldn't bear to see his elder brother getting hurt. The corner of Li Lan's lips lifted up slightly. There was warmth in his smile. This was the first time his elder brother gave a smile with some temperature in it. This smile might not be as enchanting as the ones before, but it warmed up Li Shi's heart. His agitated heart started calming down gradually. "He's good and I'm good too." Li Lan smiled happily as he replied to Li Shi with this sentence. This short sentence represented his feelings, his boss's feelings, and their relationship. "That's good, that's good." Li Shi didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He just repeated his words continuously as he released his elder brother's sleeve. He watched as his elder brother's figure disappeared in front of him. He stood blankly on the spot. After a long while, he gave a bitter smile. Even if they liked each other, the world discriminated against gays. Would their relationship have a happy ending? Li Shi wasn't sure. In the end, he could only sigh. However, his worry for Li Lan and Boss only lasted for a while. That was because he still had a messier relationship to clear up. Were his feelings towards Luo Zhao like what his brother said, or did he really treat her as his younger sister? Li Shi didn't dare to think about this deeply in the past, but now, reality forced him to think about it carefully. Li Lan appeared in front of Ling Lan's door. His lips moved up slightly and he sneered, as expected of his stupid younger brother. 1415 Who does he like? Li Lan quickly restrained his expression. The mocking smile changed into a warm and gentle smile. He walked into Ling Lan's room with an innocent and harmless aura. Ling Lan was busy with her work. When she noticed the door opening, she stopped what she was doing and looked up. "Lan, You're back." "Yes." Li Lan smiled as he replied. He walked to Ling Lan's desk and started arranging the files that were in a mess. "How's the situation?" Ling Lan decided that she wouldn't do her work anymore. She leaned back against her chair and asked in a lazy tone, "Nothing much." Li Lan's hands paused slightly while he was tidying the files. He contemplated for 2 seconds before opening his mouth slowly. "Our youngster at home is all grown up now. He knows how to be lovesick now." "Lovesick?" Ling Lan was dumbfounded. She never expected to hear this answer from Li Lan. The Lisha who put all his attention in inventing and testing new medication actually liked someone. Ling Lan always thought that among her comrades in Lingshan, Lisha would be the hardest person to get moved by someone. His entire mind was on his medical career. Plus, Lisha treated this fox vixen in front of her as his idol. He treated his elder brother wholeheartedly. Ling Lan sometimes felt that Li Lan disappointed his younger brother. The amount Lisha had put in for his elder brother and the affection he received weren't proportionate. Who does he like? Ling Lan was a little curious. She suddenly realized that her comrades around her had grown up unknowingly. All of them were starting to get lovesick. Li Lan was lovesick and so was his younger brother. She wondered if Qilong and the rest of her comrades were having this feeling too. Ling Lan touched her chin. She felt that she needed to think about her comrades' future carefully now. Li Lan glanced at Ling Lan and opened his mouth. He seemed to be having some difficulty with telling the truth. In the end, he didn't say anything, he just gave a long sigh. It had something to do with her? Ling Lan immediately understood what Li Lan's gaze meant. There were only 2 ladies that had something to do with her. They were Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya. Hong Xuya was a straightforward and outright person. She liked Qilong ever since she was young, although Qilong had rejected her and she had set her mind on becoming stronger with no intention of solving her marriage problem. Ling Lan still believed that she wouldn't like someone else anytime soon. Plus, the interaction between Li Shu and Han Xuya was more friendly than affectionate. Han Xuya wasn't as close to Li Shu as Luo Zhao. Even if Ling Lan didn't take too much notice of them, she knew that Li Shu was extremely serious when he was teaching Luo Zhao medical knowledge. Luo Zhao was a part-time student, but in fact, her medical skills wasn't any weaker than those ordinary military doctors that graduated with a medical degree. She might even be more proficient than them. As someone who had a midlife career change, this proved how much effort Li Shu put in her. After eliminating the impossible, the answer was obvious. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, "Luo Zhao?" Li Lan instantly gave a bitter smile when he heard this. "Nothing can be hidden from you. Don't be angry. I've already reprimanded him. He should be more clear-minded now." He sighed softly again. "I'm not angry. I just didn't expect she to like Luo Zhao." Ling Lan was unexpectedly calm. Li Lan frowned secretly at her calmness. For a moment, he didn't understand what Ling Lan was thinking. How could Li Lan know that Ling Lan was actually a lady? The 2 fiancés she had were just younger sisters to her. In Ling Lan's eyes, Luo Zhao and Han Xuya were both outstanding and exceptional ladies. It was normal that someone liked them. If no one liked them, that would be weird. But she just didn't expect Li Shu to be the one that liked Luo Zhao. She has always been immersed in his research, so he didn't have any chances of interacting with other ladies. As time went by, before he even realized it, he had already fallen for her. Li Lan ignored his confusion for the time being. Everything must go according to his plan. He gave a helpless expression and looked at Ling Lan apologetically. She has always been naive. Don't blame him. Also, this kind of thing. Li Lan appeared to be in a dilemma. He said ambiguously, "Maybe Luo Zhao gave some wrong signals to Shi, so she misunderstood her." Ling Lan frowned slightly when she heard this. "You're saying that Luo Zhao..." But Luo Zhao never told her this. Ling Lan was puzzled. Maybe she was misled. Li Lan changed his words. "However, we can't ignore this problem. I suggest that we must split them up appropriately to prevent a huge mistake." "A huge mistake?" Ling Lan furrowed her brows again. Li Lan lowered his head and contemplated it for some time. Then, he raised his head and said apologetically, "We are having a huge battle now. After this, there will be even more battles. We don't have the time to be distracted. We should nip this problem from the bud as soon as possible. However, if we want to do that, Luo Zhao will have to suffer a little. What do you mean? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. 3 days later, the Jialan ship will finish unloading all its goods. After that, it will be going back to the Federation to source for the next batch of resources. Luo Zhao can go back with the Jialan ship at that time. Li Lan said calmly, to prevent anything from happening, Han Xuya can accompany her too. Li Lan decisively brought Han Xuya into the mess. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. A cold aura exuded from her body and she glared at Li Lan coldly. Li Lan squinted too, but, on the surface, he still appeared calm and composed. He looked as if he was just giving a normal suggestion with no selfish motives. Li Lan, you're very selfish. So what if Li Lan appeared calm, just like how he understood Ling Lan? Ling Lan knew him very well too. One look and she knew what he had up his sleeves. Li Lan pretended that he didn't hear what she said. He continued looking at her indifferently. Li Shu is your brother, so you want to protect him. I can understand that. However, Luo Zhao and Han Xuya are my fiancés and younger sisters. I cared about them too. Ling Lan gave a cold smile. Li Lan's face twitched a little when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed this heart-throbbing pain. Now, you want to send my younger sisters away because of your little brother. Li Lan, do you think I will agree? Especially when your younger brother is the one who made the mistake in the first place. Ling Lan stood up. Now, she was like the parents of the ladies, furiously beating up the force of presence of the male's family in an attempt to build a high status for her younger sisters. This sudden movement caused Li Lan to take a step back unconsciously. Shouldn't your younger brother be punished instead? Ling Lan placed one hand on the table and leaned towards Li Lan. She stared at him intently. They were very close to each other. Ling Lan's calm breath blew up Li Lan's hair. Because of her movement, Li Lan was squeezed between Ling Lan and her desk. He had the illusion that he was being engulfed by Ling Lan's aura. Li Lan opened his mouth. He was still able to maintain the calmness on his face, but his ears and the skin behind them had turned red. 1,416 rats from the same sewer? What should we do then? She can't leave. The resource we lack the most in the lawless lands is medication, and he is required to solve this problem. Li Lan's heart pounded furiously for an instant. However, he quickly regained his composure. He then logically explained why he suggested keeping Shi back and sending Luo Zhao away. If you think it's fine for them to be like that, you can keep them here. However, I still suggest making some arrangements to prevent any undesirable outcome from happening. Li Lan appeared to have understood Ling Lan's worries, so he altered his suggestion. She stared into Li Lan's dark eyes and said sternly, I'll ask Luo Zhao for her opinion first. For this kind of matter, Ling Lan wouldn't just listen to one side of the story. Li Shu was important, but to Ling Lan, Luo Zhao was equally as important. Li Lan's gaze flickered. He pondered carefully before suggesting, Shu is young and easily embarrassed. When I talked to him, it took me a lot of effort to dig that out from him. I even beat around the bush for quite a while. I think that Luo Zhao is the same too. When you ask her about this, don't be too direct. Luo Zhao might be too shy to say the truth, or she might sprinkle in some lies that may affect your judgment. Really? Ling Lan half believed in his words. She never had any good lady friends in her past life. This lifetime, because of special circumstances, she didn't have such lady friends too. Luo Zhao and Han Xuya knew that she was a woman, but they still treated her like their brother. They cared about her, trusted her, and admired her. However, they would never spill their hearts out to her. You're her fiancé. How can she tell you these things? Li Lan reminded Ling Lan about her identity. He felt that it still wasn't right, so he volunteered. If you ask Luo Zhao about this with your identity, she might think that you're going to punish her. Why not let me have a chat with Luo Zhao? Li Lan thought that Ling Lan would accept his suggestion, but instead, she shook her head and said, it's all right. I will take note of it. Let me deal with Luo Zhao. Ling Lan knew that Li Lan suggested this out of goodwill. He didn't want her relationship with Luo Zhao to become awkward. But, That was if she was a man. In reality, she was a woman, and Luo Zhao knew this. Hence, if she went to talk to Luo Zhao about it, Luo Zhao wouldn't misunderstand her intention. She would also believe that Luo Zhao would reply to her truthfully. Ling Lan's reply was unexpected, so Li Lan's earnest expression froze for a moment. Fortunately, he was good at controlling his expression, so he gave a smile soon after. That's good. I hope that we can solve this perfectly. I really don't want my stupid little brother to get hurt. What a pity. Li Lan let out a forlorn sigh when he said this. Li Lan was stingy with his emotions and liked to calculate everyone. But Li Shu was still his younger brother after all. How could he throw the kinship away so easily? Plus, Li Shu treated him sincerely for so long, even a rock would turn warm from all these years of care and concern. Initially, Ling Lan wanted to talk to Luo Zhao after she finished settling the affairs at the front line. However, she didn't expect something huge to happen. A four-way royale battle suddenly occurred on the front line, and the Komoda battlefield was uncontactable. When Ling Lan and Li Lan heard about this, they threw these small matters at the back of their minds and focused on tackling this sudden war. When they heard that the other three lords sent more troops into Komoda, Ling Lan decided to send a new mecha clan into the area too. Ling Lan suspected that this sudden battle royale and the fact that her men were uncontactable was a scheme plotted against her. You are going to Komoda? No way. Li Lan instantly rejected Ling Lan's decision when he heard it. It's too weird that they're uncontactable. I need to see what's happening personally. I suspect that this might be a trap, Ling Lan said calmly. That's a mecha battle. What can you do if you go there? Unless you have a god-class mecha, you won't change anything. Li Lan had thought of this probability too, but so what? How could he let Ling Lan risk himself? Although it's not a god-class mecha, it's still an imperial mecha that has been modified by Chang Xinyuan, and that's enough for me, Ling Lan said. If it was in the central regions, there would be no chance for her to enter a battlefield secretly with her mecha, much less make a difference in the grand scheme of things. However, this was the lawless lands. There were many ace mechas here but very little imperial mechas. God-class mechas were even rarer. The modified imperial mecha Chang Xinyuan made for her wasn't the best in the lawless lands, but it was enough for her to be on top of the food chain here. Do you really think that there are no God-class mechas here? Li Lan smiled coldly. Based on my analysis, there are at least 2 to 3 god-class mechas in the lawless lands. I know. Ling Lan didn't deny it. She felt the same way too. Why do you still want to go then? What if you meet a god-class mecha? Li Lan was furious. He felt that Ling Lan was taking an unnecessary risk. He was fooling around with his own life. They won't appear, Ling Lan replied indifferently. Li Lan, based on your intelligence, you should have came to this conclusion. Why aren't you trusting your judgment but instead, afraid of the illogical possibilities? Li Lan opened his mouth to refute her point, but he couldn't come up with one. He was usually able to remain heartless and cold-blooded. As long as the possibility of success was more than half, he dared to put even his comrades in danger. But, he just couldn't bear letting Ling Lan be in any forms of danger. However, how could he tell him that? He knew that he would lose his mind when facing Ling Lan, including the calmness and viciousness a strategist should have. I'll go with you. Since he couldn't stop Ling Lan, he would go with him. Even if there was danger, he would protect Ling Lan. The Rainbow Palace needs you. Ling Lan would not allow Li Lan to follow her. The battle royale at Komoda was important, but the Rainbow Palace was important too. It's alright to hand the Rainbow Palace over to Shu, Luo Zhao, and Han Xuya for a few days. Luo Zhao and Han Xuya managed to learn some management skills under Ling Lan's training. As for Li Shu, he dropped this subject halfway through, but still as the second-in-line inheritor of the Li family, he had been specially groomed before. He should know what he needed to know. Li Lan knew that Li Shu was actually quite good at overall management. Well, at least compared to Li Yingji, he was much better at it. Li Lan always suspected that all the scheming and calculative genes of the Li family had congregated in him during his generation. Maybe that was why his 2 younger brothers were so naive. Fortunately, They still had their intelligence genes. If they focused on a certain direction, they were still able to become the cream of the crop of that path. This was the only feature that allowed Li Lan to still believe that they were his younger brothers. The firmness in Li Lan's gaze and his unrelenting attitude gave Ling Lan no choice but to agree with him. Ling Lan knew that once Li Lan made a decision, he wouldn't change it. Why was his bad habits so similar to hers? Was this what they meant by rats from the same sewer scurry together? 1417 Saw through I. The Komoda district was an expansive area, and every once in a while, flames of war would rage there. Other than the mecha clans that were working directly under the 13 lords, commoners would try their best to stay away from the district. However, that didn't mean Komoda didn't have citizens living there. In reality, Komoda had a large amount of common folk living and growing their population in this district. It was just they had learned to hide whenever a large-scale battle royale began, and they would also try their best to not get close to the dangerous parts of the district. Luckily, the battle royale usually didn't last for too long. As long as they endured until it ended, they would be able to return back to their homes and live their normal lives again. However, not every person who lived in the Komoda district had this mentality. Some bolder commoners were quite fearless when it came to matters of war. The only reason they were living in Komoda was to reap any scraps of war. The lawless lands had always been scarce on resources. If anyone was asked what was the most valuable scarps on the lawless lands, everyone would say with certainty that it was mechas and mecha parts. Even second-hand ones were quite pricey. It was because of this fact that a new type of job quickly gained prominence in the lawless lands: mecha scavengers. Their grounds for scavenging were the large battlefields that frequent battles, and Komoda was such an area. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. In order to earn more money in the lawless lands and for their family members to live better lives, even if they fully knew doing this was like reaching their hands into the jaws of a tiger, these people were still willing to risk it every time. A group of refurbished mechas were hidden in the bushes, carefully watching the area in front of them. In that flat plain in front of them was a brutal battlefield. The mechas from both sides were battling for their lives. There were already quite a few destroyed mechas on the ground. That was all money. The people in the hidden group of mechas couldn't help but look at the mechas like they were gold. They were now waiting for the last dregs of those mechas to finish fighting before they would sneak out and do their thing. Finally, one side of mechas couldn't hold out against the relentless battering of their opponents, and they made an instant decision to stop fighting and escape. The victorious mecha army seemed to be in a killing craze as they actually continued to chase after them. Not long after, there were no longer any moving mechas in that area. The youngest of the group hiding behind the bushes couldn't stay put any longer when he saw this scene. Right as he was about to stand up, he heard his leader's stern voice coming from their mecha comlink channel. "Don't move." The young man was perplexed. "Wait for a while and see if any of the mechas moves," reminded his leader. In the area in front of them, the seemingly wrecked mechas might not be completely dead. The mecha operators working under the lords were all quite strong. They were the strongest within the lawless lands. As long as they hadn't died, they would still have plenty of battle strength. They were scavengers and not mercenaries. Everything must be done carefully to reduce the chance of them dying to the minimum. The young man understood this point and stopped his mecha from moving to wait. After another 5 minutes passed with no mecha moving, he finally heard their leader shout out in the comlink channel, "Move out." Around 6 or 7 mechas got rid of their disguises as they quickly rushed towards the targets they had their eyes on. The young man had his eyes on a mecha that was relatively intact. As long as he brought back the mecha, he wouldn't need to work one bit for 3 years. Of course, for safety purposes, they would first completely dismantle these mechas, change them into parts and sell the parts separately. That way wouldn't expose the fact that they had scavenged them from a battlefield. Right as they were trying their best to take the mechas with them, they suddenly heard their leader nervously shout, "Quick, hide, mechas are coming." After hearing those words, they didn't think for a second as they instantly tossed aside the mechas and quickly rushed towards their original hiding spot. Only the young man was there, shocked, standing motionlessly. The shout made him panic for a moment, but only made him hesitate for a short while. After seeing everyone else tossing aside the mechas, he also followed suit and ran back to their original hiding spot. Right as he finished hiding himself, he saw 3 mechas appearing from the edge of the horizon. "It's fine. It's only a small mecha formation." The leader breathed a sigh of relief in the channel. Even if they were discovered, they were still able to handle 3 mechas. Becoming a mecha scavenger wasn't something anyone could do just because they wanted to do it. The requirements for such a profession were high. To work in this field, a person must at least be a mecha operator, otherwise, no one would team up with them, leaving them to scavenge by themselves. Although working alone came with its perks like not splitting the profits, it still had a major problem. The problem of not having any channels to sell the goods. For a lone scavenger to sell their spoils, he would have to ask for help from a scavenger organization. However, the price they quote such lone scavengers were scarps compared to the actual value. With such exploitation running rampant, it wasn't worthwhile for a person to risk their lives and to work alone. So, over time, no one worked alone anymore. "Boss, there seems to have been a small mecha battle below. There's still fire and smoke coming from there. It probably ended not long ago." After acquiring the situation on ground, Luo Lang reported it to Ling Lan. "Let's go down and take a look." While coming down here, Ling Lan hadn't met up with any mecha armies from any of the factions. She also hadn't seen any battlefields. And now, she finally saw one. She would most definitely go down there to carefully examine it. Perhaps she could acquire some useful information. 3 mechas slowly landed in the plains below them. Luo Lang and Li Lan each chose a destroyed mecha. They knelt down to carefully examine them while also not forgetting to take photos of them. "If I'm not wrong, the mecha I'm looking at should be one that works under Lord Zen." Li Lan compared the color and shape of the mecha and the symbol on the chest and arms to the database and reached this conclusion. On the other side, Luo Lang immediately reported, "The one beside me should be from Lord Demon's faction." It seems Lord Zen and Lord Demon's mecha teams encountered each other and fought each other. Ling Lan looked around and saw around 17 or 18 dilapidated mechas on the ground. If it was actually a war with large numbers of mechas, the final number of mechas destroyed wouldn't be so low. The only possibilities were that this was a battle between 2 battle teams, or more accurately 2 weak battle teams. It seems the large-scale battle royale is real. Luo Lang sighed. That may not be the case. It could also be just for show. Li Lan didn't agree with him. A show? But so many people died. Luo Lang was confused. The person of power only looks at the big picture. Plus, if there are enough benefits for them, sacrificing some pawns are worth it, Li Lan said calmly. Luo Lang frowned slightly after hearing those words. He didn't like those types of plans, but he decided to not argue with Li Lan about that, so he piloted his mecha to look towards another direction. He then saw through his screen some ashes. "Ah, there are ashes here." "It was blown here," Luo Lang said joyfully. "It seems that there are still people alive who flew towards that direction." The direction Luo Lang pointed towards was indeed the direction the mechas escaped towards. "Leave, leave." The young man hiding in the bushes kept repeating those words in his head. He was frustrated because he didn't know why the 3 mechas were taking their sweet time. It was clear that there wasn't anyone alive in the wreckage. At that moment, Ling Lan's gaze fixated on a destroyed mecha. No matter how she looked at it, the pose it had was odd. Li Lan saw the direction Ling Lan's mecha was looking. She was looking directly opposite of Luo Lang. He thought for a moment and then piloted his mecha, landing beside that mecha Ling Lan was looking at. Li Lan knelt down and looked carefully. He smirked slightly. "It seems there are traces here as well." "You see it too?" Ling Lan said plainly. "Yeah. The traces are quite obvious." Li Lan made his mecha stand up. 1418 Curious. "It seems we found something by sheer luck that others would search far and wide for." Ling Lan's gaze fell upon the bushes and forest beside her. The leader of those hidden saw that one of the 3 mechas looked towards their direction and his heart skipped a beat. Were they discovered? Before he could determine that fact, he heard that mecha that was looking in their direction shouted, come out. Was it a ruse, or were they actually discovered? The leader was hesitant. He didn't know whether to go out to fight or continue to hide. Everyone else was waiting for their leader's orders. Their hands were already on the control stick waiting for their leader to give the order to attack. Once their leader ordered an attack, they would rush towards the three mechas and surround them. The reason mecha scavengers could survive so long in the Komoda district was because no one could hold anything over them. The job of a mecha scavenger was a brutal one. They would either take out those who discovered them or escape with their tails between their legs. If they couldn't escape, they would immediately self-destruct to not allow any information of scavenger organization to be leaked out. Not knowing why, the leader of that group kept feeling that the three mechas standing before them were dangerous. He thought for a moment before deciding to bet on the fact that it was just a ruse. Ling Lan saw no activity in the forest and looked towards Li Lan. Without being given any orders, Li Lan knew what Ling Lan meant. He took out the beam gun from his back and instantly pointed it towards the forest. It wasn't a ruse. They were actually going to attack. The leader of the scavengers immediately ordered, "Attack." If they hid any more, they would be idiots. The opposition was clearly going to attack the place they were hiding at to get them out of that position by force. After that order was given, 6 mechas jumped out of the forest from different positions. They were very well coordinated with each other. They split into 2 groups of 3 and attacked Ling Lan and Li Lan, who were closest to their position. Seeing this, Li Lan walked in a Z shape and dodged the attack of the first mecha. At the same time, the beam gun had already become a large sword. Bang! The large sword instantly blocked the attacks from the other 2 mechas. The attack was the accumulation of force of 2 mechas, but Li Lan blocked it with ease. Not only did he not budge from it, he also used the force of the block to send the 2 mechas attacking him to fly backwards. On the other side, Ling Lan saw 3 people come towards her. She didn't pull out her sword but instead, backed up quickly, instantly dodging the attacks. How could those 3 people be willing to give up on their pursuit? After seeing Ling Lan dodge backwards, they piloted their mechas and instantly followed up to attack. Bang! Their attacks were finally blocked by a large sword. Did that person finally make a move? The 3 of them looked past their weapons. The mecha they were originally attacking was already 20 to 30 meters away from them. The one that blocked them was actually the 3rd mecha on the other side of the battlefield. When did he arrive? They originally wanted to use their position to their advantage to quickly take out the 2 closer mechas. After taking the 2 of them out, they would then go all out on the mechas furthest away from them. That was why when the 3rd mecha appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, these 3 scavengers couldn't believe their eyes. "Your opponent is me." They heard a voice coming from that mecha. That person spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if he didn't see them as a threat. Despite the mechas of the scavengers looking so-so and even somewhat dilapidated, they were definitely still not any weaker than standard mechas after being modified by the top-class engineers of the scavenger organization. These people piloting these mecha were also experienced ace mecha operators. Despite not being comparable to the elite ace operator armies under the 13 lords, they were still not any weaker when compared to operators from standard armies. In fact, they were even a bit stronger than the standard ones. In order to survive, these scavengers were much more shameless than mecha operators. Thus, their fighting style was more towards the despicable and dirty side. Thus, if their opponent looked down on them, they wouldn't become angry. Instead, they would be happy. They were used to grasping any advantage they could get, and one of those advantages was when their opponent would look down on them, they would surprise them with unexpected strength. Perhaps, the reason the scavenger organization made the outer appearance of the mechas so dilapidated was with this reason in mind. It was perhaps that they wanted their opponents to think of them as weak. The 3 of them quickly backed up slowly. They didn't try to split up to go after Ling Lan. Instead, they surrounded this new mecha while trying to find a chance to destroy it. Although they didn't know why the other mecha didn't want to join the fight, they still wouldn't refuse such an advantage for them. Right? Were they going to be stupid and split one person to attack that one person? No. Interesting. Luolang excitedly licked his lips. The display on his mecha's display was showing the area around him in a full 360 degrees. allowing Luo Lang to have complete vision of his opponent's movement. They suddenly pounced towards him with unexpected strength. Luo Lang shifted sideways and dodged the extremely well-hidden knife from the first mecha. At the same time, the large sword in his hands swung backwards to slash at the mecha attacking him from above. Luo Lang's heavy slash came too suddenly, but the mecha operator attacking from above was a still veteran after all. After seeing the sword slash coming right at him, his engine throttled to instantly stop him from dropping any further downwards. He forcefully stopped his mecha in midair as he prepared to dodge the sword slash. "Nice try," Luo Lang laughed softly. The large sword he originally swung backwards, suddenly flew out of his hands to fly towards the dodging mecha. "Look out." The third mecha was originally going to attack Luo Lang from the ground. After seeing the sword in the air, he could only give up on his original plan. He temporarily switched the focus from Luo Lang to the flying sword. He was attempting to bring down the sword. Bang! His large sword struck down Luo Lang's sword. At that moment, Luo Lang took one step and arrived next to the location where his sword was struck down. He quickly picked it up and swung it towards one direction. This time, he was attacking the mecha that he evaded in the beginning. This was unexpected as Luo Lang recovered pretty quickly. It could be said that when Luo Lang tossed out his large sword, everyone believed he had lost his chance to beat them. How could they have known Luo Lang did all that to attack that one mecha? The large sword forcibly swept that mecha. The immense force instantly sent that mecha flying. It smashed into the ground and skidded on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. After seeing their comrade being struck down, the other two mechas actually didn't panic. They didn't choose to go save their comrade, but rather continued attacking from two blind spots, one from above and one from below, before Luo Lang could recover from his previous attack. It could be said that when their comrade had taken a hit, these two were still able to calmly choose the best position of attack. This type of mentality proved these mecha operators weren't ordinary people. After watching to this point, Ling Lan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She was now somewhat curious about this group of mecha operators. 1419 Speaking with someone who is smart. "Don't kill them," Ling Lan ordered decisively. Luo Lang was originally planning on destroying one of the mechas. After hearing Ling Lan's orders, he immediately stopped his sword mid-slash. Instead, he began to evade the flurry of swords coming at him. After images of Luo Lang's mecha were formed, with unbelievable movements, he managed to escape from the pincer attack of the two mechas from his two blind spots. At the same time, without any prior preparations, he used the strength of his arms to execute a true whirlwind strike. This was considered a special technique which was done with no signs of preparations. The explosive nature made it impossible to defend against. The unexpected attack made the two mechas unable to evade in a timely manner. Bang, bang. The two of them were struck by the large sword in the whirlwind. The two mechas flew backwards before smashing to the ground. Luo Lang closely chased after them. The large sword in his hand ruthlessly slashed towards the mecha closest to him. He chose to slash at the chest of the mecha because he remembered boss's orders. The hip area and the cockpit were connected to the operator's lifeline. If he wished to finish them in one hit, he would choose to hit them either on the hip or cockpit first, but this time, he was not gunning for that. The chest was where the engine was situated. Once that was destroyed, it would turn the mecha into a giant piece of junk. It was clear that attacking them on the chest was the best choice if they wanted to leave them alive. However, the chest was where it was the most fortified. If the power of the attack wasn't stronger than its defensive strength, then the attack wouldn't do anything to it. However, for Luo Lang, it wasn't a difficult thing to do, especially when he was piloting a mecha Chang Xinyu and had modified for the brigade leaders, no, regiment commanders. All of its specifications were not far off from top-class Imperial mechas. Luo Lang's attack was quick, giving his opponent no chance to react. Right as he was about to launch his attack, a white light suddenly shot out from the forest. It moved towards Luo Lang's back. A sneak attack. Luo Lang seemed to not have realized it as he continued to slash his large sword down towards the mecha below him. Bang! The large sword struck the chest area of the mecha below Luo Lang, causing sparks to fly. The armor on the chest of the mecha was instantly cut open, showing the metal parts and wiring with sparks flying out. It was a clear indication of Luo Lang achieving what he wanted to do. When that white light was about to hit Luo Lang's mecha, it was suddenly intercepted by another white light. It didn't harm Luo Lang's mecha one bit. The person who made a move was Ling Lan. Luo Lang trusted that boss would definitely protect him, and Ling Lan was definitely not going to stand by and watch as his underling got ambushed. After achieving the desired result, Luo Lang stomped on the ground with his mecha's right leg. His mecha then flew up in the air and the large sword in his hand ruthlessly slashed towards the other mecha that was preparing to stand up. Right as Luo Lang's sword reached that mecha, a large mecha suddenly rushed out of the forest with a sharp spear. The sharp spear pointed its tip towards Luo Lang's mecha's cockpit. Bang! A loud bang was heard. The force behind the spear was astounding. The entire ground actually shook, which caused dust to fly up into the air, lowering the visibility of the area. Immediately after, there was another loud bang followed by the sound of cracked metal. After the dust slowly settled, the scene in front of them could finally be seen clearly. Ling Lan was on one knee, with her right hand pushing down a mecha onto the ground. The mecha Ling Lan held down was flailing its limbs, struggling to get up. However, no matter what it did, it couldn't get out from the seemingly weak hold of her right hand. In front of Ling Lan, Luo Lang stood there with one hand holding his sword hilt downwards. The tip of the large sword had already stabbed into the chest of the mecha laying on the ground. It was clear that it passed through the mecha and stabbed into the ground. In just an instant, these people took out two of their mechas. When their leader appeared, he was also held down by the opponent using only one hand with no chance of fighting back. No matter if it was the three mechas that were fighting Li Lan, or the mecha that Luo Lang had sent flying earlier, all stopped fighting immediately. They all fixated their gaze on Ling Lan in unplanned unison and their disheveled leader. They could only stand there and watch. He was undoubtedly the strongest out of all them to be able to become their leader. However, their strongest mecha operator couldn't even go one round with the opponent and was even easily held down by them. This difference in power made these scavengers understand that these three mecha operators weren't ordinary mecha operators. No, they weren't even part of the strongest elite ace operators working under the 13 Lords. Were they some of the legendary Imperial operators who guarded the 13 Lords? They were all veterans in the Lawless Lands, so they clearly knew of the exalt status of Imperial operators in the Lawless Lands. In reality, there were quite a lot of Imperial operators in the Lawless Lands. However, each of them were considered to be their own boss. These Imperial operators were known to the public as the strongest individuals after the 13 Lords. These Imperial operators were much stronger than those titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors. Titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors were at most the guards or butlers of the 13 Lords and were still considered servants. However, Imperial operators, other than those under factions, had signed contracts with the 13 Lords to cooperate. Even if one was to join the ranks of the 13 Lords, they would be given the status of guests to the 13 Lords. Not only would they have actual power, they would also be given the freedom that everyone in the Lawless Lands hoped to acquire. An Imperial operator was enough to take out their entire scavenger team, not to mention three of them. No matter how many people they had, it wouldn't be enough for these three to play around with. Mecha scavengers were people who would lower their dignity to the strong, because they knew what they had to do to survive in this harsh environment. When they realized that they couldn't win, they wouldn't waste time and would just beg for their lives instead. The leader of the group struggled for a moment. After discovering that he indeed didn't have any chance to escape, he stopped, surrendered and smiled bitterly. "Duke, I surrender. I won't try to escape. If you have anything you want to ask, I will definitely cooperate, so can you please let me go?" Duke was the respectful way of calling Imperial operators in the Lawless Lands. It was a show of status. While the leader was struggling, he still calmly contacted his two comrades who had been struck. After discovering they were alive, being the smart man he was, He quickly guessed what Ling Lan and them wanted from them. This leader decisively chose to cooperate since their lives were in their opponent's hands. Mecha scavengers didn't want to die unless they couldn't escape from it. It was because there were still family members who needed them to take care. They couldn't just die like that. You're very smart. I like speaking with smart people, Ling Lan said indifferently while loosening her right hand. She then slowly piloted her mecha to stand up. 1,420 partners? The leader of the scavengers, who was just given back his freedom, quickly crawled up to a standing position. He looked around to discover that the other two opposing mechas had already blocked off all their routes of escape. It seemed like he needed to put down the idea of running away. The leader sighed in his mind and spoke up with sincerity in his tone. Duke, please ask your questions. Where are you from? Who are you? And why are you here? Ling Lan asked the three basic questions. She needed to understand who these people are and what they were doing here. With mechas that looked like a mess with patches and spare parts of mechas of other models being jumbled together, they definitely weren't from mecha armies under the 13 lords. The mecha armies of the 13 lords would definitely not have any mechas that seemed so dilapidated. Ling Lan carefully studied the mechas in front of her. Their mechas looked rough around the edges from all the repairs. However, in fights, the power their mecha showed and their defensive strength was not any weaker than the official mechas from the Federation. This proved that behind these mecha operators, there was an expert modification master, and behind the expert modification master was an entity that could gather this many exceptional mecha operators and an expert modification masters. No matter if they were an organization or not, their power wasn't something that they could ignore. The leader of the scavengers hesitated. He was in a dilemma. If he were to expose the scavenger organization behind them, they wouldn't be able to live a good life even if they were to return back alive. However, if he didn't tell them, he wasn't sure whether it would anger these three people standing before them, which might cause their death. The reason he brought these people out here to take such risk was to feed their families, and he wanted to bring them home safely. The leader knew very well about the situation of his underlings' families. They couldn't afford to die. Once they passed on, their family members probably wouldn't be able to continue to live in this dog-eat-dog world that was the Lawless Lands. Not to mention there was even a first-time scavenger he needed to be responsible for. A young man like him had unlimited potential in the future. If he just died here, it would be very unfortunate. The leader thought about it for a moment, sorting out in his mind about the details he could spill. We are mecha scavengers. In every battle royale, we would come here and look for mecha parts that could be exchanged for money. Mecha scavengers? This answer surprised Ling Lan. She didn't expect a profession like this to come up in the Lawless Lands. There's a battle royale every year. In every royale, there would be losers and winners. According to the rules, anything the losers left on the battlefield would belong to the victors as spoils of war. For example, these destroyed mechas would be cleaned up by the victors after the battle royale, explained the leader of scavengers. We on the other hand would sneak into the battlefield, using the small time window before the victors could come to clean up to pick a few parts to sell. We would then go to the black market and exchange them for some daily necessities or money. We don't have a choice but to do this risky job. There's elders and children at home who can't feed themselves. They need us to make money to live, and they are still barely scraping by. In the Lawless Lands, if a person wanted to make money, other than putting their lives on the line, everything else was suicide. We can't die. The fates of so many people on our shoulders. The bitter sadness in his tone showed that they were forced to do this job. So you mean you found out about this money-making scheme accidentally? Asked Ling Lan. Yes. The leader nodded. Your mechas are modified quite well, huh? Ling Lan suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. Huh? The leader of the scavengers could grasp the underlying intention behind Ling Lan's words in that moment. Although your mechas are visually disgusting, the different parts actually melded together quite well. The modifications done on the mecha aren't lowering the specs of the mecha at all, said Ling Lan with a half-smile on her face. And the defensive strength of your mecha is tough even with all the patches and repairs. The leader of the scavengers could feel his heart tightening up. At that moment, He didn't know how to respond. "I'm sure you know what that means, right?" Ling Lan said calmly. What does it mean?" The leader could only follow the conversation and ask. "The person who modified your mechas is a master-level engineer. You guys are quite lucky to randomly have such a big shot working with you," Ling Lan said sarcastically as she smiled slightly. "Haha, yeah, we really are lucky." The leader could only pretend to play dumb until the end. In the cockpit, he was already completely soaked through and through with cold sweat. It was because he knew he could no longer lie to the opponent. Most mecha operators wouldn't focus on mecha modifications. How could he have known that this Imperial operator standing before him was knowledgeable enough about mecha modifications to see through the secrets of their mecha's repairs with just one look? They were too unlucky. "You guys are part of an organization." Ling Lan didn't need that leader's answer to conclude that. From the way the leader answered her questions, she had more or less already confirmed this. That was why Ling Lan said it as a statement and not a question. The leader had been afraid he would expose the organization. However, after the opposition made it clear, it was as though a tense string had snapped, allowing him to finally feel relieved, causing him to lay flat in his cockpit. Ling Lan didn't hear a response. But not answering could also be an answer. A mecha scavenger organization. The mechas you bring back would be handled by them. They would then give a certain price for the quality of the mecha you have brought to them. Members like yourselves would then also receive some benefits from the alliance or organization, such as mecha modifications. Ling Lan continued. This would explain why your mechas had signs of a master-level modification engineer's work on them. The leader of the scavengers was completely speechless. Just in a few sentences, the opponent had already exposed the inner workings of their organization. Yes, perhaps, you appearing here is also because your alliance or organization had given you the coordinates, and these coordinates would require money or points to redeem. Leader of scavengers went through a myriad of expressions the longer Ling Lan spoke. It was because what Ling Lan said was the complete truth. He felt relieved that he wouldn't have to expose the organization, but he was getting more fearful of this Imperial operator standing before him. That's interesting. Ling Lan was quite happy. After entering the Komoda district, she no longer had any intel, and with the fact that she couldn't get in contact with Zhao Jun and the other two, she was going in blind. She could only fly around like a headless fly and hope a blind cat like her could encounter a dead mouse. She didn't think they would be so lucky not to encounter a dead mouse, but rather a fat and lively rat. It was clear that in the Mecha Scavenger organization, had intel about the other battlefields, and this intel was indeed what Ling Lan needed the most at this moment. There was once a saying that would say that war was fought with logistics, but intel was essential for winning a war. Ling Lan put much importance on the intel that could determine the win or loss of a battle. That was why Ling Lan decided right then and there to turn towards a different direction. They would go and meet with this secretive Mecha Scavenger organization. Ling Lan believed that the Mecha Scavenger organization definitely didn't just have intel about the situation in the Komoda district. This was an organization that managed to perfectly dismantle mechas from the battlefield, silently sell them without showing any flaws on the markets of the lawless lands, and not be discovered by the 13 lords in all these years. Its power and roots were definitely planted firmly into the lawless lands. Perhaps, they would be a suitable partner to cooperate with. 1421 Disappear. Ling Lan waited for the leader to reply. The leader tried his best to gather his strength and forced an awkward smile on his face. He said weakly, "Everything I said was normal." "Why does Duke think this way?" "Even if he was to die, he needed to know the reason." Ling Lan replied nonchalantly, "That's because you were too composed." This isn't the attitude of someone without a backing. The leader was enlightened. All in all, they were too careless. Lone scavengers wouldn't be as daring as them. They wouldn't have left any traces of them, especially when they realized that someone was coming closer. For their own safety, They should escape as far away as possible as soon as they notice someone. Ling Lan pouted her lips secretly. She had read many novels in her past life. The situation here was the standard configuration of such an organization. It would be hard for her to not think of it. The rules of the Mecha Scavenger organization are very strict. If you take me away, we might never be able to work there anymore. The leader changed his attitude and started acting pitiful. Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She just raised her head and looked at Li Lan, who was at her side. Li Lan raised his beam gun and aimed it at the forehead of the leader. It was obvious that Ling Lan was warning him. If he didn't agree, none of them would be able to stay alive. The leader started getting anxious when he saw this. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "You can follow us secretly. We will not be aware." Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She silently disagreed with his suggestion. The leader took a deep breath and said resolutely, "If you don't accept, kill us." If they blatantly brought them to the Mecha Scavenger organization, they would forever be on the hit list of the organization. When that happens, not only them, but their families would also get implicated. The leader knew clearly the methods of the Mecha Scavenger organization. He wasn't willing to harm his family members, so he would rather end this here. Maybe the organization might take care of his family since he worked up and made many contributions in the past. Although the leader made a decision, he was still perturbed. No one would want to die if they didn't have to. This was his thought. His brothers were having the same thought too. Just as the leader was feeling despair because Ling Lan hadn't replied to him, he heard Ling Lan's voice. "Okay." It sounded like a nightingale. The leader was elated at the sudden new lease on life. He quickly gathered his companions who were still able to move and picked up the two mechas that Luo Lang had damaged badly. They also carried the mecha they had laid their eyes on with them. Then, they started going back to their base camp. As for Ling Lan and her comrades, they followed behind the Mecha Scavengers secretly. Komoda was huge. Ling Lan and her comrades flew for 2 hours before finally arriving at the mountainous portion of the district. The leader was very cooperative. He took a short rest at the side of a mountain before rushing towards the mountain as though he wanted to slam into it. Then, he disappeared entirely. The other mechas followed the leader and all the mechas disappeared right in front of Ling Lan and her comrades' eyes the same way. Ling Lan waited for a moment before controlling her mecha and flying over. By this time, they had all activated the newest generation chameleon system equipped on their mechas. The chameleon system was able to stimulate the dynamics of their environment. It allowed Ling Lan and her comrades' mechas to appear invisible while they were moving using dynamic simulation while also blocking radar searches. Of course, the new generation of the chameleon system wasn't perfect. The mecha was moving so it would naturally produce heat. Thus, if their enemy used infrared detectors, they would still be able to notice them. However, there were problems with infrared detectors too. Due to the environment, radiation, as well as the heat produced a human, it would taint the environment, which would affect the result of the infrared detectors. Among all the tracking devices, infrared detectors suffered from the most amount of errors. Thus, most places wouldn't use this kind of outdated and problematic device. They preferred the universal and accurate radar detector. Li Lan walked to the hillside where the Mecha Scavengers had disappeared and inspected it carefully. He also used all the devices equipped on his mecha to search the area. The 3 mechas were well equipped with tracking devices. They had all kinds of systems, including the heat detectors that were given up by most people. As the results of the search flashed on his screen, Li Lan's fingers started flying over his control panel. Using his spiritual power, numerous amounts of data reflected through his eyes furiously. Luo Lang looked at Ling Lan standing calmly at the side with Li Lan standing motionlessly at the hillside. He couldn't help but asked curiously, "Boss, why aren't we looking for the door?" Waiting here without doing anything wasn't a good plan. There's no need to hurry. Let Lan analyze his data first. Maybe we'll get an answer soon, Ling Lan replied calmly. She trusted Li Lan's capabilities, especially when it comes to data. Of course, if Little Four was here, Ling Lan would definitely take charge herself. It wasn't because she trusted Little Four more. As an intelligent entity, Little Four's speed at solving this kind of problem was much faster than a human. This was the advantage of his kind. Even if Li Lang's talent in virtual data exceeded the boundaries of a human, when compared to Little Four, who was an amalgamation of data himself, he was incomparable. They didn't have to wait too long as Li Lang's stable voice was heard. "I found it." "What is it?" Luo Lang was impatient, so he asked anxiously. "Actually, it's similar to our chameleon system. There's a door here, but the door is disguised as part of the mountain," Li Lang explained. "So we just slam into it directly?" Luo Lang was excited to try. "Well, if you want to alert the people inside, you can do that." Li Lang mocked him. "I see. Is there a mechanism here, or do we need a passcode to open the door?" Luo Lang appeared enlightened. He was a little slow, so he didn't realize that Li Lang was teasing him. Li Lang took a deep breath. Sometimes, talking to simple-minded people wasn't very fun. He turned and said to Ling Lan, "I've already deciphered the passcode. However, I'm not sure about the situation behind the door. Do you think they will take the chance to lay an ambush, or they may have gone to inform the Mecha Scavenger organization directly?" "They won't inform the organization. They will never lay an ambush too." Ling Lan shook her head. "If they do that, they will just expose themselves. They had already shown they rather die than to get exposed. Now, they won't do it either. I'm just worried that there might be guards behind the door." Ling Lan was more worried about this. Once the door was opened, if there were guards inside, they would definitely be discovered. Before she understood how deep the waters of the Mecha Scavenger organization was, Ling Lan didn't want to alert her enemies. "We can only take the risk," Li Lan said calmly. "Of course, we can't give up halfway." Ling Lan had her worries, but this wouldn't affect her initial decision. However, when she was executing her plan, she would try her best to think of all the dangers so that they would be well prepared. 1422 evolved. The three of them knew that once they entered through the door, they might be walking into a lion's den. But they were all soldiers who had fought through many hard-fought battles. This slight problem wasn't enough to stop them from achieving their goal, which was to obtain more intel about the situation in the Komoda district. Ling Lan nodded at Li Lang. After being given the approval to go forward, Li Lang touched the hillside and told Ling Lan and Luo Lang, "Follow behind me closely." After he finished speaking, he took a huge step and entered the door. Ling Lan followed him without any hesitation. Luo Lang brought up the rear. The three of them rushed towards the hillside. Then, they disappeared mysteriously. The moment they entered through the hillside, all they saw an extremely expansive tunnel. Luckily, there were no guards, but Ling Lan quickly noticed that there were numerous surveillance cameras hidden behind the ceiling of the tunnel. Fortunately, Ling Lan and her comrades had turned on the chameleon system before coming in. The moment they entered the tunnel, the chameleon system almost instantaneously changed the color of the mecha according to its surroundings, allowing the mechas to blend with the background of the environment. This might be useless against perceptive domain realm masters, but it was enough to tackle these rigid machines. Still, to keep the energy fluctuations to the minimum, the three of them changed their mecha control system to manual mode. While doing so, they switched the full throttle mode of their engine to the less energy-consuming mode, minimal energy mode. In minimal energy mode, besides the energy needed to ensure that the mecha systems continued working, all the ease-of-use functions were turned off. The movement of the mecha relied entirely on manual control. This kind of control would allow the heat emission of the mecha to get close to zero, preventing them from being caught by infrared detectors. "Boss, there's a laser security system in the tunnel." Luo Lang activated his radar scanner and saw multiple red lines scattered in the tunnel. They formed a complex structure with almost no holes, essentially forming a large web over the entire tunnel. "Let's test your fundamental skill," Ling Lan said calmly. After saying that, she maneuvered her mecha through the laser web with much agility. "Haha, how can I be beaten by this?" Luo Lang was unwilling to admit defeat, so he followed Ling Lan and passed through the web with comparable amounts of agility. Li Lan shook his head and followed behind them. Actually, in their eyes, This kind of defensive system was nothing to them. They were able to pass through it even when they were in their second or third year of being a scout. They were so easy to intrude that the Federation gave up this kind of defensive system centuries ago. Most would only see this kind of low-level defensive systems in their history lessons. Yet, in the lawless lands, this system still existed. So, it was quite an interesting experience to Ling Lan and her comrades who were able to see and experience it personally for themselves. Although this was an easy obstacle, the three of them didn't get complacent. Instead, they became even more cautious the more they got deeper into the tunnel. The simpler something seemed, the more complicated it might be. Luo Leng might not think this way, but Ling Lan, who liked to think deeper into matters, and Li Lan, who naturally liked to overthink, definitely thought about this possibility. Luckily, no problems occurred during their journey. The three of them came to the exit successfully. However, to their surprise, they saw many guard mechas there. Ling Lan was surprised for a moment, but, soon, she understood why the other party made this arrangement. The best time to ambush someone was when they just entered through the door, but it was also the hardest time for the guards to differentiate a friend from a foe. Especially when people entered through the door using the passcode, the guards wouldn't be able to make an accurate judgment instantly. By the time they could differentiate the enemy, it would be too late to attack them. The enemy, however, wouldn't need to make such judgment. They could just start shooting blindly the moment they entered through the door. The result was clear. Before the guards at the door could react, they would be killed by their enemies. To prevent these unnecessary deaths from happening, the Mecha Scavenger organization shifted their guards to the exit. They also placed some surveillance equipment and a low-level laser defensive system in the tunnel. This would give the guards enough time to understand the situation inside the tunnel and prepare themselves. Once intruders were found, they would be attacked in all directions when they reached the exit. In this case, the intruders would be the ones who didn't have the time to react, not the guards. This was a good arrangement, but there was a major weakness. The guards were too dependent on the surveillance equipment. If they couldn't detect the intruders like them, they could easily bypass every security checkpoint. They are the scavengers from a moment ago, Li Lan reminded them through their earpiece. Boss, what do we do? Luo Leng always listened to boss's orders. Don't stop. Pass through them directly. Don't alert the guards. While Ling Lan gave her order, her hands didn't stop moving. She controlled her mecha to fly towards the exit. Luo Leng didn't understand why they were doing this, but he was someone who firmly believed in boss's orders. Thus, he instantly executed the order and followed behind Ling Lan's footsteps. Li Lan thought for a split second and roughly understood the meaning of Ling Lan's order. He smiled and followed them decisively. The leader who brought them in was discussing something with the chief of the guards. Mechas had their own personal channels, so Ling Lan and her comrades couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could tell that the mechas weren't on their guards. This showed that the leader didn't betray them. This was why Ling Lan dared to fly past them. The guards didn't notice them, and the leader who brought them in had attracted the attention of the guards. This was definitely a good chance for them to sneak in. However, it was extremely difficult to find a way to sneak past these mechas which were standing disorderly. There might not be an easy route to go past them. The distance between each mecha might not be big enough for a mecha to pass through. It meant that there was no way they could smuggle themselves in. In reality, this was what happened. The mechas looked as though they just chose to stand in their positions casually, but if you looked at them carefully, you would see that all their positions were extremely planned out. No matter which route you take, you would reach a dead end. The person who arranged this arrangement was an expert. Li Lan, who was good at scheming, noticed the problem the moment he got near the mechas. When he saw that, the spark in his eyes lit up. At this moment, many different routes appeared in his mind. However, all of them were immediately eliminated. Is there a way through? Li Lan looked at Ling Lan's mecha from the corner of his eyes. She passed the first set of mecha without any hesitation. When Li Lan saw that, He calmed himself down. There must be a way. He knew that Ling Lan wasn't someone who acted rashly or bet on something that was unwinnable. Where was it? Why couldn't he see it? Li Lan always knew that there was a distance between Ling Lan and him. He thought that the distance between them had shortened, but in that instant just now, he felt that the distance was still as vast as the ocean. How can I be left behind by you again? Li Lan was extremely frightened of being left behind. Suddenly, his eyes turned black entirely. The pupil of his eye expanded without any limit until it devoured all the white parts of his eyes, looking as if his eyes had turned into black holes. Li Lan was currently looking at a four-dimensional world. The passages around him and the mechas in front of him all turned into lines. They crisscrossed each other. It looked like a minor virtual world. 1423. No. This is... Li Lan was dumbstruck, but he immediately understood what was happening. This should be a sign that his spectral abilities were evolving. Although he didn't know what would be the new function, evolution was still a good thing. But, the next second, he knew what it could do: deduction. In this minor virtual world, a few routes started to map out in his head. These were routes he had deduced. However, this didn't mean that all the paths were accurate and safe. A deduction was just an inference he made based on the situation. It might still be slightly different from the reality. Whether he was able to find the most accurate path out of all these routes depended on his own judgment. This evolution just allowed him to visualize the best routes he could think of. It didn't give him the final answer. He still had to rely on himself to make the ultimate decision. This was an example of how different innate talents could be. Ling Lan's profound insight was able to give her a clear answer right from the start. As it evolved slowly, its ability got scarier. Sometimes, even Ling Lan found it difficult to control her own innate talent. Li Lan didn't have the time to slowly make his judgment. So many things were pushed towards his plate, but all these happened within a blink of an eye, and Li Lan needed to choose his route immediately. There was no time to compare and stimulate the routes. Reality forced Li Lan to make his decision the instant he saw the image. In the end, he still relied on his instinct. He chose the path his intuition told him to. This proved why Qilong's animal instinct was one of the best innate talents for mecha operators, even though it sounded so unreliable. All the different divisions were fighting to get him. During a crucial moment, there was no time for you to think too much. It was a life or death situation. In such situations, only innate talents like animal instinct would allow you to see an opportunity in an instant. Mecha operators that were able to sense danger could live longer. Mecha operators would only be useful if they were able to survive. Li Lan was very decisive. It could even be said that he was more decisive than 99.9999% of the people in the world. If he had to admit that he was weaker than someone, it would only be Ling Lan. Li Lan was able to live well in the Li family and have such a good life because of his emotionless and cold-blooded heart. There were many devious people in the world, especially in the Li family. They were born with this trait in their blood. They might lack hot-headed and naive people, but people like Li Lan, they came in masses. But, as long as he was a human, he would have something he treasured. In that case, he would have a weakness, and that weakness could be easily used against him. The people of the Li family more or less had things they treasured. For instance, the family head of the Li family viewed prospering and passing on the legacy of the Li family as his responsibility. In order to do this, he was willing to make numerous devious plans. He even started his plot more than 20 years ago just to increase the chance of it happening. However, this was the reason why Li Lan was able to catch on to his weakness and used it as leverage to get what he wanted. For instance, Li Shi treasured his brotherhood with Li Lan. Thus, under Li Lan's guidance, he went on a path he would never have taken in the past. Not only that, having a military doctor as his younger brother added more security to his health. At the same time, Li Lan managed to get rid of a powerful opponent fighting with him for the title of the family head. Another example, Li Yingji was the third-in-line successor of the Li family, but he grew up to be an impulsive and typical rich second-generation youth. Without Li Lan's secret doings and his plans to groom Li Yingji into a big bully, do you believe that the Li family, who was the master of schemes, would raise such a naive and stupid successor? Of course, we wouldn't know if there were other members of the Li family who helped to push Li Lang's plans, but Li Lang knew who had helped him. If he was able to use someone else's hands to get rid of an opponent silently, he was happy to do it. In Li Lang's heart, Li Yingji was just a stranger that had the same surname as him. That was it. What if they were brothers? So what? He was able to scheme against Li Shu, the person who loved and trusted him deeply, mercilessly. So, there was no way he would treat Li Yingji, someone who he had never even seen before, any better. What worsened the situation back then was the fact that Li Lang didn't care about anything, even himself. Hence, he would use himself as leverage in an argument too. He never showed mercy even when it came to plots about himself, so what kind of virtuous soul did he need to have to not treat others harsher than how he treated himself? Back then, Li Lang literally had no weakness. Hence, in the Li family, every step he made was stable and accurate, and in the end, he got what he wanted. But, he was still unable to break the curse of fate. He met Ling Lan, who introduced him to the beautiful world. But, simultaneously, Ling Lan gave him a fatal weakness. Li Lan tried his best to get rid of this weakness in the past, but he lost. He lost hard. Li Lan had a weakness now, but it only surfaced when Ling Lan's safety was in jeopardy. As long as it didn't affect her safety, Li Lan was still the same Li Lan. Obviously, everything said above had nothing to do with what was happening now. In that minor virtual world, Li Lan was extremely calm and he made a decision in an instant. It wasn't an obvious route. There were at least 4 other routes that looked much safer than this one. However, Li Lan was instinctively drawn to it when he first laid his eyes on it. Almost at the same time, his mecha appeared in his virtual world. Then, multiple split screens were displayed in front of him showing each position he was supposed to move. The split screens were analyzing the steps and methods he needed to operate his mecha as well as the success rate of these movements. At this moment, Ling Lan, who was the first to make the move, had already evaded the mechas of the scavengers. She successfully passed the first set of mechas of the guards. Ling Lan was invisible to the human eye. She also stopped all unnecessary heat production. But, the wind produced when she was flying past the mechas still existed. Without a doubt, it was up to the piloting skills of the mecha operator to ensure that the winds generated wouldn't alert the sensors on the guards. This kind of close-distance phasing maneuver was definitely considered a god-class piloting skill. Let's not talk about ace mecha masters. Even Imperial operators might not dare to bet that they would be successful. Ling Lan's mecha piloting skills were undoubtedly perfect. Under her control, the wind caused by her mecha was negligible. It wouldn't even be noticed by the mecha that was just beside her. Thus, the ones further away wouldn't detect her too. Luolang followed behind Ling Lan closely. Now, the Luolang in control wasn't just the normal Luolang. It was impossible for Luolang's primary personality to keep up with boss's pace. Luolang knew this and the calm personality knew this too. Hence, the moment Ling Lan moved, Luolang and the calm personality merged instantaneously. The first answer the calm personality gave after merging was synchronized simulation. They would copy Ling Lan's piloting, his route, and his movements exactly to pass through. No. Suddenly, both Luolang and the calm personality realized a huge mistake. Luolang couldn't keep up with boss's hand speed. At the same time, his spiritual power was weaker too. It was only weaker by a little bit, but this stopped him from completely copying Ling Lan's movement. Both of them knew what the result would be. They would be exposed. 1424, not one less. In the cockpit, cold sweat covered Luolang's body in an instant. Whether it was the primary personality or the calm personality, they could only watch as their mecha failed to pass through the gap between the guards. Their movements were too big. Their mecha slid towards one of the guards at the side. No, not only was the primary personality unable to accept this reality, but the calm personality also couldn't accept it too. Although there were different personalities, all of them had a similarity. They didn't accept failure. There's still a chance. This strong belief stimulated Luolang. His eyes widened and his hand speed, which had already reached the maximum, instantly accelerated again. At that moment, It was actually comparable to Ling Lan's hand speed. The primary personality and the calm personality were entirely focused, so they didn't realize that while they were unwilling to accept defeat and were looking for an opportunity to break through, the two personalities reached the same resonance. They managed to merge perfectly. This Luo Lang wasn't a combination of the primary personality and the calm personality. It was an entirely new Luo Lang. This new Luo Lang had the calmness of the calm personality and the powerful mecha piloting skills of the primary personality. Because these two personalities merged perfectly, Luo Lang's spiritual power, which didn't reach the requirements just now, increased immediately to the point where he could execute Ling Lan's movements. Let me pass. Luo Lang gritted his teeth as his fingers created afterimages as it moved through the control panel. Luo Lang should have felt an immense backflash from going this fast, but currently, Luo Lang felt nothing. There was only Boss in his eyes. While he watched Boss elegantly phasing through the various mechas, he was mimicking Boss's movement with almost a 100% accuracy. Luo Lang's mecha barely scraped by his opponent's mecha. At the most crucial moment, Luo Lang succeeded. Luo Lang was completely honed in on Ling Lan, so he didn't have the time to feel happy. He needed to follow behind Boss's footsteps closely to get by the next set of guards. At the back, Li Lan, who noticed Luo Lang's almost miraculous movement, narrowed his eyes. He was very observant, so it was natural that he noticed that Luo Lang had gotten stronger in that split second. Actually, when he saw Luo Lang following Ling Lan's actions, Li Lan already knew what Luo Lang wanted to do. He had thought Luo Lang was going to fail. When Luo Lang almost alerted the guards, Li Lan almost had a heart attack. But, before he could provide help, Luo Lang managed to evade the mecha successfully. His instantaneous shift in movement proved that the current Luo Lang was more powerful than the Luo Lang a moment ago. I can't lose. Li Lan's black eyes turned even darker and deeper. About Ling Lan's maneuvers, Li Lan felt that he had enough spiritual power to execute it. However, his hand speed, due to his physical constitution, had always limited his improvement. Although he managed to solve his physical constitution problem after meeting Ling Lan, he had already missed the prime time to grow stronger. Thus, his body still restricted his growth. In actual fact, in Lingshan, Li Lan's mecha piloting skill was 7th out of all the mecha operators. Ling Lan had laid the foundations for Qi Long and Luo Lang's mecha piloting future. With the help of their amazing talent, there was nothing much to say about their hand speed. They were the top two within Lingshan. The two vice commanders, Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi, brigade leader Gu, and Li Lan's best buddy, Zhao Jun, all had faster hand speeds than Li Lan. What about Ling Lan? Was Ling Lan even a human? This ranking was only for humans. Of course, having quick hands didn't represent your real mecha piloting ability. If they really had a fight, Li Lan might not lose to the people who were ranked higher than him. In Lingshan, there were two people recognized as the most difficult opponents. They were Qi Long and Li Lan. Qi Long was hard to fight with because he would get stronger and crazier as the fight went on. He was like an unkillable cockroach. This teasing nickname had been following him for a long time, was validated even more the more they spent time with him. Although many people from Lingshan still didn't know who or what a cockroach was, since their boss said it, it must be a very strong person or animal, right? Imagine fighting an undying opponent. What could you do to him? You would only get more and more tired the more you fought him. In the end, there would only be one thought in your mind: why hasn't it ended yet? Fine, I think I should just admit defeat. As for Li Lan, no one knew how to fight with him yet. Every single move he made always looked like a trap. If you guard against it, it might be nothing. If you don't, fine, a punch was coming right at your face. The longer you fought with him, the more frustrated you would get before finally, you wouldn't feel like fighting anymore. Ah, I got fooled again. I admit defeat. I give up. Please let me go. Hence, even if Li Lan had suddenly evolved successfully like Luo Lang, based on his limiting hand speed, he wouldn't be able to jump and leap like him. He could at most be as fast as Qi Long, and that was his best already. This was the hard truth of the limitations of physical constitution. It was like a natural chasm laid in front of Li Lang. His crippling physical constitution forced Li Lang to find other ways to catch up with Ling Lan, and because of his earlier efforts, he finally managed to evolve in that opportune moment. On the bright side, Li Lan's spiritual power was stronger than Ling Lan. Using that and his evolved innate talent to his advantage, he managed to find a new route using his spiritual power. This route didn't require any heaven-defying technique like what Ling Lan was doing. It was just a seemingly useless ability. But Li Lan knew that this was what he wanted now. This ability could help him make more of his limited hand speed, being provided with all the possible routes he could take. But the final decision was always made by Li Lan personally. With this ability, he felt more confident in becoming the #1 underling directly below Ling Lan. Yes, Li Lan never gave up this goal. Even though he fell in love with Ling Lan and was willing to stay beside her, he never gave up his goal. This was because he became greedier. He didn't just want to become the most important person in Ling Lan's heart. He also wanted to become the most powerful person among her companions. He would never give up either of his goals. When Li Lan noticed that Luo Lang had succeeded, he completely ignored him. Of course, he didn't have a choice. It was because he was going to face the same predicament as Luo Lang had just now. Just like Luo Lang, if he was unable to control his mecha accurately, Li Lan's mecha would alert the guards. The route that Li Lan chose was different from Ling Lan's route. Ling Lan's route was the shortest, almost being a straight line. But, undoubtedly, it was the most difficult too. Only a monster like Ling Lan would be able to use this route without alerting the guards. Luo Lang, who had evolved, could only barely manage to scrape by. Many times, he almost bumped into a guard. This further proved that there was a huge gap between Luo Lang and Ling Lan's mecha piloting skills. 1425 Not enough ability. Li Lan's route seemed less difficult than Ling Lan's. This was because the route he chose had the largest gaps between the guards. Of course, this increased the distance he needed to travel. Moreover, he had to pass through 4 more mechas than Ling Lan. But, in actual fact, the difficulty between the two routes was comparable. To add to his already high-strung nerves, he couldn't fail. Once he made a mistake, he would reveal himself and destroy Ling Lan's plan entirely, which then would expose Ling Lan to danger, something that he would allow himself to do. Thus, he must succeed. After calming his mind, he rushed towards the guards. His hand speed increased exponentially and in an instant, it reached his limit. Although he chose a slightly less difficult path, that didn't mean that with his current ability, he would be able to pass through it easily. "Let me pass!" Li Lan screamed in his heart. However, his eyes were still black and calm, like the surface of a lake. He flew past the guards at an obscure angle. Li Lan's fingers couldn't be seen on the control panel anymore. If someone didn't notice where his arms were, they might think he was just sitting in his cockpit, not doing anything. Cold sweat continued to drip from Li Lan's forehead. He realized that he had almost lost control of his mecha because it was moving too quickly. It was almost steering away from its original course. Once it left the route entirely, he would hit the guards. No. Li Lan refused to let that happen. The rejection in him was so strong that Li Lan's hand speed, which had been stagnant for so many years, suddenly increased. This increase was minimal, but it was enough to allow him to stabilize his mecha. The mecha managed to pass through the guard with less than 10 centimeters of distance between them. It was a narrow miss. Then, he passed through the second and the third mecha. When Li Lan passed through the last mecha, he finally saw the back of Luo Lang's mecha, who followed Ling Lan. It was no surprise that he was slower since he chose the further route. After passing through the tunnel, they saw a huge plaza. There were many mechas standing tall and upright in the plaza. These mechas were all different in appearance, but, if you looked carefully, you would notice their similarity. Just like the mechas of the mecha scavenger team that lead them here, these mechas had all been repaired. "The two of you will stay here temporarily. I will go and scout the area first." Ling Lan raised her right hand and gave her order. "Let me go." Li Lan couldn't bear to let Ling Lan be in danger, so he volunteered himself hurriedly. "You're not strong enough." Ling Lan's cockpit suddenly opened. She was already standing at the door. "There shouldn't be any mechas inside. If we still use our mechas, we will be discovered by the organization," Ling Lan said calmly, without care if her words would hurt Li Lan. "But this is their base. It will be dangerous if you act alone." Li Lan sighed as he said this. "If we can invent the spatial pocket mentioned in the books, we won't need to be so careful." If they were able to bring their Imperial mechas along, they would be able to fight with a God Realm formidable warrior. Then, Ling Lan as an Imperial Realm formidable warrior would have the chance to fight against God Realm formidable warrior, if there was one stationed here. 1426 How could I have known? Legend has it that there were 7 organizers in the Mecha Scavenger organization. However, those who worked under them never fully met with all 7 of these big wigs. Still, the highest tower at the center of where the organization was situated would always have one of the organizers garrisoned there. The equipment and setup of the atrium in the first floor of the plaza gave Ling Lan the feeling she had returned back to the Federation. Technologically advanced optical supercomputers were lined up on both sides of the atrium for scavenger members to look up information. One of the walls displayed mecha materials and part and how much they were worth. These supercomputers facilitated the scavengers to choose the missions they could handle. This method was not so different from the mercenary centers in the center of the galaxy. "That's interesting." Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. In the next second, she had already disappeared from the crowd. The people around her seemed to not have noticed there was a person beside them just then. The top of the tower was quite empty. Other than a set of elegant sofas, there weren't anything else. With glass walls on all sides, sitting on the sofas would allow the person to monitor the plaza below them. At that moment, there was a mature and handsome middle-aged man sitting there, holding a glass of red wine while slowly sipping from it. Suddenly, he stopped sipping his wine. He let out a deep sigh as he slowly put down his wine glass. A look of regret fell upon his eyes. It was as though he felt it was unfortunate that his peaceful afternoon was gone just like that. "Since you've come, you might as well come out," said the middle-aged man. Right as he finished, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was indeed Ling Lan. The middle-aged man turned his head with no surprised expression on his face. After seeing Ling Lan, he scanned her from head to toe before saying, "I didn't expect you to be this young." He could completely see through how young Ling Lan was. Even if his scene before him was deceiving him, the young and fresh aura she gave off was enough to prove that her strong life force and liveliness. "I didn't expect you to be this old," said Ling Lan nonchalantly. She didn't care whether it would offend the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression hardened. To punish Ling Lan's disrespect, he sent a hidden force towards Ling Lan. However, when this hidden force was a meter away from Ling Lan, it silently dissipated. It was as though the middle-aged man hadn't attacked. The middle-aged man's expression froze slightly. "No wonder you're so bold to have come here by yourself. I'm indeed quite curious how you are able to establish such a large organization right under the 13 lords' noses." It was though Ling Lan had returned home. She slowly walked to the sofas and casually sat in one of the sofas in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled. "We are only a few poor bastards trying to make a living and feed our families. You think the 13 lords will care about low-class people like us? If it was elsewhere, they indeed wouldn't care. However, in Komoda, you people are taking the profits of the 13 lords." Ling Lan half smiled. "The stuff you are scavenging up are the 13 lords' wealth." The middle-aged man didn't stop smiling, but his eyes narrowed slightly and a flash of killing intent showed within them. "Who are you?" said the middle-aged man coldly as his smile actually cracked. "Who are you?" Ling Lan answered with a question. The middle-aged glared at Ling Lan coldly and didn't answer. The atmosphere around them got tense. Shing! Suddenly, a sharp sword appeared out of thin air and it ruthlessly sliced towards Ling Lan. However, right as it was about to hit Ling Lan, the sword suddenly burst into ash. Ling Lan on the other hand was still sitting calmly on the sofa watching him indifferently like a king when watching a jester. "Who are you really?" The middle-aged man had a slightly worried expression on his face. What should I call you by? Should I call you Lord Dui? Or the master of the Mecha Scavenger Organization? Ling Lan's words suddenly intruded upon his largest secret. He instinctively made an attack. The middle-aged man suddenly vanished from the sofa. Soon after, a huge axe appeared above her head. It chopped towards Ling Lan with much force as if it was trying to split apart the universe. Boom! The axe was met with a tough ice shield. The ice shield on top of Ling Lan's head stopped the axe from moving any further. The clash between the two domains caused energy shock waves. Just as the glass around them was about to shatter, the trembling domain concept energies suddenly dissipated into the air. The top of the tower was just as peaceful as it was before. The axe sensed that it couldn't move any further and suddenly retracted itself. In the next second, the middle-aged man who had originally vanished appeared once again. This time, he was standing below the large axe. He put his hand upward and clasped it. The axe then automatically returned in his hand. Ice element. I know who you are. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face after finally finding out the identity of his opponent. You're the new Lord Zhen, Lan Zhao. Well, now that we know who each of our identities are, I will get straight to the point. Where's my people? Asked Ling Lan calmly. How should I know? Said Lord Dui with a smile on his face. Your opponents are Lords Li and Demon, not me. This so-called battle royale. Do I look like someone that can be that easily fooled? Ling Lan said plainly. The master of the Mecha Scavenger Organization really knows how to calculate everything. Lord Dui smiled. Komoda's citizens are quite pitiful. Since the battle was started by us, then we have this responsibility to resolve this issue. Perhaps I should speak with Lord Holy and the others. Ling Lan looked at Lord Dui with a half-smile on her face. I'm sure they'd be interested in knowing about the Mecha Scavenger Organization. Lord Dui smiled and said, sure, however, be careful not to get killed by us. Some of us may not have such a good temper like me. Those words implied that this organization was actually created by the 13 lords. I just so happen to have people at Lord Holy's place doing some business. I should listen to Lord Dui's suggestion and notify my people to tell Lord Holy about this. Ling Lan took out a communicator. When she was about to push down on a button, Lord Dui made a move once again. Bang! Not sure from when, but an ice sword appeared in Ling Lan's hand to block the sudden wide axe swing from Lord Dui. So, Lord Dui actually doesn't want Lord Holy to know about this, Ling Lan said mockingly with a smirk on her face while looking at Lord Dui. What do you want? Lord Dui looked at Ling Lan with a defeated look on his face as he spoke in an angry tone. Ling Lan's expression suddenly turned ice cold and said the words one by one. Where are my people? Haha, who knows? Maybe they were ambushed or all died. Lord Dui had a mocking smile on his face. You really thought that we would let someone who doesn't know about the lawless lands to be one of the lords? You're dreaming. Shoo! A cold flash of wind blew across his face. Lord Dui felt a strong force on his hands and was pushed back uncontrollably by the force. Just what type of person was Lord Dui? He landed firmly on the ground by putting a single ton of weight on himself. Bang! Before he could fully regain his balance, Lord Dui's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly put up his large axe to use it as a shield to block Ling Lan's follow-up attack. 1427 Extremely reasonable. Lord Dui, don't force me to ally with Lord Holy and the others. Ling Lan had a cold expression on her face. I'm quite sure I can be the enemy you fear most. Lord Dui laughed coldly and said, I can just take you out first to avoid being exposed. After saying that, the large axe in Lord Dui's hand was swung once again. Ling Lan's eyes flashed in an icy glimmer. Ice Age. In an instant, the entire tip of the tower was encased in ice. Bang! The large axe struck into the frozen ground, causing ice shards to fly into the air. After Ling Lan used her Ice Age domain technique, she completely vanished. Lord Dui looked around him. He knew that Ling Lan had merged within the snow and ice. If he wanted to see her, he must first get rid of the ice domain and force her to come out. Earth Splitter. Lord Dui decisively tossed out the large axe in his hand. After leaving Lord Dui's hands, the axe grew huge until it shadowed over the entire tip of the tower. It was as though it was about to break open the dimension. Right after, it chopped downwards in an attempt to crack open this ice and snow domain. Boom! The power was clearly terrifying, but the entire building wasn't affected by one bit. Not to mention collapsing. It was clear that Ling Lan and Lord Dui's fight seemed wild, but was actually quite restrained. The chop didn't do anything to Ling Lan's ice domain. The entire top level of the tower was still encased in a layer of ice and snow. After seeing the current situation, Lord Dui frowned slightly. While in deep thought, he figured out what the reason was. The ice and snow domain focused mainly on defense. It merged with the tip of the tower nicely. The amount of domain concept energy his opponent had dished out wasn't as restrained as his own. He speculated that if his opponent didn't use 100% of his power, then he would at least have used 80% of it. Him, on the other hand, only dared to use 50% of his domain concept energy to prevent this place from becoming destroyed. The difference between them was too great, so how could he get past that defense? It was clear that he was in a difficult position, unless he wasn't afraid and didn't care about this building. However, was that possible? Not only were there countless people in the plaza, just the amount of equipment below them didn't allow him to do something like that. All in all, it was because of resources. In the center of the galaxy, as long as a person had money, it wouldn't be hard for them to reacquire those types of equipment. However, it couldn't be said the same in the lawless lands. It was being ousted by all the nations, so they would need to pay a huge price to get another set of the equipment they had. Even the 13 lords would feel their teeth ache from hearing the cost. Right as Lord Dui was hesitating, he heard Ling Lan's voice in his ears. For defense, I wouldn't dare to say that the ice element is the strongest, but it is still in the top 3. Although your axe has immense destructive power, you still won't be able to break through my domain, unless you don't mind losing this place. I have said that we just need a place to stay and I don't want to be included in your petty fight. However, if you continue messing with you, I'll show you why I was chosen to be here. Whether you're an enemy or ally doesn't depend on me, but depends on your attitude, Ling Lan said coldly. I'm going to ask again, where are my people? How about you ask that question to me? Suddenly, a voice rang beside Ling Lan's ears. Ling Lan's expression changed instantly. Before she could react, she sensed a strong force instantly hit her. Bang! Ling Lan suddenly flew out from an area of ice and snow. Right as she was about to smash into the ground, she turned her body and landed on her feet. However, the force behind the attack was too strong. Ling Lan uncontrollably stepped backwards a few steps before managing to regain her balance. Just one attack was enough to force her out of her own domain. There was no doubt that the person who just appeared was definitely a God Realm level individual. Ling Lan swallowed the blood that was about to come from her mouth. She then looked coldly at a certain direction and said, "You should be Lord Qian if I'm not mistaken." She had met Lord Kun before. The feeling she had about this person was that he was stronger than Lord Kun. Then that meant it was the legendary Lord Qian in the 13 lords who had entered into the God Realm. "You're a smart one." Right as the voice finished speaking, a grey-cloaked man appeared out of thin air at the place Ling Lan set her eyes upon. He looked in his 40s. The aura around him was calm and peaceful. It was as though he didn't have any power whatsoever. Ling Lan said calmly, "There aren't more than 2 God Realm Masters in the center of the galaxy. I didn't expect there to be one here in the Lawless Lands, and what good is that?" Lord Qian sighed slightly. "Isn't the Lawless Lands still completely locked up by the center of the galaxy? Aren't the citizens of the Lawless Lands still living like animals?" "It seems I'm mistaken. I thought this was the result of the decisions you people have made." Ling Lan half smiled. "It seems I wronged the lords who love their country and people." Lord Qian was surprised. "Oh, what you said is very interesting, little friend. How about you tell me about it?" After saying that, he flicked his right hand and the tip of the tower that was encased in ice instantly melted to return to its original state in the blink of an eye. "Come, sit and chat." Lord Qian randomly chose a sofa and sat down, Then he gestured towards Ling Lan. Despite facing a God Realm master, she didn't have any ounce of fear in her body. After all, being taught by instructor number 1 at a young age and becoming Mushui King's student when she was 13, with two of the strongest people in the universe constantly using their aura to pressure her, why would she be scared now? After hearing Lord Keon calling her, she slowly walked over and sat down firmly in a seat directly in front of Lord Keon. Ling Lan's fearless attitude invoked a look of admiration in Lord Keon. Although they were both part of the 13 lords, he still didn't care who Lord Zhen was. Thus, Ling Lan killing the original Lord Zhen didn't annoy Lord Keon. In reality, he was willing to see stronger individuals take over. Of course, firstly, they must not disrupt his plans. Master Lord Keon, said Lord Dui softly as he had already stood behind Lord Keon like a servant. Leave this place to me. It seems we have 2 more guests. Go invite them to come up as well. Lord Keon smiled as he looked at Li Lan and Luo Leng's hiding place as he spoke to Lord Dui. When Lord Dui was fighting Ling Lan, he didn't have the mind to pay attention to any other intruders. Now that he was headed by Lord Keon, how could he not know where the intruders were? After hearing his words, he immediately replied, "Yes, Master Lord Keon." In the next second, he disappeared from where he stood. After seeing her own people being discovered, Ling Lan didn't show any panic in her expression. She was still calmly looking at Lord Keon. Not bad. Calm and collected. You have a bright future ahead of you. Lord Keon noticed her demeanor and couldn't help but praise her for it. Ling Lan was as calm as she was before, not moved by Lord Keon's acknowledgement or praise. It was as though the Lord Keon before her was just an ordinary person saying an ordinary statement. After seeing Ling Lan not be moved mentally after a God Realm master praised him, Lord Keon had an intrigued look in his eyes. I'm interested in what you said just now. Do you want to tell me now or do you want to wait for your people and say it then? Lord Keon spoke first and went back to the topic he was interested in before sitting down. Ling Lan took out her right hand and elegantly pulled on the corner of her left sleeve. Then, she said calmly, if Lord Dui's inviting them up here, then we should wait for them to talk about it together. Lord Keon let out a light laugh after hearing Ling Lan's words. Haha, you aren't worried about your 2 friends? What's there to worry about? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked, out of the 3 of you, you're the strongest and could somewhat fight against Lord Dui. Your 2 friends on the other hand wouldn't be able to go against Lord Dui even if they were to fight against him together. Lord Keon looked towards the entrance. If they come, their lives won't be in their own hands anymore. What of it? Ling Lan smirked slightly. Lord Keon was surprised and then smiled. You're too ruthless, kid. With his capabilities, he saw through Ling Lan's real age in an instant. At his age, calling her kid made sense. 1428 probe. She didn't have a choice in deciding whether she could be ruthless or not in this situation. Plus, she was sure Li Lang and Luo Leng preferred to fight alongside her even if the risk of dying was very high. If she really did ask them to run, she would just be insulting their resolve to go along with her. After waiting there silently for a few minutes, she saw Li Lan and Luo Leng walking over calmly accompanied by Lord Dui. When they saw Ling Lan, they hastened their speed to stand behind her without any hesitation. Lord Keon's eyes lit up when he saw them being so loyal to Ling Lan. He got even more interested in Ling Lan now. Ling Lan was very young but he managed to gain the respect of his comrades of the same generation. He must have some capabilities. He inspected Li Lan and Luo Leng for a while before pointing to Ling Lan and saying, do you know he was the one who brought you in here to die? What do you think about that? Lord Keon observed the 3 young men in front of him with interest. He wanted to see if anything interesting would happen because of what he said. Luo Leng looked at Lord Keon in confusion when he heard this. As for Li Lan, from the moment he came in, he had a small smile on his face. The angle of his lips never changed. It was as if what Lord Keon said was of no significance. Lord Keon glanced at Li Lan. Then, he looked at Luo Leng who didn't seem to understand what was happening. He asked, tell me honestly, if I'm satisfied with your answer, I might show some mercy and let you leave this place alive. What about boss? Luo Lang looked at Ling Lan, who was in front of him. He is my guest. He can't leave. Lord Keon smiled and replied. Luo Lang shrugged nonchalantly when he heard this. Why should I leave then? Lord Keon was stunned. What do you mean? I will stay beside boss wherever he is, Luo Lang said seriously. Plus, I promised someone that anyone that wants to hurt boss will have to step over my dead body first. As Luo Lang was speaking, his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword that was about to come out of its sheath. His aura was filled with killing intent. Same for me. Li Lan smiled and agreed with Luo Lang. While Li Lan was saying that, his aura was gentle and harmless. When standing beside Luo Lang, who was engulfed in a malicious aura, they formed two different extremes. However, Lord Keon wasn't on Luo Lang but rather on Li Lan. He sized up Li Lan intently for a moment, but it was only for a short moment. To Lord Keon, who was almost invincible, he wouldn't take it seriously if there was an Imperial Realm formidable warrior in front of him, much less two titled Domain Realm formidable warriors. He only looked at them again because the immense trust the two of them had for Lord Zhen. This firm belief moved his heart a little. Actually, Lord Keon's words might seem simple, but he used a psychological attack to waver Li Lan and Luo Lang's trust in Ling Lan. At first, he thought that he would see the end of a beautiful camaraderie, but surprisingly, he failed. He was quite surprised. The psychological attack of a God Realm formidable warrior would cause a single doubt in their hearts to amplify multiple times. If there was a single hint of distrust or weakness in one's heart, the relationship between the two would be destroyed. Lord Keon didn't know that Luo Lang grew up with Ling Lan, so their friendship had already been etched deeply into their bones. In addition, Luo Lang was a pure person. To him, 1 means 1 and 2 means 2. He was very straightforward and direct. When he liked someone, he would treat them wholeheartedly. How could such a person have any holes in his heart? Plus, with Luo Lang's alter ego, it meant that he had many personalities inside him. Thus, even though his spiritual power wasn't as strong as Ling Lan or Li Lan, it wasn't much weaker either. A psychological attack only had a high rate of success if your opponent had a weak spiritual power. With the same logic, the stronger his spiritual power, the lower the success rate. Hence, his psychological barrier wouldn't be broken so easily with just a few sentences. As for Li Lan, he was another extreme. Luo Lang was pure and naive, so he had no holes in his heart. On the other hand, Li Lan was complicated and sinister. His personality was very dark and his heart was full of desires, power, position, lust, and gluttony. In a sense, he was a flawed human. But, because his greed had reached to an extreme degree, unless you struck him in his fatal spot, his heart wouldn't be moved. Lord Keon's attack was aimed at the wrong direction, so he didn't yield any results. Ling Lan appeared as if she didn't notice Lord Keon messing with her companions, or maybe she didn't care about it at all. All she did was just smile at Lord Keon. Haha, not bad. Lord Keon laughed. He didn't hide what he did. Not knowing what was happening, the naive Luo Lang also started laughing too. However, Ling Lan and Li Lan maintained their smile and didn't laugh. Fine, young friend, you can tell me your thoughts now. Why do you think that it's our decision for the lawless lands to be in this trash state? Lord Keon suddenly retracted his smile and stared intently at Ling Lan. Ling Lan felt as if her face was being slashed by many knives. In the end, her eyes, skin, and the inside of her eyes started hurting. A cold gaze appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. Her body trembled a little. In an invisible world, she successfully evaded the frightening death glare of Lord Keon. It looks like the two of them were just staring at each other, but she and Lord Keon knew that they had already exchanged a blow. If she couldn't resist the attack, she might have been blinded for life. Thank you, number 1. Thanks for helping me. Ling Lan thanked number 1 in her mindscape. With her own ability, she would not be able to evade the glare from a God Realm formidable warrior. No matter how strong an Imperial Realm formidable warrior was, they were nothing in the eyes of a God Realm master. Truthfully, they were just little children who couldn't put up much resistance. It's all right. When you need me, I will act. Number One's indifferent voice appeared in her mindscape. This voice was cold, but it gave Ling Lan a sense of security. With Number One by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything. At first, I thought that the 13 lords started the battle royale because they wanted to sow seeds. I thought that they wanted to train a batch of warriors in the lawless lands. Ling Lan smiled. But I soon realized that that wasn't the case. You started the tradition of battle royals so that all of you would have an easier time controlling this place. Lord Keon scoffed. You should have read the history of the lawless lands from the books in the Rainbow Palace. Mind you, these battle royale are what the nations in the central regions hope to see the most. If we don't have battle royals, it won't be long before the alliance troops of all the nations would charge in and purge everyone here. There's insufficient resources in the lawless lands for them to waste manpower here. Ling Lan exposed him with a single sentence. Even if they don't come so quickly, the spies they sent will create unrest and hatred among us. Without us, the battle royale will still exist, Lord Keon said calmly. Rather than letting innocent people get hurt, the lords decided to start the battle royale voluntarily. That way, we can train our army while preventing commoners from getting hurt. We kill two birds with one stone. 1429 Direct confrontation. Ling Lan didn't refute that statement, but that didn't mean she accepted Lord Keon's explanation either. She just smiled and continued looking at Lord Keon. Lord Keon didn't mind. He stretched his hand out and took over the cup of tea Lord Dui passed to him. He had a sip of the tea before placing the teacup on the coffee table at the side. Then, he looked at Ling Lan indifferently. The entire space started turning cold. Realizing this, Luo Lang changed his standing posture. The killing intent that he retracted a moment ago reappeared. Ling Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to have noticed anything. She appeared calm and composed. There was not even a change in her smile. Li Lan had a similar expression, but Lord Keon noticed that he was clenching his left fist tightly. The new Lord Zhen was still worth taking note of. With just a few glances, Lord Keon was able to determine the strength of the three youngsters in front of him. Lord Zhen was the most powerful among the three. The one that was always smiling was the second, and the man who was the purest was the weakest. But Lord Keon liked the weakest but most naive young man. The person he hated the most was the one who kept smiling but couldn't hide his thoughts. He was a calculative person. As for Lord Zhen, Lord Keon sighed softly in his heart. If he had a choice, he didn't want to be enemies with him. Lord Keon was a little mindful of those people whom he couldn't control. Finally, Lord Keon opened his mouth. Fine. If what you said was true and we started the battle royals for our own selfish motives, what do we get out of these battle royals? Profits from the war. Ling Lan looked around the room. She smiled and continued. For instance, the Mecha Scavenger Alliance. If we started the battle royals, won't we have more losses? Lord Keon laughed as he asked. We always used expendable resources in battle royals. Aren't we wasting money in the end? If the 13 lords are only playing among themselves, it is true that the loss will outweigh the gain. But, are the 13 lords the only players in these battle royals? Ling Lan suddenly leaned forward and stared coldly at Lord Keon with a hint of threat. Lord Keon was flabbergasted. He didn't expect an Imperial Realm formidable warrior to have the guts to threaten a God Realm master like himself. He didn't know if he should laugh at the young man for overestimating himself or should he praise him for being audacious. Are you saying that there is someone else involved in this? I remember that there are only 13 lords in the lawless lands. There's no 14th lord. Lord Keon outrightly denied the claim. Yes, there's no 14th lord in the lawless lands. There are only the 13 lords. However, these 13 lords have different masters behind them, right? Ling Lan smiled and said. A cold flash of light shot out of Lord Keon's eyes when he heard this. It struck Ling Lan directly. Bang! Li Lan and Luo Lang also felt their ears ringing. They felt dizzy. Lord Keon and Ling Lan were still sitting opposite each other on the sofas. The only difference was, there was a drop of blood slowly dripping down the corner of Ling Lan's mouth. Without a doubt, The two of them had secretly exchanged a blow just now. An Imperial Realm formidable warrior forcefully bore the attack of a God Realm master. Lord Keon was astounded for a moment. He knew clearly that he didn't hold back just now. He thought that he would see Lord Zhenlang sprawled on the floor, but instead, he managed to bear with it. Plus, the drop of blood on the corner of his lips wasn't a sign of an internal injury. Lord Keon knew that it was caused because Lord Zhen didn't manage to suppress the blood churning inside his body. With enough time, the young man would be able to regain his health. Not bad. It looks like you're not just an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. You must be half-step into God Realm, right? For the first time, Lord Keon appeared cautious. At the same time, there was hidden killing intent in his gaze. That year, when he was the age of this young man, he just managed to advance to the Domain Realm. He didn't even dare to think of the Imperial Realm then. If it wasn't for the series of coincidences, he might have stopped at the Imperial Realm. But, this young man managed to enter this unpredictable realm so early in his life. What kind of genius was he? Anyone that walks on this path wants to reach that realm, Ling Lan said calmly. Do you really come from the Soul Society? Lord Keon started to suspect what he thought was the truth. What about you, Lord Keon? Ling Lan asked him back instead of answering. Me? Lord Keon laughed loudly. Who do you think can make me listen to him? Based on Lord Keon's ability, it truthfully will be hard for you to bow down to anyone unless the person is another God Realm master or a God class operator. However, ability isn't the only thing that can make people listen to you. Emotions can too. Ling Lan smiled. Lord Keon, you must still be unable to forget your country. Country? Lord Keon suddenly sneered. You think that I have a country? Why not? Ling Lan shifted her gaze to Lord Keon's cuff. If you really forgot about it, why do you still insist on wearing that bracelet? Lord Keon raised his eyebrows. He lifted his right hand to reveal the bracelet with a dragon head. He smiled and asked, isn't this just a coincidence? Ling Lan nodded. Yes, it might be a coincidence. But, Lord Keon, you can't use this excuse. That's strange. Why can't it be a coincidence for me? Lord Keon was baffled. Ling Lan smiled slightly. God Realm Masters are in their own world, ungoverned by the rules of the universe. The influence of the coincidences in the universe won't affect you. Hence, it can only be done on purpose. Lord Keon's gaze turned cold. Seems like you have a deep understanding about God Realm. It couldn't be helped. I have 3 God Realm Masters at home. Even if I don't want to know about it, I can't. The smile in Ling Lan's eyes got brighter. Lord Keon's gaze flickered. He seemed to be considering something. You're not from the Soul Society. Lord Keon spoke slowly but firmly. Yes and no. Ling Lan's reply was ambiguous. Lord Keon understood her. You have an identity in the Soul Society, but your real identity is something else. You're not from the mercenary world too. I've seen the abilities of all the 3 kings. And you're not one of them. You said that you're Lan Zhao, but you're not from the Lan faction of the Rainbow Raiders. Since those are all not your identity, where did you come from? Why did you come to the Lawless Lands? The identities are fake, but I really do need a territory of my own, Ling Lan replied calmly. You couldn't stay in the central regions anymore, right? Lord Keon sneered. You too, right? Everyone is the same. Ling Lan didn't give in. She confronted him directly. Lord Keon glanced at Ling Lan indifferently. You kept provoking us. Are you really seeking death? I might not be able to live even if I don't provoke you. In that case, why not be more willful? At least I don't have to be frustrated. Ling Lan's tone was still calm even in the face of death. Lord Keon's gaze turned sharper. Just as everyone thought he was about to attack, Lord Keon suddenly looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, interesting, as expected of Ling Zhao's son and the grand disciple of Mu Shui King. Lord Keon suddenly exposed Ling Lan's identity. Sure enough, she was unable to fool this sly old fox. When Ling Lan saw Lord Keon for the first time, she had a strange feeling. She felt that Lord Keon should know her real identity. The probing after that proved that her instinct was correct. How should I address you then, the commander of the front lines in the lawless lands sent by the Federation. Ling Lan didn't get nervous when her identity was exposed. Instead, she said her prediction nonchalantly, 1430 old monster, or rather, the previous chief of the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Ling Lan didn't give in. Lord Keon furiously stretched his hand out and grabbed Ling Lan's collar. Simultaneously, Ling Lan's gaze turned icy. She tapped in Lord Keon's direction with her right forefinger lightly. The movement happened in an instant, but Li Lan, Luo Lang, and Lord Dui could see the action clearly. In their eyes, it even looked a little slow. This wasn't because their ability was on par with Lord Keon or Ling Lan. It happened because the two of them used the time concept when attacking. If they wanted you to see it, you would see it. If they didn't plan to show you, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Li Lan and Luo Lang understood why Ling Lan did it, but the reason behind Lord Keon's decision provided much food for thought. Then, Li Lan and Luo Lang felt a powerful force of presence surging towards them. In that instant when it was about to engulf them, it slid past their body and didn't injure them. Both of them knew it happened because Ling Lan was protecting them. It was unexpected. Surprisingly, Ling Lan still had the energy to protect them when she was fighting with a God Realm Master. Luo Lang looked at Ling Lan with respect and admiration. As for Li Lan, he looked at her with respect and worry. In the end, he still dragged Ling Lan down. In the real world, the battle between Lord Keon and Ling Lan seemed extremely calm. If someone came in now, they might think that the two of them were just gesturing in the air silently. They wouldn't have guessed that a single mistake would cause one of them to get injured seriously and might even result in death. Lord Keon attacked with his full strength, but the other party managed to withstand it without any changes in his expression. Shock slowly grew in his eyes, but the confusion was growing at a larger rate. "Who on earth are you?" Lord Keon squinted and asked coldly. He was staring at Ling Lan, trying to see if he could see through her. "Haven't you already guessed my identity?" Ling Lan replied calmly. "You're him but not him." Lord Keon stared at Ling Lan seriously. He wanted to detect something from her eyes. "So what if I am or not?" Ling Lan's tone was like a pool of stagnant water. There were no ripples in her tone. Li Lan frowned slightly. Ling Lan had always been cold and heartless, but the coldness she exuded had never been this strong. It felt as if the current Ling Lan wasn't the real Ling Lan. "I didn't expect your existence to be like this. There is really nothing impossible in this world." Lord Keon seemed to have understood something, but Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She just stared at Lord Keon coldly. "Maybe we can have a good chat." Lord Keon's chat meant the same thing as before, but this time, his attitude had changed drastically. At first, he asked Ling Lan for a chat because he was interested in her. He was looking down on her and talking to her as if he was bestowing her a favor. Now, he treated Ling Lan as an equal, someone he could discuss matters with. "Don't you want to end the mess in the lawless lands?" Ling Lan went directly to the point. "The other lords won't listen to me," Lord Keon answered calmly. "Each for their own master. If you touch their interest, it's understandable that they won't listen to you." Ling Lan wasn't surprised. "But, you can't deny that some of the lords are your men. For instance, this one." Ling Lan looked up at Lord Dui, who was standing beside Lord Keon. Lord Dui smiled and didn't say anything. "He is my half-disciple." Lord Keon didn't hide this fact. All the other lords already knew about his relationship with Lord Dui. Even if he didn't say it now, Ling Lan would be able to hear it from the other lords. In that case, why not reveal it directly? The other lords that invested in the Mecha Scavenger Alliance might not be your men, but they are your collaborators, Ling Lan continued. Lord Keon wasn't surprised by that claim, as it was pretty obvious. If not, why would he allow those people to join him? He smiled and asked, "What else?" "Your opponent should be a God Realm Master from Caesar. I want to know which lord he is." Ling Lan looked up and stared at Lord Keon. Ling Lan's gaze was too sharp. The smile on Lord Keon's face was wiped away and his gaze turned cold. "Why do you ask? If he isn't a God Realm Master, you can kill him easily. A God-class Mecha Master can be killed too if he doesn't have his God-class Mecha with him." Ling Lan tilted her head and pondered. If you are this tolerant, the other party can only be a God Realm master. Why did you guess that he's from Caesar? Lord Keon remained silent for some time before finally opening his mouth. Besides Caesar, I can't think of another nation that can do this. Well, there's still the Federation. That's you, Lord Keon. Ling Lan couldn't help but smile when she said this. The cold aura around her disappeared and the entire atmosphere around the room turned. Refreshing? Lord Keon frowned slightly. He looked at Ling Lan thoughtfully but didn't say anything. It's time to reorganize the lawless lands. Ling Lan didn't care about his actions. She quickly revealed her motive thereafter. Reorganize? Lord Keon smiled. The moment we do something here, Caesar will get the news and the Federation will know too. We just have to make sure Caesar doesn't know. Ling Lan smiled as she said, "You're being optimistic." Lord Keon shook his head in disappointment. His gaze turned indifferent. But, it's rare to meet someone from my country, so I'm in a good mood. This time, I will pretend that I know nothing. However, the next time, you won't be so lucky. Lord Keon lowered his head and took his teacup from the coffee table at the side, signaling the end of the conversation. Ling Lan wasn't dejected. She stood up swiftly and flicked her sleeves. She said calmly, "I'm sure that Lord Keon has a list of the spies from the other nations. I anticipate our collaboration." Before Lord Keon could reply, Ling Lan's figure started disappearing slowly in front of Lord Keon. Li Lan and Luo Lang also moved and left the tower. Lord Dui was slightly furious when he saw how impolite they were. "This bunch of impudent brats, let me teach them a lesson." "No need, you're not Lord Gen's match." Lord Keon stopped him. Lord Dui was dumbfounded for a split second. Then, jealousy appeared in his eyes. "Don't let your jealousy affect your rationale. Lord Gen isn't as simple as you think." Lord Keon raised his head and looked at the roof. "Maybe there's an old monster here." The moment he looked into Lord Gen's eye, he had the feeling that if he really killed Lord Gen, he wouldn't be able to live the next second. At his stage, he knew clearly that this wasn't an illusion. "Old monster?" Lord Dui's eyes cleared up. Lord Keon told Ling Lan that he was just a half-disciple, but in Lord Dui's heart, Lord Keon was his master. He was someone he respected and regarded as a god. Maybe this was the only way to explain why Lord Gen was able to fight with Lord Keon when he was only around 20 years old. 1431 The 7th Preserved District. Ling Lan led Li Lan and Luo Lang to their mechas. After boarding their mechas, they ran for quite a distance, passing the door to the Mecha Scavenger Alliance to leaving the mountainous portion of the Komoda district before stopping their mechas. Cough, cough, cough. "The waters within the lawless lands are deeper than I had previously thought." Ling Lan frowned. She took out a medicinal agent beside her and drank it in one big gulp. "You're injured." Li Lan immediately knew something was up. "Lord Keon is too strong. Although it seems as though I wasn't at a disadvantage, in reality, I still got injured." Ling Lan didn't hide the fact. Even though Instructor Number 1 had helped her, her body still couldn't endure Instructor Number 1's possession because she hadn't reached God Realm yet. "If it was possible, I really want to bring the whole Lingshan here with us." Luo Lang felt somewhat frustrated. It was because Boss didn't have enough people to work with. Otherwise, why would Boss have to work so hard just to play around with the other 12 lords? It's not that simple. Not only is the Federation's inner circle paying attention to Lingshan's every move, other nations are also doing the same. If we are unlucky, this may become the battlefield for an intergalactic war. "It wouldn't benefit us," Li Lan said calmly. "I'm just saying." Luo Lang shrugged. He respected Lan's shrewdness, so he wouldn't doubt Li Lan. "No matter. Sometimes, succeeding in greatness doesn't need to come from our own hands." Ling Lan suddenly spoke out loud. "To have the 13 lords fight each other?" Li Lan knew what Ling Lan was talking about. "Don't they fight every year?" Luo Lang didn't understand. "The Battle Royale now is created by the 13 lords as a show to entertain the outsiders," explained Li Lan. "They all make sure to regulate the Battle Royale to a certain degree to not cause too much damage to each other. It also helps in training their troops. leaving only the strongest to survive. What boss means is to make them actually become enemies and fight to the death with each other. They've already been cooperating for decades. Is that going to work? Luoling was quite worried. That's because the benefits of doing so were not enough in the past, Ling Lan said calmly. As long as they are human, they will have greed. Even those who are given the title of God wouldn't be able to escape this nature. Li Lan smiled. That's why they will always have a weakness. Was your time in the Mecha Scavenger Alliance successful? Ling Lan suddenly asked Li Lan. I didn't let you down. Li Lan sent the data he acquired to Ling Lan. When Ling Lan was speaking with Lord Dui, he wasn't doing nothing. He used his spectral abilities, infiltrated into the Mecha Scavenger Alliance's optical supercomputer and found the intel they wanted. Of course, Li Lan was after all not a professional hacker and not like an invincible cheat engine like Little 4. The intel he acquired was very limited. 7th Preserve District? Ling Lan saw the name and was somewhat confused. In Komoda, there are a total of 30 safe zones where the average commoners can live. These 30 districts are all named as Preserve Districts, explained Li Lan. Zhao Jun and them went to the 7th Preserve District to do what? Ling Lan frowned. It's probably because they needed to have a place for the injured to rest, so they went there. It could also be because of some factors out of their control, or perhaps they fell into a trap. There was too little information, so Li Lan could only speak out all the possibilities that he could think of. We'll know the truth when we get there. Don't worry, Ling Lan said calmly. Ling Lan trusted that Zhao Jun wouldn't randomly go to a place that had nothing to do with them. The three of them quickly piloted their mechas and rushed towards the 7th Preserve District. At that moment, in the outskirts of the 7th Preserve District, a woman wearing a white cloak was with a group of children helping a group of strong men bandage their wounds. We finished treating your wounds. You can leave now, said the female doctor in an annoyed tone towards the young man walking towards her. Dr. Zhu, there are too many of us that are injured. Our medicinal agents are all used up. If you don't help them, they'll definitely die, said the young man with a pained look on his face. After hearing that, Dr. Zhu's beautiful face had a struggling expression on her face. At that moment, she didn't see that the man she was bandaging had rolled his eyes. The look that man had while he looked at the young man was filled with contempt. How about I add in some more of our own medicinal agents and let you take them with you? Dr. Zhu struggled with herself for a moment before deciding to help these people. In reality, it was a coincidence that Dr. Zhu encountered these people. It was because one of the children in this district was sick and the herbs she needed to treat the child was used up. The child's sickness also couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Dr. Zhu decided to run out of the safe zone and go into the mountains a few kilometers away to gather the herbs. There were originally no issues. However, when she was about to return with a bountiful amount of herbs, a mecha fell down from the sky and smashed down on the ground less than 100 meters away from her. After feeling the shockwave of the crash, she couldn't control herself to go towards where the mecha fell. After walking for a good minute, she saw a mecha operator climbing out of the smoking mecha. Before she could say a word, the mecha operator instantly took out the beam gun from his belt and aimed at her without warning. Just when she thought she was about to die, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky to instantly kill that mecha operator. Although that person had accidentally saved her, Dr. Zhu still had a one-track mind and believed that since she was saved, she must repay the favor. Thus, she followed the mecha that saved her towards their battlefield. The situation was dire. The group that saved her had more or less 2 to 3 mechas surrounding each one of them. However, this group of mecha operators was undoubtedly very strong to the extent where they were stronger than the strongest mecha operators from the 7th Preserve District. In the end, the overwhelming number of enemies were successfully pushed back by this group of mecha operators. However, for such a result, almost everyone had injuries. Compassion was something Dr. Zhu always had. Moreover, these were people who had saved her. So Dr. Zhu didn't hesitate and asked whether they needed help along with whether they needed medicinal agents. After hearing her words, The mecha operator who had saved her was instantly moved. He immediately asked her to come look at his injured comrades. Right at that moment, Dr. Ju knew that the leader of this group was actually the young man in front of her, and he was quite a chatterbox. When did Zhao Jun become a chatterbox? She thought about it and she allowed the young man to send the injured to the 7th Preserve District because there were too many of them and Dr. Ju didn't have enough medicinal agents on her. She originally thought the young man would be suspicious and hesitant. She didn't expect that he just agreed with her wholeheartedly. Then, the result of that decision was that the 7th Preserve District became sort of a paradise for the injured of that group of mecha. No matter who got injured, they would be sent to her. Once they recover, they would regroup and continue to fight. Dr. Ju's words were undoubtedly ignored. Zhao Jun immediately shook his head and said, "We won't leave until the battle royale is done, so Dr. Ju, we will still need your help in the future." I don't want that." Dr. Ju felt her world collapsing. If she had known it would come to this, she wouldn't have tried to repay the debt of saving her life in the first place. 1432 That's enough. Didn't you say that as long as you get into contact with your boss, you would be able to resolve the issue with the medicinal agents? Dr. Ju looked at Zhao Jun with hope in her eyes. She hoped that she would hear some good news from him. But you also should know that there is no signal in Komoda. Zhao Jun's expression darkened. Being the smart person that he was, he realized they were set up from the beginning. Dr. Ju knew what Zhao Jun said was the truth, but with just my own strength, I can't satisfy the amount you guys need to use. She was worried. The amount of raw materials for medicinal agents she could gather around the area had been progressively decreasing. If the battle royale didn't stop soon, she would have to go further away from the 7th Preserve District to find more raw materials. For a normal woman like herself, it was undoubtedly a difficult and dangerous task for her to do. I know. And I'm sorry. Zhao Jun sighed deeply. How could he not have known about what Dr. Ju was concerned about? In reality, if he didn't have to pressure such a fragile woman so shamelessly, he wouldn't do it. However, in order to save the comrades he fought side by side, he couldn't help but be forceful in his attitude while putting pressure to this innocent woman. As long as they could hold on until the end of the battle royale, he would definitely repay this woman. Zhao Jun surreptitiously clenched his fists and reminded himself to remember the kindness she treated them with in the past few days. At that moment, Zhao Jun didn't know that boss Ling Lan was already rushing towards them with Li Lan and Luo Lang. Did you get the right information? Miles away from the 7th Preserve District, a large mecha clan was garrisoned in a valley. It's correct, they are hiding in the 7th Preserve District. The scouts team responded. Bang! The regiment commander of the mecha clan struck the mountain wall with his mecha's fist, creating a large hole in it. The 7th Preserve District shouldn't exist anymore, said the regiment commander in an icy cold tone. Regiment commander, what should we do? The team leaders of the mecha teams around him promptly asked. Since they don't want to live anymore, we shall satisfy them, said the regiment commander mercilessly. But the 7th Preserve District is under Lord Demon's protection. One of the team leaders was hesitant. After all, Lord Demon was part of the alliance. If they did this, wouldn't Lord Demon be dissatisfied with them? We kill them all and then push the blame onto Lord Gen. The regiment commander had thought about his plan long before this. Understood. Elder sister, elder father is looking for you. Just as Dr. Ju finished treating an injured soldier, she saw Little King, who was a 12-year-old girl apprenticing under her, ran in with bated breath. Dr. Ju's hands froze in place. She turned her head with a stiff expression on her face. He is looking for me? For what? I'm not sure, elder father didn't say, said Little King as she shook her tiny head. Okay, I'm going right now. Dr. Ju slowly stood up from her stool as she spoke. She calmly walked to the bathroom to wash her hands before going out to meet elder father. Although she looked outwardly calm, while she was washing her hands were slightly trembling. Elder father was a term of endearment given to the district mayor of the 7th Preserve District. He was given such a title because the reason why they were able to have a peaceful place to stay in an area of constant war was because of elder father's capabilities. Even though he was their savior, Personal details about Elder Father were not known to anyone in the district. It was as though he was shrouded in a cloud of mystery. They only knew to call him Elder Father because the older generation had always referred to him respectfully as Elder Father, so those who joined after also followed suit. Elder Father normally wouldn't deal with the affairs of the district, but once he said something, it was like an imperial decree that everyone must follow. After walking through the door of a normal-looking thatched house, she saw Elder Father sitting beside a fire pit with a branch in his hand. He looked as if he was grilling something. Not long after, a delectable scent of meat began to waft to her nose. "Elder Father, you're looking for me?" Dr. Ju surreptitiously swallowed her saliva before knocking on the opened door. "Sit," said Elder Father as he pointed towards the tree stub beside him. "Okay." Dr. Ju carefully sat down just as Elder Father had told her to. She carefully adjusted her sitting posture before staring towards Elder Father's direction. Everyone in the district at her age were all brought up by Elder Father, so they all respected him greatly. "I heard you saved some injured men," Elder Father asked softly. He usually never interfered with the 7th Preserve District. He would just allow the children to do what they wanted. "Yes, they saved me, so I couldn't just leave and not ignore their call for help. Kindness should be repaid, and similarly revenge should be taken if necessary." Elder Father had taught them that when they were very young. "Yes, that is how it should be." Elder Father had a light smile on his face, but it quickly turned into a look of reprimand. "However, all things must be done to a certain point. You shouldn't overdo it. Otherwise you would feel the backlash thereafter." Dr. Ju was confused why Elder Father was reprimanding him. She couldn't understand what Elder Father meant with his statement. "The 7th Preserve District was allowed to retain its peaceful state because we never got ourselves involved with the battle royals." Elder Father gently patted Dr. Ju's head, just like how he did when she was younger. "However, if we get caught up in it, then the 7th Preserve District will no longer be as peaceful as before. Little Ju, you will need to make a hard decision." Dr. Ju put her head down and thought deeply for a moment. After a few seconds, she raised her head with a look of determination in her eyes. "Elder Father, I understand." Elder Father looked at her into her deep eyes and sighed. "Fate comes and goes. If you want to do it, do as your heart says." "I'm sorry, Elder Father. I've disappointed you." Dr. Ju felt guilty for her rash decision. "It's fine. I'm very happy you could make a decision. You've matured greatly." Elder Father's warm hand rubbed Dr. Ju's head. The kindness and compassion in his eyes didn't decrease by one bit, even after she made such a decision. "If you want to leave, you should leave as early as possible. Even if they were to hide themselves well, those who want to know will still be able to find them. If you stay here any longer, it wouldn't benefit anyone," Elder Father reminded in a calm tone. "I understand." Dr. Ju was surprised by his words. "Take Little King and the other children with you. It's better for them to leave with you than to stay here," said Elder Father. Dr. Ju frowned slightly at his words. Little King was the oldest out of all of the children under 12 years old. The youngest in the district was only 7 years old. Was it really a good idea for them to experience the brutality of a battlefield where they might die if they were unlucky and live a path of bloodshed at such a young age? Staying here will only make them become common folk. The future of the 7th Preserve District's children will be in your hands. Elder Father seemed to understand what Dr. Ju was thinking and explained his reasoning. "Understood, Elder Father." Despite Dr. Ju not liking it, no matter how difficult Elder Father's requests were, she still wouldn't refuse it. At most, she would use her own life to protect Little King and the other children. "Time is of the essence. Tell Little King and them to pack their things and leave immediately. Don't come back unless the battle royale ends." Elder Father was undoubtedly someone who was decisive. "Okay, I'll take them away immediately." Dr. Ju felt the hurriedness in Elder Father's tone, so she stood up instantly and left the room. "Regiment Commander, Dr. Ju is going to take the children and come with us?" After suddenly receiving Zhao Jun's announcement, many of the team leaders didn't understand why. They were here to fight a battle royale, not here to be babysitters for children. It's my fault." Zhao Jun's expression was serious. "Huh?" Zhao Jun randomly admitting to a mistake confused everyone. "I was too simple-minded to think the 7th Preserve District was able to provide us some breathing room." After Zhao Jun heard Dr. Zhu telling him that she was going to take the children and follow them to leave immediately, he understood this fact. The so-called preserve districts were only playthings for those lords. They could take these places out any time they wanted. The team leaders immediately understood the meaning behind Zhao Jun's words. "We didn't cause trouble for the 7th Preserve District, did we?" One of the team leaders was frustrated. It wasn't because they didn't like those children, it was just that they felt taking children in the battlefield wasn't a good idea. However, now, they understood that staying here wouldn't be the best for the children either. "Let's just hope we still have time." Zhao Jun looked at the setting sun in the west. He hoped that his worries were only just a thought. 1433 Go back. "Regiment Commander, we have a major problem. We discovered an enemy mecha clan." Right as Zhao Jun and the others were done settling the children settled in their mechas, the scouts around them gave them bad news. "Predict their trajectory." Zhao Jun's heart skipped a beat, but he still asked with hope in his voice. "They are going towards the 7th Preserve District, where we are. We're exposed." Not only after, the scouts team predicted the target the enemy mecha clan was moving towards. Damn it, Zhao Jun cursed softly in consideration of the children around them. He then jumped into his mecha's cockpit. Dr. Zhu had just settled in the secondary seat. When she saw Zhao Jun jumping in with a dark expression and hurriedly closing the cockpit, she knew something was wrong. "Retreat at top speed," Zhao Jun ordered in his clan's comlink channel. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Without saying anything else, all of his team leaders knew what had happened. Zhao Jun piloted his mecha, quickly leading his mecha clan out of the 7th Preserve District. Dr. Zhu then asked loudly, "Regiment Commander Zhao, tell me, what is wrong?" Zhao Jun didn't answer, only the sounds of his fingers tapping on the control panel echoed through the cockpit. His fingers quickly danced around the control panel and his mecha speed increased by 1 level once again. "Tell me, is something happening to the 7th Preserve District?" Dr. Zhu wasn't stupid. Zhao Jun's attitude proved what she had guessed. Zhao Jun didn't answer. One reason was because he didn't know how to answer. The second reason was because he believed answering wouldn't result to anything. "I want to go back." Dr. Zhu was still worried about her friends and family in the 7th Preserve District. Zhao Jun totally ignored her, and the mecha still quickly rushed forward. He was trying to rush out before the enemy could encircle them. If the enemy had sent out one mecha army, perhaps Zhao Jun would still try to fight. However, this time, the scouts gave him the intel that it was clearly 3 mecha armies cooperating with each other. Even if the mecha operators in his clan could fight 1 against 3, Zhao Jun wouldn't be dumb enough to go against enemies that had 10 times the number of people they had. "Did you not hear me? I want to go back." Dr. Zhu wanted to grab onto Zhao Jun's hand with the intention of stopping him. Before she could reach him, she felt a force instantly push her hand back. "Calm the FCK down," said Zhao Jun angrily. "Elder Father is there. My friends and family are all there. How can I be calm?" Dr. Zhu shouted. It was easy for bystanders to say that, but it was her own family members they were talking about, who could actually stay calm in her situation. Dr. Zhu knew if she went back, she wouldn't be able to do anything, but she couldn't control herself. She wanted to go back, even if it meant dying with them. "What can you do if you go back?" shouted Zhao Jun. "If they can't find us, they won't have a reason to attack the 7th Preserve District. Don't make things more difficult." Dr. Zhu became silent. After a few seconds, she said softly, "They aren't going to attack the 7th Preserve District? Can you really fool yourself like that?" Zhao Jun turned silent. It was just as Dr. Zhu had said. The words he said just now couldn't even fool himself. With 3 mega armies surrounding the 7th Preserve District, there was no doubt that they had solid intel about their location. If they couldn't find them, it would quite possible they would wipe out 7th Preserve District to let out their rage. Elder Father predicted it would come to this. That's why he told me to take the children away. Dr. Ju now understood everything. She slumped back down to her chair with tears rolling down her face. She didn't know whether she should resent or thank Zhao Jun for saving their lives. She couldn't even look at Zhao Jun with a straight face. "I'm sorry." Zhao Jun squeezed those words out of his mouth with difficulty. If it was possible, he also didn't want to do this. However, at that moment, they had lost contact with Boss, so they were all on their own now. After fighting constantly for so long, they had already reached the point where they were running out of bullets. Reality forced them to find a safe place to let his clan members rest and treat their wounds. The appearance of Dr. Ju in the 7th Preserve District was like a silver lining of hope for Zhao Jun. Perhaps his selfishness made Zhao Jun unwilling to think about the consequences of his actions. He was still a selfish person. He also didn't have Boss's ability to easily resolve a difficult issue. "It's me who caused the death of everyone in the district. I'm too simple-minded to think it would be fine." Dr. Ju mocked herself while smiling as tears dripped down her face. Her smile was depressing. Zhao Jun's hand on the control stick tightened for a moment before loosening again. "But I must go back. Regiment Commander Zhao, please put me down. I beg you. Please take Little King and the others to a safe place and let them live peacefully," said Dr. Ju. "Do you know how far away we are from the 7th Preserve District now? If you go down now, you would have to walk back for an entire day," said Zhao Jun. "I have to go back no matter how far I am." Dr. Ju looked towards Zhao Jun with a determined look in her eyes. Zhao Jun knew Dr. Ju had made up her mind. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, "FCK." Then he pushed down on his Comlink Connect button. "Leader Mu, the Mecha Clan will be under your command now." Leader Mu shuddered when he heard those words. "Regiment Commander, where are you going?" "I need to go back to the 7th Preserve District." He was indebted to Dr. Ju. Plus, the 7th Preserve District being on the brink of destruction was because of him. If he didn't go back to take a look, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. "You can't, Regiment Commander. Going back to the 7th Preserve District is too dangerous." Leader Mu immediately refused. He couldn't watch as his regiment commander planned to give up his life. "That's an order." Zhao Jun was also a person who wouldn't change a decision he made. "FCK." Leader Mu also swore under his breath. He pushed down on the Comlink Connect button. "Have the team leaders without the children come out and follow our regiment commander." If that was the case, then he must increase his chances of survival. He couldn't just let his regiment commander go there and give up his life. Not long after, 10 team leaders came out from the clan and followed behind Zhao Jun. Then, Zhao Jun's entire mecha turned 180 degrees towards the opposite direction. The 10 mechas behind him also followed suit. They were just as elegant and agile. Without stagnating, Zhao Jun ran for a short while before seeing beeps on his radar. "Activate the chameleon system." The 11 mechas stopped nearby the district. They soon camouflaged themselves with the scenery around them. Other than touching them physically, the mechas on the lawless lands wouldn't be able to discover them. This was also why Zhao Jun had been able to escape the enemy army's encirclements. However, the enemy seemed to have discovered this, as they would destroy the environment around them every time they patrolled the area, ensuring that Zhao Jun and them didn't hide around them. A few minutes after they hid themselves, they saw a large team of mechas coming towards them. "It looks like their encirclement has successfully trapped us in." Zhao Jun frowned. At the same time, he rejoiced that the others had left quick enough. They managed to get away in a crack of the enemy's encirclement before the enemy could completely surround them. "What do we do now?" Dr. Ju asked worriedly. "We'll see how the situation goes. If we don't get discovered, we will follow behind them." Of course, in order to avoid being discovered on the enemy's radar, they must change into manual mode. 1434. One round of humiliation was enough. The 7th Preserve District was surrounded completely. Elder Father was consoling the citizens of the district who were surrounding his thatched house. "Why are they surrounding us? This is a preserve district." Many people couldn't understand what was happening in their state of fear. Grief flashed past Elder Father's eyes. There was never any actual safe place in the warring districts. A preserved district was just a blessing the 13 lords gave them when they were in a good mood. They could take it back anytime they want. Calm down, let me go and ask them. Elder Father comforted the defenseless citizens. Those that were able to fight were already fully armed after Little Ju left. The 7th Preserve District would never allow them to be seized without a fight. If the other party couldn't let them go, they would try to pull them down to hell together. Killing intent appeared in Elder Father's eyes. The situation was very bad. Just like what Elder Father had expected, their opponent knew Little Ju had saved those soldiers, and now, they were coming here to retrieve them. I'm sorry, we are totally ignorant of the matter. As for those people that you mentioned, they're not in the 7th Preserve District. Elder Father spoke in an unyielding tone. In that case, there's no need for the 7th Preserve District to exist. The regiment commander of this mecha clan was a cold-blooded person. He decided the fate of the tens of thousands of people in the 7th Preserve District with just one sentence. Are you trying to violate the rules of the Battle Royale? All the 13 lords approved of the construction of the 7th Preserve District, Elder Father said angrily. He had guessed this ending, but when it really happened, Elder Father couldn't maintain his composure. So what? The regiment commander smiled coldly. Would the 13 lords punish them for these ordinary and useless low-class people? No, they would even feel that making them in their backyard was a waste of time. Raise the 7th Preserve District down. I want to see what other districts dare to take them in again, the regiment commander said viciously. He wanted to massacre the 7th Preserve District in order to vent the frustration he had endured in these past few days. At the same time, he wanted to use them as an example to warn the other districts to let them understand their position in the lawless lands. They were just useless lambs that could be culled any time they want. Kill them. The regiment commander didn't give Elder Father any more time of his day as he immediately ordered a massacre. Swoosh! A mecha positioned behind the regiment commander shot at Elder Father. Elder Father was soon going to be devoured by the beam ray. Bang! Suddenly, numerous mechas dropped down from the sky. One of the mechas opened his beam shield in time and blocked the beam. Elder Father, we're here. A deep and strong voice came from the mecha. You came just in time. Elder Father threw this sentence down and disappeared on the spot the next second. After some time, another mecha appeared beside the speaking mecha. It was Elder Father's mecha. Huh? The regiment commander couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw the bunch of mechas suddenly falling from the sky. These mechas didn't belong to Lord Jen, as these mechas in front of him were very old mecha models, but their owners seemed to have taken great care of them, so much so that they looked brand new. If it wasn't for their dated outer shell, the regiment commander might think that they were the current gen mechas. He didn't expect this seemingly ordinary 7th Preserve District had such a bunch of powerful mecha operators hidden inside it. The malicious intent in the regiment commander's eyes grew stronger. He had already broken his relationship with the 7th Preserve District openly, so all the more he wouldn't allow anyone from the 7th Preserve District to live. No matter how powerful they were, they all must die here. Kill them. The regiment commander gave the order, and more than 100 mechas rushed out towards the mechas from the 7th Preserve District. The mechas from the 7th Preserve District had to face double the amount of mechas they had. It was obvious that they didn't plan to engage in a battle of attrition with Elder Father. They wanted to end this fight quickly and then pillage the entire 7th Preserve District. Bang, bang, bang. The mechas used their cold weapons to fight against one another. Although Elder Father's team had half the number of men, their mecha piloting skills were not bad at all, maybe even a level higher than their opponents. So, the enemy mechas weren't able to do anything to them for quite some time. Some of them even managed to suppress their enemy even though they were fighting with 2 mechas. Damn it. The regiment commander looked at the fight for a few minutes and soon he noticed that the situation wasn't as optimistic as he imagined. He cursed silently before he gave his next order decisively. Send in another brigade. We must finish those pieces of trash in the next 3 minutes. Yes. The leaders of the brigades replied simultaneously. Before they could decide which brigade would go, they heard an agitated voice. "Don't fight with me. This time, it's time for Brigade 21 to shine." The brigade leader of Brigade 21 hadn't achieved much on the battlefield, so he was quite desperate for an opportunity to earn some merits. Luckily, they seemed to have faced some easy prey. The other brigade leaders knew of Brigade 21's miserable situation, so they didn't try to snatch it away from him. The brigade leader of Brigade 21 happily led his team and entered the battlefield. Now, Elder Father's team members had to fight with 3 enemies each. The situation changed instantly. Danger was everywhere. Elder Father, Dr. Zhu, who was sitting in Zhao Jun's cockpit, shouted when he saw Elder Father in danger. Zhao Jun had followed behind the mecha army secretly and sneaked their way here. They didn't dare to get any closer when they saw the mechas at the boundaries of the 7th Preserve District. They decided to hide and observe from a distance away. Dr. Zhu clearly saw what was happening to Elder Father, but, in this kind of situation, Dr. Zhu didn't dare to beg Zhao Jun. She knew that if they exposed themselves now, it was the same as seeking death. She respected and loved Elder Father, but she couldn't let a stranger die for her own selfish desire either. She couldn't do it, so she could only cry silently. Her tears dropped down one by one. At this moment, she hated herself for being weak. She hated herself for being rash and stupid. "Is it very painful to see your loved ones dying?" Zhao Jun's voice sounded clearly beside her ear. It was cold. "Do you hate yourself for being useless, for being stupid, and for being reckless?" Zhao Jun was speaking her true thoughts. Dr. Zhu forcefully pinched her thigh. She wanted to use the pain to regain her composure. Dr. Zhu knew that once she lost control of her emotions, she might break down and resent everything in the world. "I also hate it. I hate that I can only hide at the side and watch my brothers fight. So that we will have a chance to live." Zhao Jun's expression was blank but cold. He seemed to have thought of something. "At times like that, I will tell myself that I will only allow such weakness once. The next time, even if I die, I will stay beside them. Damn it, I don't want to be a coward again. Even if boss said that I'm stupid and irrational, I don't care anymore," Zhao Jun shouted. Then, he controlled his mecha and shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, the 10 mechas behind him emerged too. They had the same thoughts as Zhao Jun. They felt sad for what happened at Qingrai Wormhole, but at the same time, they also remembered the humiliation they felt. One round of humiliation was enough. They didn't want to suffer a second one. This was how Lingshan was like. 1435. A killing blow. 11 mechas suddenly appeared and attacked the mechas that were surrounding Elder Father's mechas. "Why did you come back?" Elder Father shouted furiously when he saw them. Right from the start, when he asked Dr. Zhu to leave with those children, he had never thought of leaving this place alive. Thus, when he saw them coming back, he was shocked and furious. Bang! Zhao Jun blocked the cold weapon that was attacking Elder Father and laughed crazily. "I'm not a coward, idiot." Elder Father scolded angrily, but the anger in his heart wasn't as strong as his words. He just felt that these people were a little stupid, but his emotions were complicated. "I don't mind being an idiot. At least being an idiot can answer to my heart." Zhao Jun's reply was upright. Now, Zhao Jun had a deeper understanding of what boss had said before. He said that you would have real courage when you could answer to your heart. Zhao Jun only had 11 people on their side, but they were all outstanding mecha operators. Moreover, the equipment on their mechas were top class, even by the Federation standard. Thus slowly, they were able to withstand this huge wave of mechas. The regiment commander gritted his teeth furiously when he saw this. They were the mecha who messed with them every time they fought a battle. They were very much so a pain in the ass to the lords. In the end, they had no choice but to work together to devour this personal mecha clan of Lord Zhen. Of course, the main reason for doing so was to wash away the disgrace they had from all the defeat in the past. He pressed his connect button furiously. The target has appeared. Location, 2020. He was reporting to his superiors, the commanders of the 3 mecha armies, arriving in 3 minutes. Almost at the same time, a few replies were received on the channel. "Let's see where you can run to." The regiment commander gave a sinister smile. He was determined to win. 3 minutes weren't too short nor too long. The moment Zhao Jun managed to suppress the first wave of mechas, 3 minutes had passed. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, mechas started to drop like flies from the sky. The moment they landed on the ground, they started attacking Zhao Jun and his 10 team members. Clang, clang, clang. The members in Zhao Jun's mecha clan were all carefully selected. Even in Lingshan, his mecha clan was among the top 5 in terms of ability. Thus, even though this sneak attack was sudden, they were still able to resist. Zhao Jun forced the last opponent to retreat before carefully looking at his enemies, and his heart dropped. The newly appeared mechas looked different in terms of design from the mechas that were initially raiding the district. It was obvious that they weren't from the same mecha army. Zhao Jun had guessed that there might be a few mecha armies working together, but when the truth laid out in front of him, he still felt slightly bitter. "You really put in much effort to take care of us," Zhao Jun said coldly. "HMPH, you can talk all you want now. We'll make sure you can't go back alive." The person who replied was still that regiment commander. He gritted his teeth forcefully and squeezed the words out of the gaps of his teeth when he was saying this sentence. You could tell how much he hated Zhao Jun and his mecha clan. "Try it then." Zhao Jun sneered. "Kill them." The two parties couldn't live under the same sky. There was no need to say nonsense between them. A few sentences was enough. This time, the mechas that their opponents sent were lesser than the first wave, but they were all elites. They were probably team leaders. This increased the pressure on Zhao Jun and his team members. After some time, a few mechas on the opposing side were destroyed. Fortunately, the modified mechas by Chang Xinyuan were extremely sturdy. It was able to withstand a few blows from their opponent. There wasn't much damage or harm done to the mechas, but, no matter how strong the mecha was, it had its limit too. Zhao Jun understood that if they didn't get out of this place soon, all 11 of them would lay here forever and become wandering spirits. Did he regret it? Zhao Jun didn't regret anything. He was wrong to involve the district from the start. Everyone had to pay the price for their mistake. If he died here, he deserved it. He wouldn't blame anyone. "Boss, are we not going to help him?" Far away, Luo Lang, who was hiding and watching this battle, couldn't help but open his mouth. Since he made the decision, let's see how far he can reach, Ling Lan replied calmly. "But, I think that Brother Zhao can't handle it anymore." At this moment, someone in Zhao Jun's mecha clan got injured again and Luo Lang's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably. His heart pounded furiously too. During the entire time he spent watching the battle, his heart was extremely lively. For a moment, Luo Lang felt that his heart might stop working. "Don't worry, Luo Lang. Boss is confident." Li Lan smiled and comforted him. Luo Lang was speechless. Zhao Jun was Li Lan's best buddy. Why wasn't he anxious? Instead, he, who wasn't as close to Zhao Jun, was feeling nervous and worried. "That's because you're stupid." A mocking voice appeared in his mind. Luo Lang pouted his lips secretly. This personality really wasn't cute at all. Little Lang was still the best. He didn't know when Little Lang would finish resting and come back. Luo Lang missed his cold and indifferent calm personality. His calm personality really cared about him. Zhao Jun and his men fought with their lives on the line, and they managed to endure a few more minutes. During this time, the strongest person of the cohort, Zhao Jun, even managed to destroy a few mecha when he had the chance. However, his action struck the hornet's nest as the opposing regiment commander sent out 20 mechas again. They were all team leaders too. It was obvious that the other party had no intention of letting Zhao Jun alive. They didn't want to give them any chances. "Have you confirmed the location?" Ling Lan asked Li Lan. "Yes." Li Lan sent the locations of 3 red dots to Luo Lang and Ling Lan. "What's this?" Luo Lang was surprised. "These are the places where the commanders of the 3 mega armies are hiding," Li Lan explained. "I was already searching for their position, but they were very cautious in hiding their location. However, I successfully got their coordinates when they ordered for more reinforcements. So, we were not waiting here to see Brother Zhao's capability. We are waiting for an opportunity to hit them where it hurts." With the help of Li Lan's explanation, Luolang gradually understood why they had to wait. We have too little people, we must kill them with one strike. Ling Lan's eyes lit up. She had been waiting for a long time for this moment. There's only one chance, Ling Lan reminded. Yes. Luolang grabbed his control stick tightly. This was their only chance to save Zhao Jun and his men. They mustn't make any mistakes. Charge. After counting 3 seconds silently, Ling Lan suddenly shouted loudly. The 3 mechas shot out like ferocious tigers leaping out of their cages. They pounced at their targets. The 3 commanders were staring at their mecha screens intently and waiting for their men to kill those wicked enemies. At this moment, they felt a shudder in their hearts. They quickly shifted their mechas to evade. A cold flash of light was seen. 3 different shaped but equally sharp swords stabbed into their cockpit from the back of their waist accurately. A killing blow. 1436 1T regret I. The video chat display of the commanders suddenly turned black. What happened? The team leaders were stunned. They tried their hardest to reconnect with them, but all they heard from the other side was silence. Commander Air, Commander Kiao. There were shouts coming from different parts of the army, but none received any response. Let's go take a look. In unison, everyone started to turn around to go check their commander, including the team responsible for guarding the 3 commanders. They're here. You guys be careful. Ling Lan felt the ground below her shake violently and calmly reminded Li Lang and Luolang. Understood. Li Lang and Luolang held their control sticks firmly, fully knowing that a bloody massacre was about to begin. Taking out the commanders was the first and easiest step of saving Zhao Jun and the others. The next and most dangerous was how they would handle the cumulative anger of 3 armies. If they managed to hold them off for long enough, Zhao Jun and the others would be safe. If they couldn't hold them off, not only would they perish here, Zhao Jun and the others wouldn't be able to live the next day either. Whether they live or die would depend on this. How about it, Ling Lan? Should I take over? A familiar and sharp voice rang in Ling Lan's mind. I'll be fine, Instructor number 3. If I can't even manage this much, I will be too embarrassed to say I'm your student, Ling Lan said calmly. She was just facing a bunch of average mechas. Moreover, they weren't even God-class operators. She didn't need Instructor number 3 to handle a bunch of small fries. I know, but you can't say the same about your comrades. Number 3 asked with a light smile on his face. Compared to Ling Lan, Li Lang and Luolang were clearly in more risk of dying. If they were unlucky, they might actually die here. This is something they must experience anyway. I can't follow them and take care of them forever. When Ling Lan spoke those ruthless words, her expression was freezing cold. However, for some reason, there was also a hint of warmth in her eyes. Oh, you. Number 3 sighed. Sometimes, letting go was also a type of courage, a courage not everyone had. So, you're already mentally prepared about your decision, even if the outcome is the one you desire the least? Number 3's expression suddenly turned stern. Of course, I may be angry or sad, but I won't regret it, Ling Lan shouted angrily. As the shout left her throat, her left hand danced around the keyboard and her right hand pulled forcefully on the control stick. Her mecha shot up like a cannonball towards the incoming mechas. Ah! The enemy mecha operator only saw a white flash of light coming down from the sky, before feeling a bone-crushing feeling in his abdomen. The pain totally fried his mind, and all he could do was scream in pain. Just before the last bit of oxygen left his body, he let out a small whimper before staying forever silent in excruciating pain. What happened? Another team of mecha from afar, unaware of the danger that was about to befall them, asked angrily. Woo, ah, ouch, ugh. The comlink channel could only record their dying breath before cutting off in an instant. Those who heard those noises felt a chill going down to their spines. The mystery of the killer shocked them to their core. However, they all knew that something terrible must have happened to their comrade. Everyone was on high alert. Their only solace was the weapons in their hands, the only thing that could provide them with a sense of safety. Not long after, the truth behind the sudden deaths were revealed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Screams echoed from their comlink channel. It was good that it was just an enemy attack. The brigade leaders felt as if a boulder was being lifted off their shoulder. In the lawless lands, people weren't scary. What was truly scary were the unexplainable phenomenons happening in random districts. As a member of the official armies of the 13 Lords, they knew much more of the secrets in the lawless lands than a normal commoner of the lawless lands. Report your positions. Don't get left behind. We'll surround them together. The brigade leaders all contacted each other. They believed they fell for the attack because they were separated. All right. The team leaders contacted each other. On the other side, Ling Lan activated all of her recon systems. Despite not being as detailed and clear as Little 4, it was still enough for Ling Lan to use. Firmament, don't disappoint me, shouted Ling Lan in her mind. Her mecha leaped into the air before dropping like a huge cannonball towards the closest enemy mecha. Although Ling Lan's piloting abilities could easily overpower these mecha operators, she wouldn't be able to insta-kill those enemy mechas if it weren't for Firmament. When Ling Lan first received the Firmament, its edge was the best available in the market at that time. In ranking of cold weapons for ace mechas, it could be easily ranked in the top 10. Of course, as Ling Lan's mecha reached the Imperial level, Firmament, which had followed Ling Lan for her entire journey and had helped her achieve many military merits, seemed to not be able to follow in Ling Lan's footsteps. If it wasn't for Chang Xinyuan, Ling Lan would have had a headache with picking another cold weapon to replace Firmament. After all, Ling Lan was quite used to Firmament. Changing it suddenly would make Ling Lan feel odd. Although with Ling Lan's adaptability and the experience she had, she would eventually be able to get used to her new weapon. However, the unexplainable connection between the weapon and the user wasn't something that could be offset by a short amount of training and some experience. Lucky for Ling Lan, she had a mecha modification master like Chang Xinyuan by her side, so she didn't have to worry about that problem. After Chang Xinyuan reforged it on multiple occasions, Firmament's edge had reached a level where it suited her needs. It could be said that unless it was a cold weapon made for a god-class mecha, out of any cold weapon made by humans, if the Firmament's sharpness was in the second place, no other human-made cold weapon would dare to proclaim first. The way Chang Xinyuan put it was that it was enough for boss to use until he switched to a god-class mecha. However, no matter how strong the Firmament was, after piercing through mecha cockpits for so many times, the blade's edge would dull. Once Firmament loses its terrifying sharpness, no matter how overwhelming Ling Lan's piloting skills were, she wouldn't be able to cull down the overwhelming amount of enemy mechas in front of her. Moreover, she would be able to intimidate them if she weren't insta-killing them. In mecha battles, although it was mostly on abilities, mentality was also something that shouldn't be disregarded. Just like right now, a group of team leaders appeared in front of Ling Lan. However, after seeing Ling Lan cut down 2 of their mecha operators with just 2 slashes of her sword, these leaders panicked. Some of them also hesitated their movements. Although their hesitation wasn't obvious, it was still enough for a mecha operator of Ling Lan's level to kill these people. Ling Lan's mecha flashed around the battlefield, creating multiple afterimages in the process. Her movements were swift and unpredictable. If one stopped to look, she would have already gotten in front of that person. If they took another look, they would see multiple mechas toppling down with a flash of white light. Ah! A team leader shouted with an earth-piercing scream. Perhaps it was to make himself less scared, or perhaps it was to let out his fear. He raised his large sword in a desperate attempt to kill the monstrous specter that was killing his comrades. Shoo! A deafening sharp sound echoed in his ears. 1437. No need it. Ugh! The team leader looked down at his abdomen. Darkness was encroaching his vision, but a blood-stained sword would forever burn in his mind. It sliced through his abdomen and blood slowly poured out from his body. Shoo! The blood-stained sword instantly vanished from his sight. It was as though what he saw, the pain he experienced, and the agony he felt were just an illusion. Unfortunately, the gut-wrenching pain in his abdomen brought him back to reality. Ah! The team leader shouted in agony. That terrifying mecha wasn't just an illusion. It was actually piloted by a terrifying monster. In the lawless lands, You all are the strongest mecha operators there are. Unless a god-class operator comes, you are invincible." He remembered the words Lord Demon had told them in the past. "You lied to us, Lord Demon." The team leader angrily breathed his last breath. He died with regret in his mind. Ling Lan pulled out Firmament from the destroyed mecha. The resistance she felt when she pulled back her sword made her frown slightly. It meant that the damage on Firmament had already caused it to lose its original sharpness. Attack! A new group of team leader mechas that had just arrived saw the mechas of their comrades be slaughtered mercilessly, and they all exploded with anger. In a battlefield, there was no right or wrong, they were all comrades who moved forward or retreated together. Comrades could only survive by fighting side by side in battle of bloodshed. The feelings they had for one another was embedded in their bones. The anger and sadness of seeing their comrades killed off was not any less than what they would feel if it was their families who were the ones being killed. This trait could be also found in Ling Lan and her friends. Ling Lan didn't hesitate when she saw a large crowd of mechas coming towards her. She just went straight towards them with no fear whatsoever. To compensate for Firmament getting dull, she used more of her mecha piloting abilities rather than the barbaric stab and thrust. Shing, another mecha perished by her hand. Ling Lan didn't know how many team leader mechas she had slain. These people might have been good people who loved their families and loved helping others on an ordinary day. However, here, they were all enemies. This was not a situation where she could display her compassion. This type of useless war really annoys me. It was clear that there weren't any problems with the nation or feuds between families. It was just a game played by those in higher power, but countless people were required to pay with their lives for their enjoyment. This was the first time Ling Lan felt annoyed by the lawless lands. I hate it very much." As Ling Lan cried out angrily, Firmament mercilessly stabbed through another mecha's cockpit. "Then, you must become a player and not a pawn." Suddenly Instructor Number One's voice echoed in her ears. Ling Lan's gaze became sharp as ever. "From when I first landed in the lawless lands, I never thought of becoming a pawn." "Lord Keon, Lord Keon." Out of the 2 times she said Lord Keon's name, the first was said softly with regret. The second one was said while biting her lip with unhidden anger. "As long as you've made your decision." Number One's voice was still calm and collected. In a place where Ling Lan couldn't see, Instructor Number One's own dimension, his originally cold face had a rare look of worry, uncertainty before turning into a helpless look. "Isn't this what you wanted? Why would you regret it?" Suddenly, a pair of white jade-like hands appeared in the air and ripped open the dimension. A graceful silhouette walked out from the dimensional tier with a look of contempt on her face. Number One gave her a blank stare before slowly closing his eyes to ignore her. "Your expression really annoys me sometimes." Number 4 puffed up her soft cheeks. She walked up and touched Instructor Number One's cheek. Bang! Number 4 was sent flying backwards. Instructor Number One slowly said, "Number 4, don't overstep your boundaries." "Overstep what boundaries? I just like you. What's wrong with that? I liked you before we came here. After coming here, I still like you. Why am I wrong for chasing the person I like?" Number 4 whined as she balanced herself. "Don't forget our responsibility, Number 4." Even when facing the woman who was the epitome of seduction, Number 1 was still as cold as ice. Number 4's words didn't make him waver one bit. "Responsibility, Majesty 4? He's already half dead. What responsibility do we have other than to wait for him?" "About Ling Lan, what should I be responsible for if you don't give me a chance to meet her?" After saying that, Number 4 felt her stomach was filled with unsettled feelings. Which of the other instructors were as held back as her? She finally had a female student for her to have a chance to show what she could do. However, as luck would have it, she actually didn't have any chance to show up in the past 20 or so years. She sometimes would even think that Ling Lan was actually a man and not some woman. The one who caused those sleepless nights was none other than this icy cold corpse. Number 1. Just looking at him made her angry and annoyed. Arg, he was too lovable. Alright, Number 4 knew that in this lifetime, she was set on Number 1. She was definitely a masochist for liking such a terrible man. "The Ling Lan we know now doesn't need the knowledge you have, Number 1 was very determined about this point. Ling Lan is a girl, you can't develop her like a man. Number 4 walked up, grabbed Number 1's collar and said angrily, no matter if Ling Lan is a man or woman, she is destined to become a king. A king won't need lessons that would give her weaknesses. Number 1 said calmly, how are my lessons giving her weaknesses? I can develop into someone who could manipulate men with her womanly charms, to make men grovel under her feet. How is that weak? Number 4 couldn't accept Number 1's reasoning. Number 1 took Number 4's hands off his collar and softly placed it on her chest. Only those who are not strong enough need those types of irrelevant skills. Ling Lan is strong enough and will only grow even stronger in the future. Number 4, you clearly understand this. That is why you never force yourself to appear in front of Ling Lan and only silently wait for your opportunity. My knowledge is irrelevant? Number 4 asked in a saddened tone. By the time those words left her mouth, she was already on the verge of tears. It is irrelevant now, but it doesn't mean it will be in the future. Ling Lan doesn't need it right now. Seeing Number 4 in such a sad state, Number 1 mellowed his tone. But, before Number 4 could notice it, he raised his head to look at the outside world to see Ling Lan fighting furiously. This was her own fight. Even if the instructors wanted to help her, they wouldn't be able to do that. You understand, right? What Ling Lan needs the most is power right now. Her own power and power of her followers. All of these don't fall into your expertise. I'm just unnecessary. Number 4 mocked herself as she smiled bitterly. A drop of her tears dripped down her face. Each person has their own value. It's just your time hasn't come yet. Number 1 held Number 4's hand and pushed it slightly. He pushed her away from him and then said, when Ling Lan reaches the next stage of her life, she will need you. After saying that, instructor Number 1 closed his eyes. Number 4 wanted to say something else, but she discovered that she was now out of instructor Number 1's dimension. Number 4 immediately stomped her feet in frustration before returning to her own dimension. HMPH, not letting me touch him, but then touching me himself? Number 4 washed away the expression of weakness she had in front of Number 1 and smiled like a fox that just had a large meal. Also, little Ling Lan, you have to make your masters proud. I'm still waiting to come out. Don't lose. Number 4 stopped smiling and was slightly worried for Ling Lan's situation. Although she hadn't conversed with or met Ling Lan, she still watched Ling Lan grow up from when she was a child until she was an adult. For her, it was like watching her own child grow up. Her feelings towards Ling Lan weren't any less than the other instructors. Plus, there was also instructor Number 1 in the mix. With him liking Ling Lan and caring for her, Number 4 definitely would also like her and care for her. Chapter 1438 1T Let others have it easy. Ugh. His mecha was struck consecutively. The immense shocks from the hits, even after the mecha had provided protection against them, still caused Li Lan to be injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Mecha damage has reached 47%. Please retreat immediately. The optical supercomputer if the mecha gave out a warning, advising that the mecha was no longer fit to fight. Retreat? If he doesn't retreat, how could I? Li Lan smiled coldly. From when he followed Ling Lan into the battlefield, he had decided to move forward or retreat together. The high-intensity fight had truly exhausted him, but now his spirit instantly exploded in strength. Ah! He shouted angrily as the large sword in his hand slashed horizontally. The slash sent 3 mechas attempting to take him out to fall back. Also, as long as he's alive, I won't let myself die. Li Lan held his sword and rushed forward. Even if I do, I won't let you have my life that easily. Now die. His large sword ruthlessly stabbed towards an enemy mecha's cockpit. Even though the enemy mecha was aiming for mutual destruction, he still didn't relent and push forward. Shing. The large sword stabbed through the cockpit and similarly, the opponent's large sword also stabbed through Li Lan's cockpit. What's happening? The opponent was shocked. The feeling the arm of the mecha gave him felt as though he had missed. However, he clearly saw the large sword hit its mark. He wanted to get to the bottom of this, but he didn't have any chance to do so. It was because at that moment, His cockpit was struck and the immense pain took over his senses. The mecha flopped and smashed into the ground, causing dust to rise into the air. The mecha operator, who had lost his life, didn't have the chance to see that the large sword in his mecha's right hand had actually split in half. The half that was still intact also had a light layer of dark fog on it. In the end, that dark fog dissipated. The sword was now even shorter than when the mecha fell to the ground. However, these were all small details that probably wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Bang, bang, bang. The three enemy mechas that surrounded Li Lang all fell to the ground. They were all killed in one hit after being stabbed in their cockpits by Li Lang. The fallen mecha operators didn't know how they died even at the moment of their deaths. After all, they were the first to attack, but they were the ones who died. However, for some reason, the opponent they struck first in the cockpit managed to miraculously survive. Li Lang finished off the rest of enemies around him and then a new wave of them rushed towards him. The battle was going to continue like this until one side loses confidence in themselves. On Luo Lang's side, it was a similar situation. His situation might be even more precarious than Li Lang's. He was struck so many times that the optical supercomputer's warning alarms were going off for more than a minute. The damage the mecha sustained was already over 50% and was almost at 60%. Luo Lang knew very well that once it passed 60%, the battle power of the mecha would decrease exponentially. Once it passes 70%, it would no longer have the power to fight. Is this death? Luo Lang didn't panic but instead asked this question calmly. Luo Lang, you have to live even without me being here. The words Ziyi told Luo Lang echoed inside his head again. Ziyi, I won't go back on my word. I will definitely live a good life. Luo Lang's originally calm expression became sharp. Alter ego, you're actually activating this domain at this moment. Do you want to die? An angry voice rang in his head. Since I want to live, I need to take the necessary risks, Luo Lang said calmly. Calm personality? The evil personality's expression changed slightly. Yes and no. Luo Lang smiled sharply. The evil personality was stunned for a moment before a big change in his expression took over. Evil personality, you have to help me this time, Luo Lang said calmly. The evil personality's expression froze for a moment before hesitatingly saying, when did I not help you? That's good to hear. Luo Lang laughed out loud. His entire mecha rushed forward and pounced towards the enemy mecha group. Chapter 1439 Reinforcements. Luo Lang dodged his opponent's attack precisely. His giant sword slashed towards his opponent's cockpit. The huge force caused his opponent to slam on the ground heavily. The evil personality noticed that in that instant, Luo Lang's spiritual power, no, it should be considered the calm personality's spiritual power, diminished by a little. The full potential of the mecha could only be achieved by accelerating the mecha to its fastest speed. Based on Luo Lang's original hand speed, it was impossible for him to do that. That was why he had to use his spiritual power to make up for it. He couldn't operate the mecha in its full potential because the mechas Luo Lang and Li Lang were piloting looked like ace mechas, but in fact, they were modified Imperial mechas. Imperial mechas were usually controlled manually with the hand. Then, more experienced Imperial mecha operators would transition into using spiritual power to control their mechas. All God-class operators had to go through this step to achieve what they had achieved. An Imperial mecha was like a training mecha for future God-class mecha operators. By piloting them to their full potential, it would allow the mecha operator to slowly move away from hand control to where he could just use spiritual power to control the mecha. Thus, in order to advance to a God-class mecha master, you need to have a very strong spiritual power. If your spiritual power didn't reach the requirement, you wouldn't be able to control a God-class mecha even if you were given one. The evil personality looked at Luo Lang, who was immersed in the battle, and sighed softly. He slowly went back to Luo Lang's mindscape and supported the primary personality with his spiritual power. Personalities like him might lack some things, but they would never lack spiritual power. That was because they were spiritual beings to begin with. More and more mechas fell down beside the three of them, but Their combat ability didn't decrease at all. It looked no different from when they started fighting. Are we still fighting? Someone was trembling in fright. They shouldn't for too long. We need to take revenge for our commander. There was no lack of hot-blooded people in the lawless lands. This was the reason why they were able to maintain a strong reputation for so long. Another bunch of people who didn't fear death rushed forward. Ling Lan was already numb from all the fighting. It could be seen clearly that there was no sword aura on Firmament anymore. Ling Lan being able to kill one opponent with one strike was all because of her frightening speed and spiritual power. This allowed her mecha to have enough energy to break the defense of her opponent's mechas. But everyone had their limit. Ling Lan didn't know how long she was able to last. She didn't know how long Li Lan and Luo Lang could last too. But, since the fight hadn't ended yet, they could only continue fighting. This was their only way to find a chance of survival. Charge! Almost simultaneously, the three of them shouted furiously and raised their giant swords. They charged towards their enemies again. They're not human. Another bunch of people died. This time, their opponents didn't fill up the gaps like they did before. Being brave and fearless of death depended on the situation too. Many people had already gotten killed on their side, yet, their opponent's strength hadn't decreased. They even got stronger instead. Ling Lan glanced at the mechas that were surrounding her but didn't dare to take a step closer. She shook her firmament slightly. "Come on," Ling Lan said coldly. Silence was the only reply to her. Ling Lan smiled coldly. Her mecha stomped its feet and rushed over. "If you're not coming over, I'll come to you." Ling Lan wanted to rest but she was more afraid that if she relaxed, she would lose her drive to kill. Instead of letting that happen, she would rather make use of the time to kill another batch of enemies. Her opponents panicked when they saw Ling Lan attacking them voluntarily without resting. They didn't charge at Ling Lan but instead, chose to run away. "Trying to escape? In your dreams." Ling Lan sneered. Her mecha disappeared and appeared beside another mecha. She stabbed Firmament viciously into the mecha's cockpit. Another stab. Another kill. Clean and precise, just like her earlier moves. All the mechas ran far away. They were afraid that they would be the next person to visit death. Ling Lan tried her best to open her slightly sore eyes. After fighting for so long, even she had reached her limit. Her sweat drenched her body many times over. If it wasn't for the automatic drying system of the mecha cockpit, she would be completely wet now. Just as Ling Lan was about to start killing again, her enemy got into a frenzy. Screams of agony suddenly appeared in her enemy's team channel. Those were the cries of death. It was obvious that someone had died again. Who was it? The three mecha clans were commanded by three different people. There was no interaction between them. Hence, no matter how dear the situation on the other side was, the other mecha clan wouldn't know anything. Thus, this scream could belong to their soldiers. The only possibility was that, besides this terrifying monster in front of them, another new monster had appeared. Soon, they heard the sound of fighting on the outskirts. Enemy attack. This was the first thought in their minds. As expected, the alarm for an enemy attack sounded the next second. What should we do? Their commander was dead and many of their team leaders were killed by Ling Lan too. There was no one that could make a decision. Screams of pain could be heard continuously. Soon, everyone understood that there wasn't just one enemy. There were many of them. There are too many monsters. Help, help. The other side was already in a mess. Cries for help drowned the channel. No one knew how many enemies there were. On the other side, the team leaders surrounding Ling Lan had gotten frightened by her. Thus, when they heard that there were more enemies coming over, they didn't want to fight anymore. "Run!" Someone shouted. "Run!" The people behind agreed with him. The team leaders' mechas were the first to retreat. After that, the ordinary team members started retreating even faster. Ling Lan didn't chase after them. Instead, she turned and rushed towards Luo Lang. As compared to Li Lan, she was more worried about Luo Lang. Enemy attack. The other mecha army instantly rang the alarm when they saw Ling Lan. Soon, A row of mechas welcomed her. Ling Lan held firmament and rushed forward without any hesitation. Slash, slash, slash. The sword flashed and a few mechas fell to the ground. Ling Lan had broken through the first line of defense easily. She quickly moved towards Luo Lang's location. Surround her. The mechas in the outer ring started shouting. What is that? At this moment, someone shouted in astonishment. The Demon 37 army is retreating. Why are they retreating? The already confused soldiers were shocked. Look at the coordinates 20. Some realized the situation and immediately reminded them. Soon, everyone fixed their screens at that coordinate. They realized that without them knowing, the Mecha clan they had been looking for revenge had appeared there. They're not retreating, they're running away. They saw their alliance army clearly now. They weren't retreating but running away in a flurry. The Mecha clan that they thought they could easily devour was killing their alliance army like ferocious tigers coming down the mountain. They're coming over here. Before they could understand why this was happening, they saw the Mecha clan flying towards them viciously. We don't have enough men on our side. Requesting for reinforcements. Requesting for reinforcements. Their opponents were closing in on them from all directions. Based on their estimate, they would soon be overwhelmed by the incoming enemies. Chapter 1440. Fight until the very end. Luo Lang barely managed to beat back the mechas surrounding him. The damage of his mecha had already reached 60%. The combat ability of his various mecha components had dropped drastically. Fortunately, the evil personality was nice enough to fuse and replenish his spiritual power so that he could maintain his exceptional reaction speed. Moreover, since he was fighting them like a rabid dog, the enemy mechas were quite afraid of him, so they didn't dare to attack him too violently. If not, he might be at his wits' end already. Luo Lang shook his head suddenly. Just now, he felt his vision getting blurry. He was a little dizzy. Have I reached my limit? Luo Lang sighed softly as he gave a bitter smile. Was he going to go back on his promise? Don't be disheartened. We can do it. The evil personality that had always looked down and mocked him unexpectedly encouraged him. So you're afraid of death too? Luo Lang laughed heartily. He finally found a chance to get back at this evil person who didn't treat him nicely. Although Luo Lang was pure and naive most of the time, when he wanted to anger people, he was quite good at it. The evil personality didn't say anything. He seemed to be agreeing with Luo Lang silently, but he also felt wronged. How can he be nice all the time when talking to this stupid and naive person whose brain never worked properly? Don't worry, I will not let you die until the very last moment. Luo Lang suddenly retracted his smile and continued his sentence in a serious tone. He wasn't joking or teasing the evil personality when he said this. He was being totally sincere. In Luo Lang's heart, the calm personality, the evil personality, and all the other personalities were never clones of himself. He had always treated them like real humans. He treated all his personalities like brothers. The evil personality trembled a little. His gaze turned deep as he looked at Luo Lang. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why the calm personality respected the primary personality so much. Maybe, this time, you're right, the evil personality thought to himself. Sure, let's fight until the very end. The evil personality said calmly. His tone and expression sounded a little like the calm personality now. Luo Lang felt comfortable with how the current evil personality was acting. He smiled and said, okay, let's fight until the very end. He pulled the control stick furiously. His spiritual power, with the support of the evil personality, exploded again. The badly damaged mecha slammed into the mechas that were carefully closing in on him. When they saw Luo Lang rushing over to attack them again, the mecha operators surrounding Luo Lang gritted their teeth and raised their swords. They charged forward and the fight started again. Mechas fell down one by one. The wounds on Luo Lang's mecha got increasingly more severe as time went by. Alert, alert, the damage of the mecha had reached its maximum. The mecha will lose its combat ability in approximately 10 seconds. Alert, alert. The mainframe of Luo Lang's mecha suddenly gave off an ear-piercing alarm. It seemed like his mecha couldn't hold on for much longer. Sigh, it's the end. Luo Lang gathered all his energy and unleashed it all in this final attack. Even at the last moment, he hoped he would bring more enemies down with him. You have done well. A familiar but unfamiliar voice appeared beside his ear. It sounded like the calm personality, but maybe it wasn't. I still broke my promise. Luo Lang closed his eyes in pity. The mainframe had just finished its countdown and the mecha exploded with a loud boom. Luo Lang's mecha exploded into a giant mushroom cloud. Luo Lang's cockpit flew out quickly amongst the explosion. When Chang Xinyuan designed this model in the past, he took into consideration the survivability of the mecha operator when the mecha lost its combat ability entirely. He made use of the large explosion created by the self-destruct sequence installed in the mecha, as well as the immense energy and heat produced during this moment to disrupt the vision and the reconnaissance systems of the opponent's mechas so that the cockpit would be able to escape out of their visible range within a short time. The most extravagant thing was that these cockpits were equipped with the expensive Chameleon system. After it shot out of the mecha, it would be able to collect information about its surroundings and merge with the environment. Finally, hurry up and find the cockpit. The enemies shouted happily when they noticed that Luo Lang's mecha was finally done in by them. Luo Lang killed so many of their comrades so they really wouldn't be able to let him go, unless they tortured the hell out of him. Even if he was dead, they wanted to find his corpse and beat it until it became a pile of blood to vent their anger. But, before they could do anything, they saw a mecha dropping down from the sky. Boom! The mecha landed with a forceful quake. Some weaker mecha operators almost lost their balance. Ling Lan slowly stood up, allowing the dazzling sunlight shine on her mecha, almost blinding the onlookers in the process. She looked at the familiar mecha components scattered on the ground with a chilling gaze and her grip on the control stick tightened. When the enemy mechas saw this newly arrived mecha raising its cold weapon that was drenched in blood, they took a step back uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, he's already at his limit." A team leader shouted loudly when he noticed that the morale of his men was being sapped away by their opponent. Although he was also scarred, those words he said still brought him a sliver of courage. Still, he wasn't talking nonsense. The exterior of Ling Lan's mecha was indeed filled with scratches and burn marks. Even Firmament, which was covered with dried blood, had dents and chips all over its edge. The blade didn't even look sharp anymore. Yet, even so, the straight and tall mecha body and the intimidating presence in the eyes of the mecha gave them the illusion that it was looking at them with contempt. The eyes of the mecha were a reflection of the eyes of the mecha operator. Although they were robotic eyes, it somehow gave them the feeling as if they were gazing at a metal giant. It was a frustrating feeling. Finally, the frustration spilled out of their chest, which turned into an angry roar. Charge! All the mechas rushed out in tandem. The frustration in their chest, the huge pressure bearing down on them, and the fear and weakness in their hearts meant that charging forward was the only way they could save themselves. Once they shrunk back, they would lose all hope of becoming anything significant in this lifetime. Ling Lan looked at them charging at her indifferently. She stomped her feet furiously and her mecha shot out like a black ray of light. Ouch! When the lights of all the mechas went dark, Ling Lan spun her firmament and sheathed in its holder. Bang, bang, bang. The mechas around her fell down consecutively. Ling Lan has become stronger. In the learning space, Number 3 felt content when he saw how Ling Lan was performing, but she has already reached her limit. Number 9, who was standing beside Number 3, said worriedly. There was pain in her eyes. Number 5 silently appeared beside Number 9. He comforted her by saying, "This is the path she chose. No matter what the result is, she must accept it." "I know." Surprisingly, Number 9 didn't argue with him. "If you know it, why did you?" Astonishment could be seen in Number 5's eyes. "I know that, but I still feel bad for her." "Alright, can't I feel this way?" Number 9 glared at Number 5. Number 5 was stunned by Number 9's sudden burst of anger. He almost couldn't maintain the everlasting smile he had on his face, the smile that all the other instructors hated. Number 9 snorted at him and disappeared the next second. Number 5 touched his face awkwardly. He just wanted to console Number 9. How did he offend her instead? Women are unreasonable sometimes. Number 3 gave a knowing look as he patted Number 5's shoulder. Before Number 5 could respond, he moved and left. Number 5 patted the spot where number 3 touched him with disdain. He smiled and said, "You're just as worried about her. Why are all of you hiding it?" He looked intently at Ling Lan, who was still fighting. The next second, he disappeared. He didn't notice that he had also lost his calmness. The living dead that never cared about anyone in the past was gone. Chapter 1441. It has them, kill them, charge. On the outskirts, the Mecha clan that came unexpectedly broke through a certain point in the line of defense and charged into the district without any hindrance. The commotion over there quickly affected the mechas in the center. Zhao Jun and his men, who were already exhausted from the constant fighting, noticed that their opponents' attacks had suddenly weakened a little. A few smart people quickly turned on their radar system and noticed the numerous green dots on the map. Alliance Army. Only the mecha operators from Lingshan were recognized as their alliance. The others were all yellow dots or red dots. A thought appeared in Zhao Jun's mind. He got anxious. It's them. It was clear that only his mecha clan had so many people in this district. They had disobeyed his orders and came to save them. They were looking for death. Zhao Jun knew this clearly. Their opponents were a few times of their size. This time, they really couldn't go back home anymore. Zhao Jun was furious and agitated, but a warm feeling flowed through his heart. The warm feeling in his heart made him feel rejuvenated again. Damn it! Gather your senses. Don't let them come for nothing. Zhao Jun shouted angrily. He held his giant sword tightly and forced an enemy mecha in front of him to move back. Yes, Regiment Commander. His comrades who were fighting too shouted back furiously. They had already reached their limit, but when they saw their comrades coming to save them, they were suddenly full of strength again. Your men? Elder Father forced an enemy back and panted as he asked. As expected, once you got old, your stamina would deteriorate significantly. He only fought for a short while, but he already found it tiring. Yes, they came, Zhao Jun replied calmly. Although they disobeyed his order, he felt their sincerity. They were willing to go through life and death with them. However, if they were lucky enough to survive this ordeal, he would definitely teach these bastards who ignored his order a huge lesson. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth in frustration, and the strength he used when he was wielding his sword increased multiple folds. Commander, they've rushed in. What should we do? Calling for Commander. Calling for Commander. A huge number of enemies has been discovered in Zone 023. Please give an order. Please give an order. Commander, please reply. Please reply. The enemies surrounding Zhao Jun and his men couldn't find their commander, so the situation started turning into a mess. All of them fought for themselves and they couldn't cooperate with one another. The advantage they had because of their numbers had disappeared entirely. Damn it! Demon 37 troop is retreating. They're retreating. They want us to die for them. Ah! One of the mecha operators screamed in pain in the comlink. Then, he went silent. More and more mechas started appearing around them. In that instant, it seemed as if their surroundings were filled with their enemies. They couldn't find their comrades. These mecha operators finally got scared. We can't be their scapegoat. Damn it, Team 1099, follow me. Finally, one of the team leaders, who was fighting, couldn't bear it anymore and chose to retreat voluntarily. His decision affected the other teams around him, and a lot of teams started dashing out rapidly. The mecha operators, who lost their team leaders, saw the other mecha operators retreating. They couldn't receive any orders from their superiors, so they conformed to the majority and started retreating furiously too. Ling Lan had just finished off the mecha operators surrounding her. Just as she was about to continue taking care of the enemy mechas that were closing in on her, unexpectedly, the enemy mechas suddenly turned around and ran away furiously. In a blink of an eye, there were no more mechas in front of her. Did they just run away? Ling Lan was shocked. Yes, little Ling Lan. TSK TSK TSK, you have obviously scared them away. How scary. Number 5 sniggered in Ling Lan's mindscape. All thanks to your guidance. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She turned and took a few steps. She came to an empty spot. She squatted down and pushed the grass aside. A piece of rock was revealed. Luo Lang, are you alright? Ling Lan pressed her communication button. I'm alright, boss. The stone suddenly split open to reveal a Wolang being sprawled on the floor. This rock was actually the cockpit. It managed to disguise itself successfully through using the chameleon system. As he was speaking, Ling Lan's cockpit opened. Wolang used all four limbs to crawl up from the ground and climb into the cockpit. "Sit tight," Ling Lan ordered in a low voice. Wolang quickly buckled his seat belt. Ling Lan's mecha jumped up again towards another location. She must rush to find Li Lan now. She was afraid that Li Lan had reached his limit. Li Lan didn't know how long he had been fighting. He just dodged numbly, waved his sword numbly, and operated his mecha numbly. Li Lan even thought that he was just a bystander, watching another Li Lan who was fighting. This was obviously a result of his spiritual power controlling his body. But this was the only way he could control his mecha when he was already at his limit with a seriously injured body. If this continued, Li Lan knew that the state of his body, which he took so many years to nourish, would deteriorate again. But so what? His Ling Lan would only be safe if he dragged more opponents down with him. Suddenly, he felt another mecha coming towards him. Li Lan instinctively raised his sword and slashed at the incoming mecha. Clang! The mecha grabbed his mecha's right wrist swiftly. Li Lan was dumbfounded, but before he could react, he heard a familiar voice. "It's alright, Lan. You can rest now, rabbit." Li Lan smiled. He forced himself to say the nickname he had always kept in his heart. Then, the mecha fell down. Ling Lan lifted him up with her left hand and said in a low voice, "I'll take over from here." She hugged Li Lan's mecha in her left arm and wielded firmament with her right hand. Her mecha stomped on the ground and she shot out, bringing Li Lan's mecha with her. She charged forward like a cannonball towards the enemy mechas that wanted to surround them but didn't dare to. Luckily, Li Lan was alright. Ling Lan was in an extremely good mood. She chose to save Wolang first because she was confident of Li Lan's ability, but deep down inside, she felt sorry towards him. Even with one mecha in her arms, Ling Lan's agility wasn't affected in the slightest. She made a few evasive maneuvers and struck down a few mechas. "Charge! Regiment commander is over there." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. The enemy mechas surrounding Ling Lan started running away abruptly. At the same time, many familiar mechas rushed over. "Regiment commander, we're her." Boss." The excited voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. Many mechas that were rushing over almost hit their legs together. Fortunately, their mecha piloting skills were top class, so they stopped themselves from getting embarrassed just in time. "You came to the wrong place. The target is at 20. You have 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Ling Lan said coldly. "Charge." All the mechas dashed towards the coordinates given to them as though there was a devil chasing after them. They suddenly wished that they had a pair of wings. "Let's go." Ling Lan reminded Wolang and Li Lan. She brought Li Lan's mecha and flew into the air. In a blink of an eye, she flew by the other Lingshan mechas. Chapter 1442 Clear Up. Zhao Jun and Elder Father finally managed to last until reinforcements arrived. They gathered their strengths for a moment and fought for a while longer. But, after all, they had already reached their limit. They were right in the center of the fight too, so their enemies wouldn't give them any chances to catch their breaths. One of the mecha operators from Elder Father's side got struck by their enemy. He fell down with a loud scream. "Are we finished?" The moment this sentence appeared in Zhao Jun's mind, he heard a loud roar. "Charge!" Boom! A mecha flew down from the sky and landed on the ground lightly. Oh, wait. It wasn't just one mecha. It was also holding a mecha that seemed to have lost its ability to move in its left arm. The model of these two mechas was too familiar to Zhao Jun. They were so familiar Zhao Jun, a tough guy who wouldn't cry easily, had tears in his eyes. "Boss, Lan," Zhao Jun shouted in a low and hoarse voice. "Boss, boss." Zhao Jun's shouts awakened his comrades who were still fighting. The first cry sounded confused, but the second cry was filled with joy. They were already at their wits' end, but suddenly, energy flowed into their bodies and they managed to suppress their enemies who were attacking them. Bang, bang, bang. Noises of mechas fighting were heard. Soon, a bunch of familiar mechas rushed over. "Boss, We came in time. The bunch of people were panting furiously in order to rush to the designated location within the time limit boss set for them. They ran like never before. Charge! Ling Lan threw this word down coldly. Her voice was filled with killing intent. The moment she landed, she understood the situation of the battle. Zhao Jun had 11 men with him, but there were only 7 people standing now. That meant that 4 had already fallen. Charge! The mecha operators from Lingshan just arrived at the scene, so they didn't understand what was happening. However, when they heard Ling Lan's order, they charged towards their nearest enemy without any hesitation. This was Ling Lan. She was the soul of Lingshan. With an order, even if they were asked to die, the soldiers of Lingshan would never hesitate. They gave all their trust to Ling Lan. Because of this trust, they believed that boss would never lead them to their deaths. They weren't brainwashed to be deadly loyal. It was just an unbreakable trust that was won through sincerity. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Lan's firmament formed rays of black light in the air. She pushed back the enemies that were surrounding Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, I'm here. Ling Lan's indifferent voice appeared on the mecha channel. Boss. Zhao Jun was only able to shout this word. He couldn't say anything else. Regiment commander, we're here too. Around 10 more mechas rushed over and saved the rest of Zhao Jun's men who had already reached their limit. It was really them. Zhao Jun felt his chest warming up. Suddenly, he understood what Ling Lan meant when he said that he wouldn't abandon any of his comrades. Finish them. Ling Lan's calm voice sounded again. Zhao Jun and his men, who just got saved and were feeling touched and excited, felt a chill on their back. Without even thinking, they raised their giant swords in their hands and rushed towards the enemy mechas fearlessly. At this moment, they had all forgotten that they had already reached their limits. They just felt that their bodies were suddenly filled with energy and the fact that they mustn't embarrass themselves in front of boss. After Ling Lan gave the order, she started clearing up the enemies before everyone else. Elder Father laid on the floor exhausted. His age didn't allow him to stand up with energy again and fight another round. He was really out of energy. This must be their leader. Elder Father's gaze landed on Ling Lan's mecha. Every single attack she did was sharp and clean. There was no unnecessary actions or energy wasted. He isn't simple, Elder Father thought to himself silently. Chapter 1443 Family Rule Again? By this time, their enemy had no thoughts of fighting anymore. They got the news that their alliance army had already retreated and they were the only army still fighting. In addition, the continuous swarm of mechas from Lingshan and the fact that there were no commanders giving orders caused their psychological barrier to break down. Within a short time, they had all ran away like the tides of the ocean. Ling Lan gave the order to chase them for 50 kilometers. The Lingshan army only came back after they chased their enemies for exactly that distance. Zhao Jun opened his cockpit and came down with Dr. Ju. Dr. Ju rushed to Elder Father's mecha and shouted agitatedly, Elder Father, are you alright? Elder Father's mecha was already lying on the ground. She was really worried. Elder Father's cockpit opened with a loud bang. Elder Father crawled out with some effort and said tiredly, I'm fine. He had rested for a while, so he finally had the energy to move. Dr. Ju saw this and immediately took out the agent she had prepared from her medical bag. She passed it to Elder Father. Use hours. A cold voice sounded behind her. Dr. Ju turned around hurriedly. She saw a soldier full of killing intent standing behind her. He had a bottle of agent in his hand. It was tightly sealed, but her instinct told her that this agent wasn't simple. Thank you, Dr. Ju said with pleasant surprise. She took the agent from the soldier and wanted to open it for Elder Father to drink. However, Elder Father reached out and grabbed her hands to stop her. This is just a minor injury. There's no need to waste such a good agent, Ling Lan said calmly. This medicine might be good for your old injuries. Really? Dr. Ju's eyes lit up. Her reason for becoming a doctor was because she didn't want to see Elder Father being troubled by his old injuries again. If that's really the case, this medicine is too precious. Elder Father was touched, but he still rejected. It's better to leave it for those who need it more. Elder Father looked at the mecha operators that were injured and reminded her, there's enough. Ling Lan looked up slightly at the horizon. This battle royale is ending soon. Based on past experiences, it's almost the end. Elder Father smiled bitterly. Ling Lan smiled slightly. Dr. Zhu had already opened the agent at the side. She calmly passed it to Elder Father. Seeing Ling Lan's insistence, Elder Father didn't refuse anymore and drank it directly. Thank you for taking care of them. Ling Lan glanced at Zhao Jun, who was standing diagonally behind her. There's no need to thank me. It wasn't my idea to care for them, Elder Father replied. He frowned slightly. He just drank the agent, but he had already started to feel the effect. Elder Father wasn't able to hide his change in expression from Ling Lan. Seeing this, Ling Lan raised her hand and asked Elder Father to just focus on recuperating, rather than continuing to talk to her. Elder Father nodded gratefully. He found an empty spot and sat down. After some time, his expression gradually turned hideous. Dr. Zhu, who had been observing him, felt her heart pounding furiously in fear. That's how the Nuwa agent works. The greater the pain, the more effective it is. Zhao Jun walked up to her and explained hurriedly. Dr. Zhu nodded to show that she understood. Then, she started waiting patiently at Elder Father's side. By this time, the search and rescue had ended. The leader in charge of the search and rescue looked gloomy. This time, they had lost 2 leader-caliber soldiers. Fortunately, the other 2 leaders still had 1 breath left, so after drinking the Nuwa agent, they managed to survive. War. Ling Lan closed her eyes to hide the pain in them. When she opened them again, she had resumed her calmness. Bring them back home, Ling Lan said in a low voice. Yes, boss. The leader took the order and left. Even if the leaders died here, they would bring them home to the place where they grew up in. Boss. Luo Lang looked at her worriedly. What's the matter? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Brother Lan's condition seems terrible. After the battle ended, he went to treat Li Lan. Ling Lan was shocked. She moved her body and immediately came in front of Li Lan's cockpit. What happened? Ling Lan frowned and asked when she saw the medic standing outside the entrance of the cockpit with a helpless look. Report. Regiment Commander Li's body is covered with wounds. It has been a long time since he got injured. In addition, the automatic drying system of the cockpit caused his undergarments and his skin to get stuck together. If we want to take them apart, it will reopen the wounds again. The medic's face scrunched up with frustration. Li Lan seemed to be experiencing excruciating pain. If they wanted to take off his clothes to treat him, it was almost the same as peeling the entire skin off. Zhao Jun, Ling Lan shouted. Yes. Zhao Jun immediately came beside Ling Lan. Immediately built a temporary medical tent, Ling Lan ordered. We'll treat his wound right here. Ling Lan knew that the longer they dragged, the more serious Li Lan's injuries would be. Although the Nuwa agent's self-healing ability was very strong, it was not enough to heal all the gaping wounds on his body. Not to mention the internal injuries. If they didn't separate the clothes from the skin as soon as possible, once the clothes got stuck in the wounds, it wasn't just about peeling the skin, they would need to dig into the flesh too. Yes. Zhao Jun knew that they couldn't waste any time, so he hurriedly led some men and built a new temporary surgery tent. Cough, cough. Li Lan suddenly coughed a few times. A drip of blood flowed down the edge of his lips. His body was breaking down. If it wasn't for Li's life-saving agent, he might have died this time. Commander, the Li family has its family rules too. Li Lan smiled and said to Ling Lan weakly. Huh? Ling Lan frowned. Don't speak. Save your energy for the treatment later. I have to say it. I'll bandage my wounds personally later. Li Lan's expression suddenly turned serious. What do you mean? Faint anger appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. I can't let anyone see. Li Lan gave a bitter smile. Ling Lan then remembered Li Lan's beautiful face. She understood a little of what he was saying. They will just be bandaging the wounds on your body, Ling Lan explained. I will watch over them. Not only that, everywhere. Li Lan forced himself to keep conscious. Although it isn't as strict as the family rules of the Ling family, it isn't any better. He grabbed Ling Lan's hand. It will affect my future. Don't let anyone see it. Anyhow. Go back to the base camp, find she. Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Ling Lan furrowed her brows even more furiously. It was obvious that Li Lang's injuries didn't allow him to wait until he went back to the base camp for treatment. Boss, we're done. Zhao Jun had already finished building the temporary tent. Boss? The medic looked uncertain. Were they going to carry out the treatment? Prepare all the antiseptics and bandages. Ling Lan made a decision swiftly. She would take care of the problem when it came, but now she must save Li Lan first. Yes, boss. The medic rushed to prepare the medications and bandages. Ling Lan carried Li Lan up and swiftly walked to the temporary tent built by Zhao Jun and his men. She carefully placed Li Lan on the stretcher. After some time, the medic came back with all the necessary medications and bandages. He placed them at the side. He took the pair of scissors and was just about to cut the clothes. Just then, he heard Ling Lan's voice. Let me do it. You can go out. Huh? Yes. Ling Lan glanced at the medic. Her gaze wasn't cold, but the medic still felt as if an icicle just penetrated his soul. Oh, all right. The medic didn't know what he was saying. By the time he regained his senses, he had already ran out of the tent. He patted his chest lightly. Only the regiment commanders would be able to withstand the aura of their commander. You could really kneel in fright from just his glance. I don't know what your family rule is, but since you're so afraid of it, it's not something simple. Maybe it'll be easier to solve it if I'm the one doing this. Ling Lan sighed softly. Then, she took the pair of scissors and started cutting the undergarments that were stuck to the skin. Wait, my Ling Lan, have you forgotten that you're a lady? How can you look at a man's naked body, even though it's covered in blood and badly injured? Chapter 1444. What do you want to know? Night came. Elder Father sat beside a campfire alone, listening to the warm crackling of wood chips being burned. His hands were holding a metal skewer with a slab of meat over the fire, waiting patiently until it was cooked to perfection. Oils from the fat of meat dripped into the fire, creating a crisp sizzling sound that echoed through the campsite. Everyone in the vicinity turned their heads to take in a waft of perfectly cooked meat. Hunger pangs started wrecking through their body, but they didn't dare to walk over there to request for some because someone they were deathly afraid of was already there. You've come at just the right time, the meat is perfectly cooked. Elder Father revealed a gentle smile in a certain direction. Something flew out from that direction and towards Elder Father. Elder Father caught the item with one outstretched hand. He turned his gaze towards the item in his hand to see that it was a bottle of liquor. A rare one at that. It was white liquor specially brewed by the Federation's military. Thank you. Elder Father's eyes lit up in excitement. He adeptly opened the bottle and downed a huge gulp. This sure brings back memories. Elder Father wiped his mouth with his sleeve and let out a satisfying sigh. It has been more than 10 years, right? Following this sentence, Ling Lan walked out of the darkness slowly. HMPH, why do you say that? Elder Father smiled mysteriously. Before I came here, I met Lord Keon. Ling Lan found a seat beside Elder Father casually and sat down. Elder Father paused for a moment, showing a pondering expression. Then, he continued drinking another gulp of the liquor before putting down the bottle slowly. Did he ask you to come here? No, he didn't tell me. Ling Lan calmly took the metal skewer from Elder Father's other hand and pulled it towards her body. She blew at the barbecued meat that was giving off an enticing fragrance. How did you find me then, especially when the signal is blocked? Elder Father was confused. So, you know who Lord Keon is? Ling Lan raised her head and smiled ambiguously. Elder Father didn't reply to her. He just stared silently at the warm campfire. He seemed to be in the midst of recalling something. Seeing this, Ling Lan wasn't in a hurry to rush him. She continued blowing the piece of meat in her hand. When it wasn't scalding hot, she took a bite to have a taste of the delectable meat. It's actually not bad. Ling Lan's eyes lit up with surprise. Within a few seconds, she finished 2.5 kilograms worth of meat in her hand. She had fought in a mecha battle before this, and after that, She helped Li Lan with his injury. These took up much of her stamina, so her appetite got a little larger than usual. When Elder Father noticed that Ling Lan really liked his barbecued meat, he took another few more skewers of meat and placed them over the campfire to cook. One of them focused on barbecuing while the other was focusing on eating. Although no words were exchanged, the atmosphere between them was harmonious. Elder Father felt that the time was about right, so he begrudgingly put down the liquor bottle. He slashed in the direction of the meat and a few deep cuts soon appeared on the meat. Then, he flicked his fingers and the seasoning got sprinkled onto the meat. Soon, the fragrance of the meat engulfed them. These perfectly cooked meats were ready to be eaten. Elder Father passed the barbecued meat to Ling Lan. After passing it to Ling Lan, his hands instinctively went towards the bottle of liquor and he took a huge gulp from it. He wiped the corner of his mouth forcefully and said, "You can ask now." "What do you want to know?" Ling Lan took a bite of the meat. She slowly chewed it a few times before opening her mouth. "You probably came to the Lawless Lands with Lord Keon, right?" Elder Father looked at Ling Lan in surprise. "Why do you say that?" "No matter how much the Federation trusts someone, they wouldn't leave him without any scrutiny. Moreover, the Lawless Lands is a special place. They wouldn't completely trust anyone with it," Ling Lan said calmly. "You're really sent by the Federation. They're probably starting to suspect the Lawless Lands, right?" Elder Father seemed to be on guard. "Are you sure?" Ling Lan lifted the corners of her lips slightly. "The ability and equipment of your mecha team can only be provided by the Federation or Caesar. Your looks. If Caesar wants to form a mecha clan that was full of ace mecha masters with this many pseudo-imperial operators and a few imperial operators, it would still be quite difficult for them." Elder Father had good eyesight. The moment these people acted, he knew their level. "Lord Keon has really betrayed the Federation?" Ling Lan asked. "Yes and no." Elder Father sighed deeply. "What do you mean?" "If the Federation didn't restrain his men, he wouldn't have any worries anymore." Elder Father gave a bitter smile. "I'm a little curious. That year, the Federation sent you probably because they wanted you to restrain him. Why are you lagging behind so much? You're even hiding here now." Ling Lan looked up at Elder Father. Elder Father laughed forcefully when he heard this. "Trust. You were betrayed by someone." Ling Lan immediately understood. "If I'm not wrong, Lord Keon acted personally." "Why do you think so?" Elder Father asked Ling Lan back. "Since the Federation sent you here, your ability at that time must be on par with Lord Keon. If not, you wouldn't be given the important task of restraining him. Among the bunch of people sent in the past, Lord Keon and you should be the most powerful ones. The rest wouldn't have the ability to injure you heavily. The only person who could hurt you so heavily until you are unable to recover even now must be him." Ling Lan calmly explained her guess. "I just don't understand why weren't you guarded against him in the first place, since you're tasked with restraining and watching over him." This was the point Ling Lan couldn't figure out. In the Lawless Lands, it is hard to find a place for yourself here. That year, a few thousand of us were sent here. Now, only less than a handful survived. At that time, in order to survive, we don't have the time to think about the issue about trust, missions, or anything. We can only survive if we helped each other. Elder Father clearly remembered the past. Signs of deep-seated pain showed in his eyes. The comrades that fought with him fell down one by one along the way. The ones that survived grew apart and in the end, they broke their ties. "So you believed him?" Ling Lan understood it now. "I didn't expect him to leave you alive." Elder Father understood what Ling Lan meant. By right, Lord Keon could just kill him and end everything. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Maybe we're getting too old that we reminisce about the past more." He might still want to leave some old friends behind or have some memories of the past. Or maybe he felt that you're not a threat to him anymore, so it's alright to let you live. Ling Lan hit the nail in the head while not giving Elder Father any face. Chapter 1445 Be Other People's Chess Pieces. Elder Father was silent for a moment. Then, he said slowly, "Maybe. What you say is the truth." The atmosphere around the warm campfire turned gloomy, but Ling Lan didn't seem to notice. When she opened her mouth again, she went on to an entirely different topic. I don't think that Lord Keon purposely maintains this situation because he's afraid of the Federation. Elder Father gathered his composure and replied, "We're not the only ones in the lawless lands, Caesar." Linglan gave a knowing look. Yes, the amount of effort Caesar put in to conquer and control the lawless lands is not any lesser than ours, Elder Father said with a muffled voice. Most of the comrades that came together with him had died in the hands of Caesar. The two nations had too many altercations in the dark. No one knew what they had to pay for this peace. They just maintained a fake state of peace on the surface. When they met in the lawless lands, the two parties tore off their friendly facade and attacked each other like rabid animals. All they wanted to show to the other party was to see who was stronger and who had better tactics. From the looks of it now, our side seemed to have control of the situation, Ling Lance said calmly. Since Lord Keon and Lord Kun were both from the Federation, it was obvious who made the call among the 13 lords. Elder Father gave a bitter smile and shook his head when he heard this. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Elder Father said, "How can Caesar allow themselves to suffer such a loss? No one knows when they will act." But Lord Keon is already in the God realm. Is he not enough to control them? Ling Lan was in deep thought. How sure are you that there are no God realm masters among the people sent by Caesar? Elder Father asked Ling Lan. What's Lord Keon's intention? Ling Lan didn't seem to have heard what Elder Father had said and asked him back this question. How would I know? I haven't seen him in a long time, so long that I almost forgot I knew him. After that, Elder Father downed some more liquor down his throat. His expression was a little indifferent. He was not even drinking for the taste anymore. He was drinking to wash away the painful memories surfacing in his mind. In the lawless lands, you should be the one that understands him the most. Ling Lan raised her head. Her gaze was intense and sharp, so sharp that Elder Father couldn't deny her words. Elder Father took another gulp of liquor to calm his turbulent emotions. The man in front of him was very young, but his gaze and the aura on his body could even suppress him. Mind you, he was someone who wasn't even afraid of Lord Keon. Elder Father arranged his words in his mind and said slowly, "He has always been a confident person. Maybe he already knows what to do." Ling Lan frowned slightly. "Is there a problem?" Elder Father asked curiously when he noticed this. "Maybe we have been used," Ling Lan said in a composed manner. Elder Father was astounded. Then, he immediately got enlightened. Lord Keon? Ling Lan didn't reply or deny it. Elder Father sighed. "He has always been good at scheming. If he didn't betray the Federation, I don't mind being someone else's chess piece," Ling Lan answered nonchalantly. Elder Father's eyes brightened up a little when he heard this. He couldn't control himself and said, "Good, good, good. With people like you in the Federation, it's worth it even if we died here." Don't say the word die so easily. Staying alive is more useful than being dead. Ling Lan stood up. Elder Father smiled sadly. "If we can live, who would want to die? But, with my current strength, there's not much use of being alive either." That might not be true. Ling Lan smiled at him mysteriously. Elder Father shook his head. "I know my own body. You don't have to console me." Ling Lan didn't say much more. She just saluted to Elder Father and disappeared on the spot the next second. Elder Father sat beside the oddly cold campfire and drank a few more mouthfuls of liquor silently. Unknowingly, he had finished the entire bottle of liquor. Seriously, shouldn't he ask more about Lord Keon? Elder Father said helplessly. He threw the empty alcohol bottle into the campfire as he gave a low sigh. The next day, when Elder Father got up, he realized that the surroundings were very quiet. "Why is it so quiet?" Elder Father asked in a puzzled tone when Dr. Ju came to inspect his body. They left. Dr. Ju seemed to be on low spirits. "Who?" Elder Father was stunned. "Regiment Commander Zhao and their leader?" Dr. Ju replied in an uncertain tone. "They left so quickly?" Elder Father frowned. They had many injured men, right? Why don't they stay here to let them recuperate first? They seemed to be in a hurry. Regiment Commander Zhao and his men left in a rush. They only had the time to tell me that they were leaving and asked me to inform you. They hoped that you wouldn't blame them for being disrespectful. I understand. They're not the only Mecha clan that participated in this battle. There might be other people waiting for their reinforcements. Time waits for no man. Elder Father expressed that he wouldn't blame them. Lord Zhen and his confidants had left the 7th Preserve District. We can't find their location now. All the lords received this intel almost at the same time. What a pity. They actually escaped, Lord Holy said with some regret. The Mecha Scavenger Alliance actually let them off? I thought that there would be a good show to watch. How boring. Lord Demon laid on the couch in her bedroom and appeared to be very bored. Lord Zhen is still quite smart. Lord Zine smiled. Don't disappoint me, brat. Lord Kun furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the direction of the battlefield. How far can you go? Lord Keon looked at the three-dimension map in front of him with a smile on his face. This game is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 1446 Extra Episode 1. After going through a series of assessments, the first batch of graduates from the first military academy of Country Lan finally reached the moment where they needed to make the decision that would affect their future. Oh right, have you thought of which division you want to go to? The students who were gathered in the plaza and waiting for the virtual screen to show their information couldn't help but ask each other when they met anyone they recognized. Of course, I want to go to the Emperor's Lingshan army. That is our most powerful division. They're the real Emperor's army. Everyone got excited just thinking about the prospects of joining such an illustrious division. They would rise in rank tremendously if they managed to enter the Lingshan army and become the Emperor's personal soldier. Don't let your imagination run wild. You need to pass through various difficult tests before you can enter Lingshan. Not only do you need to have outstanding personal strength, but your political background must also be adequate too. We don't have the right to enter Lingshan. In the crowd, there was someone who clearly understood the criteria of entering Lingshan clearly, so he couldn't help but burst their bubbles. I know, I'm just dreaming about it. Still, my biggest goal in life is to enter Lingshan. 20-year-old men were all full of ambition and enthusiasm. HMPH. Who isn't? We used to be an undeveloped zone enslaved by other nations. Now, we have successfully built our nation and have a spot in the intergalactic United Nations. These are all possible because of our Emperor. Who doesn't respect our Emperor? In Country Lan, Emperor Lan was everyone's idol. Can you stop daydreaming? It's impossible for us to get into Lingshan. Let's find a more reachable division. Do you all want to get randomly allocated by the system? Of course not. I heard that those who didn't get chosen by any division or didn't manage to register in time would be allocated by the system randomly. Emperor Lan specially granted this favor so that they won't lose their chance to enter the military. Actually, there are many divisions that are not bad. For instance, General Qi's Longdu Army, General Wo's Yizi Army, General Zi's Zuling Army, General Han Zong's Army, General Lin's Zongking Army, and Marshal Li's Mufeng Army. Someone mentioned the most famous armies in Country Lan. The commander of these armies were people who fought alongside Emperor Lan in the past. The other divisions might be alright, but Marshal Li's division might not be a good place to go to now. Someone said with pity. When this was said, the atmosphere turned tense. Everyone said that Country Lan was perfect. The only problem was the relationship between Emperor Lan and Marshal Li. Emperor Lan married someone recently. This person was sent by the Federation to make peace with Country Lan through a marriage. Hence, the relationship of the young master of the top elite family in the Federation, Li Milan, who was Marshal Li, and Emperor Lan became dangerous. There was a rumor that they used to be a couple in the past. However, the old fogies in the parliament were afraid that once Emperor Lan and Marshal Li got married, they would be too much of a power couple. They were also afraid that no one would be able to restrain Emperor Lan in the future, so they proposed that the emperor's husband mustn't have any real military power. If Marshal Li wanted to marry Emperor Lan, He needed to give up his current status. Imagine a man, especially a man who had immense military power in his hands, having to give up his power to become a toy boy. In the end, Emperor Lan and Marshal Li broke up. Unfortunately, before their relationship could heal, the Federation took the opportunity to send a beautiful man to marry Emperor Lan. No woman can resist the charms of a beautiful man. Although they felt pity for Emperor Lan and Marshal Li, they had to admit that the emperor's husband now was really beautiful. It was understandable that Emperor Lan would get moved by him. But, since then, Emperor Lan and Marshal Li became enemies. This made Marshal Li's Mufang army that not very attractive division to be recruited by. I don't care, I just don't want to go to the Milan army. As compared to the Mufang army, these cadets hated Empress Li Zunjiang's division more. It was called an army, but in actual fact, it was a toy that the emperor gave to her husband to play when he was bored. The soldiers inside there were lacking in all areas. They were all weak people who had negative combat abilities. People who graduated from the military academy looked down on this division. As the cadets from the first military academy, there was no way they would want to go to this army. Sigh, I hope that heaven will help me. Everyone agreed with this sentence. Chapter 1447 11th Preserve District. The 11th Preserve District got news that the 7th Preserve District got surrounded by the armies of the 13 lords. It caused a huge uproar within the district. The district mayors had more or less talked to each other before. Some of them even had good friendly relationships with one another. Compared to the other districts, the 11th Preserve District and 9th Preserve District had more interactions due to their close geographic locations. A lot of people in the 11th Preserve District had people they knew in the 9th Preserve District. A crowd had already gathered at the residence of the district mayor of the 11th Preserve District. Most of the crowd had agitated and confused expressions. Mayor, do you think they have discovered something? A middle-aged woman asked agitatedly. The district mayor of the 11th Preserve District was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His eyes were bright and his gaze was sharp. When he heard what the women said, he glared at the woman. Why are you so anxious? Don't scare yourself. I'm just afraid that. The woman immediately shrunk back. Afraid your head. The district mayor was exasperated at his people. Shouldn't we at least make some preparations? Maybe their next target is us. A man from the crowd frowned and suggested, we shall not do anything that will attract suspicion. The district mayor thought for a moment before deciding to keep everything the same. But if something really happens, the future of the lawless lands and us will perish here. As the hope and seeds of the locals, nothing must happen to them. In that case, tell me, where can we go? The district mayor shook his head and said, the lawless lands is big enough to accept everyone who comes here. But, the funny thing is, there's no place for locals like us to live safely. The moment he said this, everyone turned quiet. Those younger ones weren't able to hide their anger. It's better if we don't do anything. That way, no one will suspect us. Sometimes, staying put is better than making a move. The district mayor sighed. Being passive isn't how we do things. Some of the crowd were unhappy. Of course, we have to know why they decided to attack the 7th Preserve District first. The district mayor squinted. He knew that the district mayor of the 7th Preserve District wasn't a local of the lawless lands. Report. We have received a report from the front lines. Suddenly, a young man squeezed past the crowd to get to the district mayor. The district mayor looked at the report and started pondering. He didn't forget to pass the report to the crowd beside him. All the people gathered here were worth trusting. They were on the same boat after all. Not long after, everyone read through the report. It looks like the 7th Preserve District asked for their own death. They took in the enemies of the lords. This had entirely nothing to do with us. Finally, they felt at ease. When they first heard about the 7th Preserve District being surrounded, their first reaction was that they were discovered. We can't deny the possibility that they are trying to fool us. Someone was still extremely careful and cautious. Yes, we still need to be careful. Most of the people agreed with that person. Am I the only one that is thinking about the background of the two sides? Someone had a deeper look at the situation. The district mayor's gaze turned sharp. He pointed at the person and said, "Tell me about it." The person nodded and continued. The people who surrounded the 9th Preserve District consisted of 3 lords. To prevent people from eavesdropping on them, he used hand signals to tell everyone who the 3 lords were. The one that was being surrounded is the newly ascended lord. Are you saying that they combined efforts to give the new lord a hard time? They might be settling accounts with him. The person shook his head. All in all, the new lord can't make any complaints against such treatment. The 13 lords will never allow a new lord to join them so easily. Everyone nodded. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be in such a bad state. They had to hide in this place and conceal their identity while living the life of a normal person. The new lord must be in a tragic state now. No one had high hopes for Lord Jen. Let's see the result of this battle. The district mayor knew that this fight would affect Lord Jen's position in the Lawless Lands. As a local of the Lawless Lands, he wanted to send these foreigners away. Thus, he was happy to see internal strife, and even hatred, among the 13 lords, as this could be an opportunity for them to grow and prosper. If the 13 lords started supporting one another and helping one another, they would really need to cry. Chapter 1448. Find the answer. Boss, where are we going? After flying blindly with seemingly no goal in sight, Luo Lang finally couldn't withstand the urge to appease his curiosity. To find an answer, Ling Lan replied calmly. Currently, Li Lan was seated limply on the auxiliary seat next to her. He was still unconscious. Answer. Luo Lang was puzzled. Why was boss being so indirect with his words? Why couldn't he understand anything? In the past, when Ziyi was beside him, he would always explain everything whenever he didn't understand something. Now, realizing he was so helpless without Ziyi, Luo Lang started to miss the times when he had Ziyi beside him. Back then, he wouldn't need to care about anything then, as Ziyi would do everything for him. Why did Lord Qian betray the Federation? The information I have now is not enough. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown when she said this. Lord Qian had already reached the God Realm. He belonged to the tip of the totem pole of formidable warriors. Logically, as long as he didn't leave the Lawless Lands, the Federation couldn't do anything to him even if he disobeyed them. But, realistically, that wasn't the case. On the surface, the Federation couldn't mess with more God Realm formidable warriors or God-class operators when their plates were already filled with God Realm formidable warriors and God-class operators from Caesar. But based on her deep understanding of the Federation, Ling Lan knew that there were a few God Realm formidable warriors that they hadn't revealed yet. If the Federation really wanted to deal with him, they had their ways. If she was aware of this, Lord Qian must know this too. Hence, without ample reasons, a sly old fox like him wouldn't take the risk to betray the Federation so easily. He even attacked his companions who went through thick and thin with him. This was the reason why Ling Lan didn't ask Elder Father more about Lord Qian. Even after spending years together as a competitive rival to Lord Qian, Elder Father still truly didn't know about the true face of Lord Qian. Because of his preset impression of Lord Qian being wrong, he got schemed by Lord Qian in the end. Since the Federation gave him this important mission to infiltrate into the Lawless Lands, Lord Qian must be an extremely intelligent person. As one, he naturally wouldn't let go of any suspicious factors. If Elder Father wasn't guarded against Lord Qian, it meant that he didn't know what Lord Qian truly cared about. Lord Qian might have allowed Elder Father to live because he was his old comrade, but the most likely reason was because Elder Father was totally oblivious about Lord Qian's true thoughts, so it was totally useless to question Elder Father further, as it might skew her impression of Lord Qian into a totally different direction. Since Elder Father didn't have the answer, she needed to find other ways to get it. Luckily, Ling Lan had previously gone through the historical records about the Lawless Lands during this period of time, and she finally found a lead where they could obtain the answer. The lead was the 11th Preserve District. These people were the true natives of the Lawless Lands who knew the true faces of 13 lords. Yet, The 13 lords chose to ignore and let them be. They seemed to be sowing seeds or planning something. Of course, since they belonged to different factions, every lord had their own goal in mind. Ling Lan was a newly arised lord, so even though she knew that there was something wrong with this district, she couldn't interfere with them immediately. The previous Lord Zhen might have his plans, but unfortunately, he died. His plans were forced to stop. Of course, some other lords might have stopped his plans because they didn't want her to join the inner circle. It would be impossible to start the infiltration towards the district from the roots. If she had enough time, Ling Lan had the confidence that she would be able to infiltrate the 11th Preserve District. But, she knew that the thing she lacked the most now was time. Plus, Lord Qian wouldn't give her the chance to infiltrate into their system. She understood this even though she only met him once. Since he wouldn't give her the opportunity, she could take the initiative before they could interfere with her. Ling Lan had never thought of letting go of the initiative. She lifted her arm and signaled for everyone to a stop when she noticed that they had reached her destination. Almost all the mechas behind her stopped abruptly in midair. Camouflage on the spot, Ling Lan ordered calmly. Following her orders, all the mechas disappeared and started looking for their hiding spots. Ling Lan, Zhao Jun, and Luo Lang stepped out of their cockpits. As they landed on the floor, the chameleon systems on the mechas activated to make them disappear on the spot. Chapter 1449. What do you have here? The district mayor of the 11th district discussed with his confidants for a long time, but nothing came out of it. They only ended the discussion on a sour note and left hastily. The district mayor watched as everyone left his office. Then, he let out a deep forlorn sigh. That sigh essentially encompassed the frustration, anger, and helplessness about the situation at hand. The district mayor's chief secretary, De, asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" The district mayor gave a bitter smile. "The longer we stay here, the more I feel lost." De didn't reply when he heard this. Instead, the muscles on his cold face just twitched uncontrollably. "You feel it too?" The district mayor looked at the peaceful grassland outside his window with a stern face. The sun was still bright, but inside, his heart was cold. Cold as the coming winter. They had been hiding for so long under the burning sun, but they had never felt warm before. Instead, what was theirs before, the sun, their land, and their people, all became unnatural to them. They didn't even remember the days when they basked in the glorious sunlight, without wondering when would the lords cast their shadows over them again, locking them in eternal darkness. Did the 13 lords really get fooled by them? His only hope now was that the new lord would attract their attention away from them. This battle royale got complicated for no real reason. Also, the 7th Preserve District. De revealed the worry in his heart. "We can never tell them about that. We can only talk about them secretly." If they wished to unite the lawless lands together, they needed to give the people hope, not a reality with no future. They needed to subtly manipulate the people in order to make them persevere in their fight for freedom. This was a fight for freedom against invincible weapons and power. No one would be willing to take the bet if they knew that they would lose. "I know. I just hope that Lord Zhen will give us more hope. Maybe he was their single chance of salvation." As long as the other lords had all their focus on Lord Zhen, this might be their opportunity to break free from their shackles. "What hope do you need me to give?" A cold voice suddenly shattered the solemn atmosphere. The voice was monotone enough to be mistaken as if a robot had said it. That emotionless and ever-unchanging voice terrified him to the core. Still, as an experienced people's man, he managed to quickly put on a facade of calmness. He looked up towards the door coldly and said, "Since you came, why do you still need to hide?" He was speaking in the Federation language. It sounded a little awkward, but it was still quite accurate. The moment he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air 5 meters away from him. With clear and ear-piercing steps, the figure walked towards his table. The figure was wearing a mecha suit. He didn't have any expression on his face, but his cold aura was enough to freeze the air in the room. The figure who just came was very impolite, showing no respect to one's elderly. He just directly walked to the right side of the district mayor without any ounce of respect. Suddenly, A chair was pulled out from under the table. Two people wearing the same mecha suit appeared behind the seat. Each of them held each side of the chair and pulled it out slowly, seemingly preparing a seat for their leader. One of them was muscular, tall, and handsome, while the other was skinny, frail, and beautiful. There were two entirely different styles, but when they stood together, it didn't seem weird. It looked quite harmonious. The man with the cold aura seemed to have expected this. He just walked directly towards the seat and sat down on it casually. The district mayor controlled the turbulent emotions in his heart as he squinted his eyes. Lord Jen, based on what he said at the start and how his subordinates were able to appear beside him without them noticing, the district mayor quickly inferred who this man was. Ling Lan just glanced at him indifferently. She neither denied or affirmed his words. However, the district mayor wasn't asking a question, he was instead stating a statement. Thus, he didn't need Ling Lan's reply either. "Oh, Lord Jen is here. I apologize for not welcoming you. May I know why you're here?" The district mayor suddenly smiled and welcomed Ling Lan enthusiastically. "You. What do you have here?" Ling Lan didn't act polite or beat around the bush. She just went straight to the point. "What do we have?" The district mayor's expression didn't break, but his eyes narrowed slightly. If Ling Lan hadn't taken special care to observe him, this minor change might go undetected. As expected, there is something weird going on here. The ends of Ling Lan's lips lifted slightly into a barely noticeable smile. Chapter 1450 Gamble. "Hey, what do you mean by that, Lord Jen?" The district mayor had a surprised look on his face, as if he didn't understand what Ling Lan was talking about. "You know very well what I am talking about, and so does Lord Keon. That's why he let you people live in the 11th Preserve District all this time. Am I wrong?" Ling Lan's eyes stared into the eyes of the district mayor. The shapeless pressure she exuded pressured him to the point where a thin layer of sweat formed over the district mayor's forehead. The district mayor's breathing got rapid in shorter intervals. With Ling Lan's force of presence that was half step into the god realm, even if he used all of his body's strength to resist, it wouldn't be of any use. Right as the district mayor felt that he was about to cave in from Ling Lan's pressure, the mountain-like pressure disappeared. Not expecting it, he overexerted himself by using all of his power to resist against nothing. He groaned and a mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth. He lost a lot of his energy as he slipped on his chair. Ling Lan's force of presence was controlled perfectly. The force that was put on the district mayor didn't affect the chair one bit. She also didn't give him any chance to resist the force. He looked at Ling Lan with fear in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to move an inch. That was because at that moment, Luo Ling's right hand was holding his right shoulder with an index finger perking up slightly on the artery on his neck. If he even moved a single inch, his neck would be punctured. The district mayor understood the dangerous situation he was in. He realized he wouldn't live to see the next day if he did not do what Lord Jen wanted him to do. When he raised his head to look at Ling Lan again, the calmness in his eyes disappeared and instead, it was replaced with fear. "Tell me and perhaps you will have a chance to take your revenge." Ling Lan closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Giving it to you is no different than giving it to him." The reason the district mayor could become the most authoritative figure of the district was because he was the strongest both mentally and physically. Even in front of Lord Jen, he immediately calmed his steel nerves and replied in a normal tone. "But you hate him very much, don't you?" Ling Lan said nonchalantly. "Are you willing to die just like this, bringing him down with you before you die and cause civil unrest within the lords? As long as there's this possibility, don't you want to try it out?" Ling Lan spoke slowly in a mild-mannered tone. It was as though she was making a suggestion to an old friend. The district mayor could be seen struggling internally. He realized he was slowly moved by those devilish words. It was just as Ling Lan had said. He didn't want to die without doing anything significant. Even if he had to die, he must bring the most hated enemy of the lawless lands down with him. "Hey, maybe you are working with them. Wouldn't me telling you be the same as telling him?" The district mayor wasn't going to tell their secret that easily. especially when this secret was going to dictate the future of the lawless lands and the original natives of the lawless lands. He wouldn't expose the secret until he had no other choice. Ling Lan half smiled as she looked at the district mayor and said slowly, I think you are mistaken about something. You don't have a choice. My mecha army is just right outside the district. If you don't tell me, I will raze and burn down your district to the ground. Once I wreck everything you hold dear in your heart, I'll go find what I want personally. Even if I can't find it, I'm sure I'll get some clues. Plus, Ling Lan turned towards Te. Perhaps there are people who are willing to use it in exchange to have a chance to live. Ling Lan's words caused the district mayor and Te to visibly panic. Yet, the district mayor looked at Te and then turned towards Ling Lan. You don't need to waste your time, only I know this secret. Ling Lan calmly looked at her hand and said, I'm a person who loves to gamble. Then, she leaned towards the district mayor and smiled. How about we bet on it? After Ling Lan finished speaking, Luo Lang's hand, that was now holding Te's throat, began tightening his grip. Ugh! 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 Te tried his best to struggle, but how could he get out of the vice-like grip? He used all of his might to open his mouth, as if he was trying to say something. Stop! In the end, the district mayor lost in the bet. Looking at him trying to stop Luo Lang, Ling Lan smirked in delight. Seeing that smirk, Luo Lang's hand loosened around Te's throat,